Susan Lenox, Her Fall and Rise, Part 2 by David Graham Phillips. Chapter 18. The next thing she knew, she felt herself seized strongly by the arm. She gazed round in a dazed way. She was in the street. How she got there, she had no idea. The grip on her arm, it was the young doctor, Hamilton. "I called you twice," explained he, "but you didn't hear." "He is dead," said she. Hamilton had a clear view of her face now. There was not a trace of the child left. He saw her eyes quiet, lonely, violet stars. "You must go and rest quietly," he said with gentleness. "You are worn out." Susan took from her bosom the $20, handed it to him. "It belongs to him," said she. "Give it to them, to bury him." And she started on. "Where are you going?" asked the young man. Susan stopped, looked vaguely at him. "Goodbye," she said. "You've been very kind. You found a boarding place?" "Oh, I'm all right. You want to see him?" "No." "Then he'll always be alive to me." "You had better keep this money. The city will take care of the funeral. It belonged to him. I couldn't keep it for myself. I must be going. Shan't I see you again?" "I'll not trouble you. Let me walk with you as far as your place." "I'm not feeling just right. If you don't mind, please, I'd rather be alone." "I don't mean to intrude, but I'm all right," said the girl. "Don't worry about me." "But you are too young." "I've been married." "Thank you, but goodbye." He could think of no further excuse for detaining her. Her manner disquieted him, yet it seemed composed and natural. Probably she had run away from a good home, was now sobered and chastened, was eager to separate herself from the mess she had got into and return to her own sort of people. It struck him as heartless that she should go away in this fashion, but on second thought he could not associate heartlessness with her. Also, he saw how there might be something in what she had said about not wishing to have to think of her friend as dead. He stood watching her straight, narrow young figure until it was lost to view in the crowd of people going home from work. Susan went down Elm Street to Garfield Place, seated herself on one of the benches. She was within sight of the unobtrusive little house with the awnings. But she did not realize it. She had no sense of her surroundings, of the passing of time, felt no grief, no sensation of any kind. She simply sat, her little bundle in her lap, her hands folded upon it. A man in uniform paused before her. "Closing up time," he said sharply, but in the impartial official way. "I'm going to lock the gates." She looked at him. In a softer, apologetic tone, he said, "I've got to lock the gates, that's the law, miss." She did not clearly understand, but rose and went out into Race Street. She walked slowly along, not knowing or caring where. She walked. Sometimes her way lay through crowded streets, again through streets deserted. Now she was stumbling over the uneven sidewalks of a poor quarter. Again it was the smooth flagstones of the shopping or wholesale districts. Several times she saw the river with its multitude of boats, great and small. Several times she crossed the canal. Twice she turned back because the street was mounting the hills behind the city, the hills with the cars swiftly ascending and descending the inclined planes, and at the crests gaily lighted pavilions where crowds were drinking and dancing. Occasionally some man spoke to her, but desisted as she walked straight on, apparently not hearing. She rested from time to time on a stoop or on a barrel or box left out by some shopkeeper, or leaning upon the rail of a canal bridge. She was walking with a purpose to try to scatter the dense fog that had rolled in and enveloped her mind, and then to try to think. She sat, or rather dropped, down from sheer fatigue in that cool hour which precedes the dawn. It happened to be the steps of a church. She fell into a doze, was startled back to consciousness by the deep boom of the bell in the steeple. It made the stone vibrate under her. 1, 2, 3, 4. Toward the east there shone a flush of light, not yet strong enough to dim the stars. The sky above her was clear, the pall of smoke rolled away. The air felt clean and fresh, even had in it a reminiscence of the green fields whence it had come. She began to revive, like a sleeper shaking off drowsiness and the spell of a bad dream, and looking forward to the new day. The thought that had swelled and stupefied her brain seemed to have lifted. At her heart there was numbness and a dull throbbing, an ache, but her mind was clear and her body felt intensely, hopelessly alive and ready, clamorously ready, for food. A movement across the narrow street attracted her attention. A cellar door was rising, thrust upward by the shoulders of a man. It fell full open with a resounding crash, the man revealed by the light. From beneath a white blouse, a white cap, toward her wafted the delicious odor of baking bread. She rose, hesitated only an instant, crossed the street directly toward the baker who had come up to the surface for cool air. "I am hungry," said she to him. "Can't you let me have something to eat?" The man, he had a large, smooth, florid face, eyed her in amused astonishment. "Where'd you jump from?" he demanded. "I was resting on the church steps over there. The smell came to me and I couldn't stand it. I can pay." "Oh, that's all right," said the man, with a strong German accent. "Come down." And he descended the steps, she following. It was a large and lofty cellar, paved with cement. Floor, ceilings, walls were whitened with flour. There were long, clean tables for rolling the dough, big wooden bowls, farther back the ovens, and several bakers at work adding to the huge piles of loaves, the huge baskets of rolls. Susan's eyes glistened. Her white teeth showed in a delightful smile of hunger, about to be satisfied. "Do you want bread or rolls?" asked the German. Then, without waiting for her to answer, "I guess some of the sweet rolls, we call 'em, would about suit a lady." "Yes, the sweet rolls," said the girl. The baker fumbled about behind a lot of empty baskets, found a sewing basket, filled it with small rolls, some crescent in shape, some like lady fingers, some oval, some almost like biscuit, all with pulverized sugar powdered on them, thick as a frosting. He set the little basket upon an empty kneading table. "Wait yet a minute," he commanded, and bustled up a flight of stairs. He reappeared with a bottle of milk and a piece of fresh butter. He put these beside the basket of rolls, drew a stool up before them. "How's that?" asked he, his hands on his hips, his head on one side, and his big, jolly face beaming upon her. "Pretty good, don't it?" Susan was laughing with pleasure. He pointed to the place, well down in the bottle of milk, where the cream ended. "That's the way it should be. Always not so," said he. She nodded. Then he shook the bottle to remix the separated cream and milk. "So," he cried. Then, "Ach, dummer Esel!" he muttered, striking his brow a resounding thwack with the flat of his hand. "A knife!" And he hastened to repair that omission. Susan sat at the table, took one of the fresh rolls, spread butter upon it. The day will never come for her when she cannot distinctly remember the first bite of the little sweet buttered roll, eaten in that air perfumed with the aroma of baking bread. The milk was as fine as it promised to be. She drank it from the bottle. The German watched her a while, then beckoned to his fellow workmen. They stood round, reveling in the joyful sight of this pretty hungry girl eating so happily and so heartily. "The pie," whispered one workman to another. They brought a small, freshly baked peach pie, light and crisp and brown. Susan's beautiful eyes danced. "But," she said to her first friend among the bakers, "I'm afraid I can't afford it." At this there was a loud chorus of laughter. "Eat it," said her friend. And when she had finished her rolls and butter, she did eat it. "I never tasted a pie like that," declared she. "And I like pies and can make them too." Once more they laughed, as if she had said the wittiest thing in the world. As the last mouthful of the pie was disappearing, her friend said, "Another?" "Goodness, no!" cried the girl. "I couldn't eat a bite more." but it's an apple pie." And he brought it, holding it on his big florid fat hand and turning it round to show her its full beauty. She sighed regretfully. "I simply can't," she said. "How much is what I've had?" Her friend frowned. "But you take me for hay?" demanded he with a terrible frown, so terrible he felt it to be that, fearing he had frightened her, he burst out laughing to reassure. "Oh, but I must pay," she pleaded. "I didn't come begging." "Not a cent," said her friend firmly. "I'm the boss. I won't take it," she insisted, until she saw she was hurting his feelings. Then she tried to thank him, but he would not listen to that either. "Goodbye, goodbye," he said gruffly. "I must get to work once." But she understood and went with a light heart up into the world again. He stood waist deep in the cellar. She hesitated upon the sidewalk. "Goodbye," she said with swimming eyes. "You don't know how good you've been to me." "All right, luck." He waved his hand, half turned his back on her and looked intently up the street, his eyes blinking. She went down the street, turned the first corner, dropped on a doorstep and sobbed and cried out of the fullness of her heart. When she rose to go on again, she felt stronger and gentler than she had felt since her troubles began with the quarrel over Sam Wright. A little further on she came upon a florist's shop in front of which a wagon was unloading the supply of flowers for the day's trade. She paused to look at the roses and carnations, the lilies and dahlias, the violets and verbenas and geraniums. The fast, brightening air was scented with delicate odors. She was attracted to a small geranium with many buds and 2 full-blown crimson flowers. "How much for that?" she asked a young man who seemed to be in charge. He eyed her shrewdly. "Well, I reckon about 15 cents, replied he. She took from her bosom the dollar bill wrapped round the 80 cents, gave him what he had asked. "No, you needn't tie it up," said she, as he moved to take it into the store. She went back to the bake shop. The cellar door was open, but no one was in sight. Stooping down, she called, "Mr. Baker! Mr. Baker!" The big, smooth face appeared below. She set the plant down on the top step. "For you," she said, and hurried away. On a passing streetcar, she saw the sign, Eden Park. She had heard of its beauties, of the wonderful museum there. She took the next car of the same line. A few minutes, and it was being drawn up the inclined plane toward the lofty hilltops. She had thought the air pure below. She was suddenly lifted through a dense vapor, the cloud that always lies over the lower part of the city. A moment, and she was above the cloud, was being carried through the wide, clean, tree-lined avenue of a beautiful suburb. On either side, lawns and gardens and charming houses, a hush brooding over them. Behind these walls, in comfortable beds, amid the surroundings that come to mind with the word home, lay many girls such as she, happy, secure, sheltered, girls like herself. A wave of homesickness swept over her, daunting her for a little while, but she fought it down, watched what was going on around her. "I mustn't look back. I mustn't." Nothing there for me. At the main gateway of the park she descended. There indeed was the, to her, vast building containing the treasures of art, but she had not come for that. She struck into the first bypath, sought out a grassy slope thickly studded with bushes, and laid herself down. She spread her skirts carefully so as not to muss them. She put her bundle under her head. When she awoke, the moon was shining upon her face, shining from a starry sky. She sat up, looked round in wonder. Yes, it was night again, very still, very beautiful and warm, with the air fragrant and soft. She felt intensely awake, entirely rested and full of hope. It was as if during that long, dreamless sleep her whole being had been renewed and magically borne away from the lands of shadow and pain, where it had been wandering, to a land of bright promise. O youth, youth, that bears so lightly the burden of the past, that faces so confidently the mystery of the future. She listened. heard a faint sound that moved her to investigate. Peering through the dense bushes, she discovered on the grass in the shadow of the next clump a ragged, dirty man and woman, both sound asleep and snoring gently. She watched them spellbound. The man's face was deeply shaded by his battered straw hat, but she could see the woman's face plainly, the thin, white hair, the sunken eyes and mouth, the skeleton look of old features over which the dry skin of age is tightly drawn. She gazed until the man, moving in his sleep, kicked out furiously and uttered a curse. She drew back, crawled away until she had put several clumps of bushes between her and the pair. Then she sped down and up the slopes and did not stop until she was where she could see, far below, the friendly lights of the city blinking at her through the smoky mist. She had forgotten her bundle. She did not know how to find the place where she had left it, and, had she known, she would not have dared return. This loss, however, troubled her little. Not in vain had she dwelt with the philosopher Burlingham. She seated herself on a bench and made herself comfortable. But she no longer needed sleep. She was awake, wide awake in every atom of her vigorous young body. The minutes dragged. She was impatient for the dawn to give the signal for the future to roll up its curtain. She would have gone down into the city to walk about, but she was now afraid the police would take her in, and that probably would mean going to a reformatory, for she could not give a satisfactory account of herself. True, her older way of wearing her hair, and some slight but telling changes in her dress, had made her look less the child, but she could not hope to pass for a woman full grown. The moon set. The starlight was after a long, long time succeeded by the dawn of waking birds, and of waking city too, for up from below rose an ever louder roar like a rising storm. In her restless rovings, she came upon a fountain. She joined the birds making a toilet in its basin, and patterned after them washed her face and hands, dried them on a handkerchief she by great good luck had put into her stocking, smoothed her hair, her dress. And still the sense of unreality persisted, cast its friendly spell over this child woman, suddenly caught up from the quietest of quiet lives and whirled into a dizzy vortex of strange events, without parallel, or similitude even, in anything she had ever known. If anyone had suddenly asked her who she was, and she had tried to recall, she would have felt as if trying to remember a dream. Sutherland, a faint, faint dream, and the showboat also. Spencer, a romantic dream or a first installment of a love story read in some stray magazine. Burlingham, the theatrical agent, the young man of the previous afternoon. The news of the death that left her quite alone. All a dream, a tumbled, jumbled dream, all passed with the night and the awakening. In her youth in perfect health, refreshed by the long sleep, gladdened by the bright new day, she was as irresponsible as the merry birds chattering and flinging the water about at the opposite side of the fountain's basin. She was now glad she had lost her bundle. Without it, her hands were free, both hands free to take whatever might offer next. And she was eager to see what that would be, and hopeful about it, no more than hopeful, confident. Burlingham, aided by those highly favorable surroundings of the showboat and of the vagabond life thereafter, had developed in her that gambler's spirit which had enabled him to play year after year of losing hands with unabating courage, the spirit that animates all the brave souls whose deeds awe the docile, conventional, craven masses of mankind. Leisurely as a truant, she tramped back toward the city, pausing to observe anything that chanced to catch her eye. At the moment of her discovery of the difference between her and most girls, there had begun a cleavage between her and the social system. And now she felt as if she were of one race and the rest of the world of another and hostile race. She did not realize it, but she had taken the first great step along the path that leads to distinction or destruction. For the world either obeys or tramples into dust those who, in whatever way, have a lot apart from the common. She was free from the bonds of convention, free to soar or to sink. Her way toward the city, lay along a slowly descending street that had been, not so very long before, a country road. Block after block there were grassy fields, intersected by streets, as if city had attempted a conquest of country and had abandoned it. Again the vacant lots were disfigured with the ruins of a shanty or by dreary dump heaps. For long stretches the way was built up only on one side. The houses were for the most part tenement, with small and unprosperous shops or saloons on the ground floor. Toward the foot of the hill, where the line of tenements was continuous on either side, she saw a sign, restaurant, projecting over the sidewalk. When she reached it, she paused and looked in. A narrow window and a narrow open door gave a full view of the tiny room with its 2 rows of plain tables. Near the window was a small counter with a case containing cakes and pies and rolls. With back to the window sat a pretty tow-headed girl of about her own age, reading. Susan, close to the window, saw that the book was Owen Meredith's Lucille, one of her own favorites. She could even read the words, "The ways they are many and wide, and seldom are 2 ways the same." She entered. The girl glanced up, with eyes slowly changing from faraway dreaminess to present and practical pleasant blue eyes with lashes and brows of the same color as the thick, neatly done yellowish hair. "Could I get a glass of milk and a roll?" asked Susan, a modest demand, indeed, on behalf of a growing girl's appetite 24 hours unsatisfied. The blonde girl smiled, showing a clean mouth with excellent teeth. "We sell the milk for 5 cents, the rolls 3 for a nickel." "Then I'll take milk and 3 rolls," said Susan. "May I sit at a table? I'll not spoil it." "Sure, sit down. That's what the tables are for." And the girl closed the book, putting a chromo card in it to mark her place, and stirred about to serve the customer. Susan took the table nearest the door, took the seat facing the light. The girl set before her a plate, a knife and fork, a little form of butter, a tall glass of milk, and 3 small rolls in a large saucer. "You're up and out early," she said to Susan. On one of those inexplicable impulses of frankness, Susan replied, "I've been sleeping in the park." The girl had made the remark merely to be polite and was turning away. As Susan's reply penetrated to her inattentive mind, she looked sharply at her, eyes opening wonderingly. "Did you get lost? Are you a stranger in town? Why didn't you ask someone to take you in?" The girl reflected, realized. "That's so," said she. "I never thought of it before. Yes, that is so. It must be dreadful not to have any place to go." She gazed at Susan with admiring eyes. "Weren't you afraid up in the park?" "No," replied Susan. "I hadn't anything anybody'd want to steal. But some man might have." The girl left it to Susan's imagination to finish the sentence. "I hadn't anything to steal," repeated Susan with a kind of cynical melancholy remotely suggestive of Mabel Connemora. The restaurant girl retired behind the counter to reflect, while Susan began upon her meager breakfast with the deliberation of one who must coax a little to go a great ways. Presently the girl said, "Where are you going to sleep tonight?" "Oh, that's a long ways off," replied the apt pupil of the happy-go-lucky houseboat show. "I'll find a place, I guess." The girl looked thoughtfully toward the street. "I was wondering," she said after a while, "what I'd do if I was to find myself out in the street with no money and nowhere to go. Are you looking for something to do?" "Do you know of anything?" asked Susan, interested at once. "Nothing worthwhile. There's a box factory down on the next square, but only a girl that lives at home can work there. Pa says the day's coming when women'll be like men, work at everything and get the same wages, but it isn't so now. A girl's got to get married." Such a strange expression came over Susan's face that the waitress looked apologetic and hastened to explain herself. "I don't much mind the idea of getting married," said she, "only I'm afraid I can never get the kind of a man I'd want. The boys round here leave school before the girls, so the girls are better educated." and then they feel above the boys of their own class, except those boys. That you're beginning to get up in the world, and those kind of boys want some girl who's above them and can help them up. It's dreadful to be above the people you know and not good enough for the people you'd like to know. Susan was not impressed. She could not understand why the waitress spoke with so much feeling. "Well," said she, pausing before beginning on the last roll, "I don't care so long as I find something to do." "There's another thing," complained the waitress. "If you work in a store, you can't get wages enough to live on, and you learn things and want to live better and better all the time. It makes you miserable, and you can't marry the men who work at nice refined labor because they don't make enough to marry on. And if you work in a factory or as a servant, why all but the commonest kind of men look down on you. You may get wages enough to live on, but you can't marry or get up in the world." "You're very ambitious, aren't you?" "Indeed I am. I don't want to be in the working class." She was leaning over the counter now, and her blonde face was expressing deep discontent and scorn. "I hate working people. All of them who have any sense look down on themselves and wish they could get something respectable to do." "Oh, you don't mean that," protested Susan. "Any kind of work's respectable if it's honest." "You can say that," retorted the girl. "You don't belong in our class. You were brought up different. You are a lady." Susan shrank and grew crimson. The other girl did not see. She went on crossly. "Upper-class people always talk about how fine it is to be an honest workingman, but that's all rot. Let 'em try it a while, and Pa says it'll never be straightened out till everybody has to work." What does your father do?" "He was a cabinet maker." Then one of the other men tipped over a big chest, and his right hand was crushed to pieces, so he wasn't able to work anymore. "But he's mighty smart in his brains. It's the kind you can't make any money out of. He has read most everything. The trouble with Pa was he had too much heart. He wasn't mean enough to try and get ahead of the other workmen and rise to be a boss over them and grind them down to make money for the proprietor. So he stayed on at the bench. He was a first-class cabinet maker. The better a man is as a workman, and the nicer he is as a man, the harder it is for him to get up. Pa was too good at his trade and too soft-hearted. Won't you have another glass of milk?" "No, thank you," said Susan. She was still hungry, but it alarmed her to think of taking more than 10 cents from her hoard. "Are you going to ask for work at the box factory?" "I'm afraid they wouldn't take me. I don't know how to make boxes." "Oh, that's nothing," assured the restaurant girl. "It's the easiest kind of work, but then an educated person can pick up most any trade in a few days, well enough to get along. They'll make you a paster at first. How much does that pay? He'll offer you $2.50 a week, but you must make him give you 3. That's right for beginners. Then, if you stay on and work hard, you'll be raised to 4 after 6 months. The highest pays $3, said Susan. "How much can I rent a room for?" The restaurant girl looked at her pityingly. "Oh, you can't afford a room. You'll have to club in with 3 other girls and take a room together and cook your meals yourselves, turn about." Susan tried not to show how gloomy this prospect seemed. "I'll try," said she. She paid the 10 cents. Her new acquaintance went with her to the door, pointed out the huge bare wooden building, displaying in great letters, J. C. Matson paper boxes. "You apply at the office," said the waitress. "There'll be a fat black-complected man in his shirt with his suspenders let down off his shoulders. He'll be fresh with you. He used to be a working man himself, so he hasn't any respect for working people, but he doesn't mean any harm. He isn't like a good many. He lets his girls alone." Susan had not got far when the waitress came running after her. "Won't you come back and let me know how you made out?" she asked, a little embarrassed. "I hope you don't think I'm fresh." "I'll be glad to come," Susan assured her, and their eyes met in a friendly glance. "If you don't find a place to go, why not come in with me? I've got only a very little bit of a room, but it's as big and a lot cleaner than any you'll find with the factory girls." "But I haven't any money," said Susan regretfully, "and I couldn't take anything without paying. You could pay $2.50 a week and eat in with us. We couldn't afford to give you much for that, but it'd be better than what you'd get the other way." "But you can't afford to do that." The restaurant girl's mind was aroused, was working fast and well. "You can help in the restaurant of evenings," she promptly replied. "I'll tell Ma you are so pretty you'll draw trade, and I'll explain that you used to go to school with me and have lost your father and mother. My name's Etta Brashear." "Mine's Lorna Sackville," said Susan, blushing. "I'll come after a while, and we'll talk about what to do. I may not get a place." "Oh, you'll get it." He has hard work finding girls. Factories usually pay more than stores because the work's more looked down on. The Lord knows it's hard to think how anything could be more looked down on than a sales lady. I don't see why you bother about those things. What do they matter? Why, everybody bothers about them. But you don't understand. You were born a lady, and you'll always feel you've got social standing, and people feel that way too. "But I wasn't," said Susan earnestly. "Indeed I wasn't. I was born a nobody. I can't tell you, but I'm just nobody. I haven't even got a name." Etta, as romantic as the next young girl, was only the more fascinated by the now thrillingly mysterious stranger, so pretty, so sweet, with such beautiful manners and strangely outcast, no doubt from some family of high folks. "You'll be sure to come? You won't disappoint me?" Susan kissed Etta. Etta embraced Susan, her cheeks flushed, her eyes brilliant. "I've taken an awful fancy to you," she said. "I haven't ever had an intimate lady friend. I don't care for the girls round here. They're so fresh and common. Ma brought me up refined. She's not like the ordinary working-class woman." It hurt Susan deeply why she could not have quite explained to hear Etta talk in this fashion. And in spite of herself, her tone was less friendly as she said, "I'll come when I find out." Chapter 19. In the office of the factory, Susan found the man Etta described. He was seated, or rather, was sprawled before an open and overflowing roll-top desk, his collar and cuffs off and his coat and waistcoat also. His feet broad, thick feet with knots at the great toe joints, bulging his shoes, were hoisted upon the leaf of the desk. Susan's charms of person and manner so wrought upon him that, during the exchange of preliminary questions and answers, he slowly took down first one foot then the other, and readjusted his once muscular, but now loose and pudgy body, into a less loaferish posture. He was as unconscious as she of the cause and meaning of these movements. Had he awakened to what he was doing, he would probably have been angered against himself and against her, and the direction of Susan Lennox's life would certainly have been changed. Those who fancy the human animal is in the custody of some conscious and predetermining destiny think with their vanity rather than with their intelligence. A careful look at any day or even hour of any life reveals the inevitable influence of sheer accidents, most of them trivial. And these accidents, often the most trivial, most powerfully determine not only the direction, but also the degree and kind of force, what characteristics shall develop and what shall dwindle. "You seem to have a nut on you," said the box manufacturer at the end of the examination. "I'll start you at thir." Susan, thus suddenly placed in the world and ticketed with a real value, was so profoundly excited that she could not even make a stammering attempt at expressing gratitude. "Do your work well," continued Matson, "and you'll have a good steady job with me till you get some nice young fellow to support you. Stand the boys off. Don't let 'em touch you till you're engaged, and not much then till the preacher said the word." "Thank you," said Susan, trying to look grave. She was fascinated by his curious habit of scratching himself as he talked head, ribs, arm, legs, the backs of his red hairy hands. "Stand 'em off," pursued the boxmaker, scratching his ribs and nodding his huge head vigorously. "That's the way my wife got me. It's pull dick, pull devil with the gals and the boys, and the gal that's stiff with the men gets a home, while her that ain't goes to the streets. I always gives my gals a word of good advice, and many a one I've saved. There's mighty few preachers does as much good as me." "When can you go to work?" Susan reflected. With heightened color and a slight stammer, she said, "I've got something to do this afternoon if you'll let me. Can I come in the morning?" "7 sharp. We take off a cent a minute up to a quarter of an hour. If you're later than that, you get dot for the day, and no excuses. I didn't climb to the prov. Top from spittoon cleaner in a saloon 15 years ago by being an easy mark for my hands." "I'll come at 7 in the morning," said Susan. "Do you live far?" "I'm going to live just up the street." "That's right. It adds 10 cents a day to your wages, the 10 you'll save in car fare, 60 cents a week." And Matson beamed and scratched, as if he felt he had done a generous act. "Who are you living with? Respectable, I hope." "With Miss Brazier, I think." "Oh, yes, Tom Brazier's gal. They're nice people. Tom's an honest fellow, used to make good money till he had his hard luck. Him and me used to work together. But he never could seem to learn that it ain't workin' for yourself, but making others work for you that climbs a man up. I never was much as a worker. I was always thinking out ways of making people work for me, and here I am at the top. And where's Tom?" "Well, run along now. What's your name?" "Lorna Sackville." "Lorny." He burst into a loud guffaw. "Lord, what a name! Sounds like a theater. 7 sharp, Lorny. So long." Susan nodded with laughing eyes, thanked him, and departed. She glanced up the street, saw Etta standing in the door of the restaurant. Etta did not move from her own doorway, though she was showing every sign of anxiety and impatience. "I can't leave even for a minute so near the dinner hour," she explained when Susan came, "or I'd a been outside the factory, and Ma's got to stick to the kitchen." "I see you got a job. How much?" "3," replied Susan. "He must have offered it to you," said Etta, laughing. "I thought about it after you were gone, and I knew you'd take whatever he said first. Oh, I've been so scared something happened. I do want you as my lady friend." "Was he fresh?" "Not a bit. He was very nice." "Well, he ought to be nice. As Pa says, getting richer and richer, and driving the girls he robs to marry men they hate or to pick up a living in the gutter." Susan felt that she owed her benefactor a strong protest. "Maybe I'm foolish," said she, "but I'm awful glad he's got that place and can give me work." Etta was neither convinced nor abashed. "You don't understand things in our class," replied she. "Pa says it was the kind of grateful thinking and talking you've just done that's made him poor in his old age. He says you've either got to whip or be whipped, rob or be robbed, and that the really good, honest people are the fools who take the losing side. But he says, too, he'd rather be a fool and a failure than stoop to stamping on his fellow beings and robbing them." "And I guess he's right there," Etta laughed, "though I'll admit I'd hate to be tempted with a chance to get up by stepping on somebody." She sighed. "And sometimes I can't help wishing Pa had done some tramping and stamping. Why not? That's all. Most people are fit for to be tramped and stamped on. Now, don't look so shocked. You don't understand. Wait till you've been at work a while." Susan changed the subject. "I'm going to work at 7 in the morning. I might as well have gone today. I had a kind of an engagement I thought I was going to keep, but I've about decided I won't." Etta watched with awe and delight the mysterious look in Susan's suddenly flushed face and abstracted eyes. After a time, she ventured to interrupt with, "You'll try living with us. If you're quite sure, did you talk to your mother?" "Mother'll be crazy about you. She wants anything that'll make me more contented." "Oh, I do get so lonesome." Mrs. Brashear, a spare woman, much bent by monotonous work which, however, had not bent her courage or her cheerfulness, made Susan feel at home immediately in the little flat. The tenement was of rather a superior class, but to Susan it seemed full of noisome smells, and she was offended by the halls littered with evidences of the uncleanness of the tenants. She did not then realize that the apparent superior cleanness and neatness of the better-off classes was really in large part only affected that their secluded back doors and back ways gave them opportunity to hide their uncivilized habits from the world that saw only the front. However, once inside the Brazier flat, she had an instant rise of spirits. "Isn't this nice?" exclaimed she as Etta showed her, at a glance from the sitting room, the 5 small but scrupulously clean rooms. "I like it here." Etta reddened, glanced at her for signs of mockery, saw that she was in earnest. "I'm afraid it's better to look at than to live in," she began, then decided against saying anything discouraging. "It seems cramped to us," said she, "after the house we had till a couple of years ago. I guess we'll make out somehow." The family paid $20 a month for the flat. The restaurant earned $12 to $15 a week, and the son, Ashbel, stocky, powerful, and stupid, had a steady job as porter at $10 a week. He gave his mother $7, as he had a room to himself and an enormous appetite. He talked of getting married. If he did marry, the family finances would be in disorder. But his girl had high ideas, being the daughter of a grocer who fancied himself still an independent merchant, though he was in fact the even more poorly paid selling agent of the various food products trusts. She had fixed 20 a week as the least on which she would marry. His prospects of any such raise were luckily for his family extremely remote, for he had nothing but physical strength to sell, and the price of physical strength alone was going down, under immigrant competition, not only in actual wages like any other form of wage labor, but also in nominal wages. Altogether, the Brashears were in excellent shape for a tenement family, were better off than upwards of 90% of the families of prosperous and typical Cincinnati. While it was true that old Tom Brashear drank, it was also true that he carefully limited himself to $2 a week. While it was true that he could not work at his trade, and apparently did little but sit round and talk usually high above his audience, nevertheless, he was the actual head of the family and its chief breadwinner. It was his savings that were invested in the restaurant. He bought the supplies and was shrewd and intelligent about that vitally important department of the business, the department whose mismanagement and domestic economy is, next to drink, the main cause of failure and pauperism, of sickness, of premature disability, of those profound discouragements that lead to despair. Also, old Brazier had the sagacity and the nagging habit that are necessary to keeping people and things up to the mark. He had ideas, practical ideas, as well as ideals far above his station. But for him, the housekeeping would have been in the familiar tenement fashion of slovenliness and filth, and the family would have been neat only on Sundays, and only on the surface then. Because he had the habit of speaking of himself as useless, as done for, as a drag, as one lingering on when he ought to be dead, his family and all the neighborhood thought of him in that way. Although intelligence, indeed virtue of every kind, is expected of tenement house people and is needed by them beyond any other condition of humanity, they are unfortunately merely human, are tainted of all human weaknesses. They lack, for instance, discrimination. So it never occurred to them that Tom Brazier was the sole reason why the Brashears lived better than any of the other families and yielded less to the ferocious and incessant downward pressure. But for one thing, the Brashears would have been going up in the world. That thing was old Tom's honesty. The restaurant gave good food and honest measure. Therefore the margin of profit was narrow, too narrow. He knew what was the matter. He mocked at himself for being such a weak fool, when everybody else with the opportunity and the intelligence was getting on by yielding to the compulsion of the iron rule of dishonesty in business. But he remained honest, therefore, remained in the working class, instead of rising among its exploiters. "If I didn't drink, I'd kill myself," said old Tom to Susan, when he came to know her well and to feel that from her he could get, not the mere blind admiration the family gave him, but understanding and sympathy. "Whenever anybody in the working class has any imagination," he explained, "he either kicks his way out of it into capitalist or into criminal, or else he takes to drink. I ain't mean enough to be either a capitalist or a criminal, so I've got to drink." Susan only too soon began to appreciate from her own experience what he meant. In the first few days the novelty pleased her, made her think she was going to be contented. The new friends and acquaintances, different from any she had known, the new sights, the new way of living, all this interested her, even when it shocked one or many of her senses and sensibilities. But the novelty of folding and pasting boxes, of the queer new kind of girls who worked with her, hardly survived into the second week. She saw that she was among the people where the highest known standard, the mode of life regarded by them as the acme of elegance and bliss, the best they could conceive, was far, far below what she had been brought up to believe the scantest necessities of respectable and civilized living. She saw this life from the inside now, as the comfortable classes never permit themselves to see it if they can avoid. She saw that to be a contented working girl, to look forward to the prospect of being a working man's wife, a tenement housekeeper and mother, a woman must have been born to it, and born with little brains must have been educated for it and for nothing else. Etta was bitterly discontented, yet after all, it was a vague, endurable discontent. She had simply heard of and dreamed of, and from afar off, chiefly through novels and poems and the theater, had glimpsed a life that was broader, that had comfort and luxury, people with refined habits and manners. Susan had not merely heard of such a life, she had lived it and no other. Always of the thoughtful temperament, she had been rapidly developed first by Burlingham and now by Tom Brazier, had been taught not only how to think, but also how to gather the things to think about. With a few exceptions, the girls at the factory were woefully unclean about their persons. Susan did not blame them, she only wondered at Etta the more, and grew to admire her and the father who held the whole family up to the mark, for, in spite of the difficulties of getting clean, without bathtub, without any but the crudest and cheapest appliances for cleanliness, without any leisure time, Etta kept herself in perfect order. The showboat and the quarters at the hotel had been trying to Susan, but they had seemed an adventure, a temporary passing phase, a sort of somewhat prolonged camping out lark. Now she was settled down to live, apparently for the rest of her life, with none of the comforts, with few of the decencies. What Etta and her people, using all their imagination, would have pictured as the pinnacle of luxury would have been for Susan a small and imperfect part of what she had been bred to regard as living decently. She suspected that, but for Etta's example, she would be yielding, at least in the matter of cleanliness, when the struggle against dirt was so unequal, was thankless. Discouragement became her frequent mood. She wondered if the time would not come when it would be her fixed habit, as it was with all but a handful of those about her. Sometimes she and Etta walked in the quarter at the top of the hill, where lived the families of prosperous merchants' establishments, a little larger, a little more pretentious than her Uncle George's in Sutherland, but on the whole much like it, the houses of the solid middle class, which fancies itself grandly luxurious, where it is in fact merely comfortable, in a crude, unimaginative way. Susan was one of those who are born with the instinct and mental bent for luxurious comfort. Also, she had the accompanying peculiar talent for assimilating ideas about food and dress and surroundings from books and magazines, from the study of well-dressed people in the street, from glances into luxurious interiors, through windows or open doors as she passed by. She saw with even quicker and more intelligently critical eyes the new thing, the good idea, the improvement on what she already knew. Etta's excitement over these commonplace rich people amused her. She herself, on the wings of her daring young fancy, could soar into a realm of luxury, of beauty, and exquisite comfort that made these self-complacent mansions seem very ordinary indeed. It was no drag upon her fancy, but the reverse, that she was sharing a narrow bed and a narrow room in a humble and tiny tenement flat. On one of these walks, Etta confided to her the only romance of her life, therefore the real cause of her deep discontent. It was a young man from one of these houses, a flirtation lasting about a year. She assured Susan it was altogether innocent. Susan, perhaps chiefly because Etta protested so insistently about her unsullied purity, had her doubts. "Then," said Etta, "when I saw that he didn't care anything about me, except in one way I didn't see him any more, I've been sorry ever since." Susan did not offer the hoped-for sympathy. She was silent. "Did you ever have anything like that happen to you?" inquired Etta. "Yes," said Susan. "Something like that? And what did you do?" "I didn't want to see him any more." "Why?" "I don't know exactly." "And you like him?" "I think I would have liked him." "You're sorry you stopped?" "Sometimes," replied she, hesitatingly. She was beginning to be afraid that she would soon be sorry all the time. Every day the war within burst forth afresh. She reproached herself for her growing hatred of her life. Ought she not to be grateful that she had so much that she was not one of a squalid quartet in a foul, vermin-infested back bedroom, infested instead of only occasionally visited, that she was not a street-walker, diseased, prowling in all weathers, the prey of the coarse humors of contemptuous and usually drunken beasts, that she was not living where everyone about her would, by pity or out of spitefulness, tear open the wounds of that hideous brand which had been put upon her at birth. Above all, she ought to be thankful that she was not Jed Ferguson's wife. But her efforts to make herself resigned and contented to kill her doubts as to the goodness of goodness were not successful. She had Tom Bragier's ungrateful nature, the nature that will not let a man or a woman stay in the class of hewers of wood and drawers of water, but drives him or her out of it, and up or down. "You're one of those that things happen to," the old cabinet-maker said to her on a September evening as they sat on the sidewalk in front of the restaurant. The tenements had discharged their swarms into the hot street, and there was that lively panorama of dirt and disease and depravity which is fascinating to unaccustomed eyes. "Yes," said Tom, "things'll happen to you." "What, for instance?" she asked. "God only knows. You'll up and do something some day. You're settin' here just to grow wings. Some day swish, and off you'll soar. It's a pity you was born female. Still there's a lot of female that gets up. Come to think of it, I guess sex don't matter. It's happened the soul and mighty few of either sex has it." "Oh, I'm like everybody else," said the girl with an impatient sigh. "I dream, but it doesn't come to anything." "No, you ain't like everybody else," retorted he, with a positive shake of his finely shaped head, thatched superbly with white hair. "You ain't afraid, for instance. That's the principal sign of a great soul, I guess." "Oh, but I am afraid," cried Susan. "I've only lately found out what a coward I am." "You think you are," said the cabinet-maker. "There's them that's afraid to do and don't do. Then there's them that's afraid to do but goes ahead and does anyhow. That's you. I don't know where you came from. Oh, I heard Etta's accounting for you to her ma. But that's neither here nor there. I don't know where you come from, and I don't know where you're going. But you ain't afraid, and you have imagination, and those two signs mean something doing." Susan shook her head dejectedly. It had been a cruelly hard day at the factory, and the odors from the girls working on either side of her had all but overwhelmed her. Old Tom nodded with stronger emphasis. "You're too young yet," he said, "and not licked into shape. But wait a while, you'll get there." Susan hoped so, but doubted it. There was no time to work at these large problems of destiny when the daily grind was so compelling, so wearing, when the problems of bare food, clothing and shelter took all there was in her. For example, there was the matter of clothes. She had come with only what she was wearing. She gave the Brashears every Saturday $2.50 of her $3 and was ashamed of herself for taking so much for so little when she learned about the cost of living and how different was the food the Brashears had from that of any other family in those quarters. As soon as she had saved $4 from her wages, it took nearly 2 months. She bought the necessary materials and made herself 2 plain outer skirts, 3 blouses and 3 pairs of drawers. Chemises and corset covers she could not afford. She bought a pair of shoes for $1, 2 pairs of stockings for 30 cents, a corset for 80 cents, an umbrella for half $1, 2 underwaists for $1. She bought an untrimmed hat for 35 cents and trimmed it with the cleaned ribbon from her summer sailor and a leftover bit of skirt material. She also made herself a jacket that had to serve as wrap too, and the materials for this took the surplus of her wages for another month. The cold weather had come, and she had to walk fast when she was in the open air, not to be chilled to the bone. Her Aunt Fanny had been one of those women, not too common in America, who understand and practice genuine economy in the household, not the shabby stinginess that passes for economy, but the laying out of money to the best advantage that comes only when one knows values. This training stood Susan in good stead now. It saved her from disaster, from disintegration. She and Etta did some washing every night, hanging the things on the fire escape to dry. In this way she was able to be clean, but in appearance she looked as poor as she was. She found a cobbler who kept her shoes in fair order for a few cents, but nothing was right about them soon, except that they were not down at the heel. She could recall how she had often wondered why the poor girls at Sutherland showed so little taste, looked so dowdy. She wondered at her own stupidity, at the narrowness of an education, such as hers had been, an education that left her ignorant of the conditions of life as it was lived by all but a lucky few of her fellow beings. How few the lucky! What an amazing world! What a strange creation, the human race! How was it possible that the lucky few, among whom she had been born and bred, should know so little, really nothing, about the lot of the vast mass of their fellows, living all around them, close up against them? If I had only known, she thought. And then she reflected that, if she had known, pleasure would have been impossible. She could see her bureau drawers, her closets at home. She had thought herself not any too well off. Now, how luxurious, how stuffed with shameful, wasteful, unnecessaries those drawers and closets seemed. And merely to keep herself in underclothes that were at least not in tatters, she had to spend every cent over and above her board. If she had had to pay car fare 10 cents a day, 60 cents a week, as did many of the girls who lived at home, she would have been ruined. She understood now why every girl without a family back of her, and without good prospect of marriage, was revolving the idea of becoming a streetwalker, not as a hope, but as a fear. As she learned to observe more closely, she found good reasons for suspecting that from time to time the girls who became too hard-pressed relieved the tension by taking to the streets on Saturday and Sunday nights. She read in the commercial one. Noom. Mr. Matson sometimes left his paper where she could glance through it. She read an article on working girls, how they were seduced to lives of shame by love of finery. Then she read that those who did not fall were restrained by religion and innate purity. There she laughed bitterly. Fear of disease, fear of maternity, yes. But where was this religion? Who but the dullest fools in the throes of that bare and tortured life ever thought of God? As for the purity, what about the obscene talk that made her shudder because of its sheer filthy stupidity? What about the frank shamelessness of the efforts to lure their steadies into speedy matrimony by using every charm of caress and of person to inflame passion without satisfying it? She had thought she knew about the relations of the sexes when she came to live and work in that tenement quarter. Soon her knowledge had seemed ignorance beside the knowledge of the very babies. It was a sad, sad puzzle. If one ought to be good, chaste, and clean in mind and body, then why was there the most tremendous pressure on all but a few to make them as foul as the surroundings in which they were compelled to live? If it was wiser to be good, then why were most people imprisoned in a life from which they could escape only by being bad? What was this thing comfortable people had set up as good anyhow, and what was bad? She found no answer. How could God condemn anyone for anything they did in the torments of the hell that life revealed itself to her as being, after a few weeks of its moral, mental, and physical horrors? Etta's father was right. Those who realized what life really was and what it might be, those who were sensitive, took to drink or went to pieces some other way. If they were gentle and if they were cruel, committed any brutality, any crime to try to escape. In former days, Susan thought well of charity as she had been taught. Old Tom Brazier gave her a different point of view. One day he insulted and drove from the tenement some pious, charitable people who had come down from the fashionable hilltop to be good and gracious to their less fashionable fellow beings. After they had gone, he explained his harshness to Susan. "That's the only way you can make them slicked-up brutes feel," said he. "They're so thick in the hide and satisfied with themselves. What do they come here for? To do good, yes, to themselves, to make themselves feel how generous and sweet they was. Well, they'd better go home and read their Russia leather-covered Bibles. They'd find out that when God wanted to really do something for man, he didn't have himself created a king or a plutocrat or a fat, slimy church deacon in a fashionable church. No, he had himself born a bastard in a manger." Susan shivered, for the truth thus put sounded like sacrilege. Then a glow of pride and of hope, swept through her. "If you ever get up into another class," went on old Tom, "don't come hanging round the common people you'll be livin' off of and helpin' to grind down. Stick to your own class. That's the only place anybody can do any good, any real helpin' and lovin', man to man and woman to woman. If you want to help anybody that's down, pull him up into your class first. Stick to your class, you'll find plenty to do there." "What, for instance?" asked Susan. She understood a little of what he had in mind, but was still puzzled. "Them stall-fed fakers I just threw out," the old man went on. "They come here actin' as if this was the Middle Ages and the lord of the castle was doin' a fine thing when he went down among the low peasants who'd been made by God to work for the lords. But this ain't the Middle Ages. What's the truth about it?" "I don't know," confessed Susan. "Why, the big lower class is poorer because the little upper class takes away from 'em and eats up all they toil and slave to make. Oh, it ain't the upper class's fault. They do it because they're ignorant more'n, because they're bad, just as what goes on down here is ignorance more'n badness. But they do it, all the same. And they're ignorant and need to be told. Supposin' you saw a big girl out yonder in the street beatin' her baby sister. What would you do? Would you go and hold out little pieces of candy to the baby and say how sorry you was for her? Or would you first grab hold of that big sister and throw her away from beatin' of the baby?" "I see," said Susan. "That's it exactly," exclaimed the old man in triumph. "And I say to them, pious charity fakers, get the hell out of here where you can't do no good. Get back to your own class that makes all this misery, makes it faster'n all the religion and charity in the world could help it. Get back to your own class and work with them, and teach them and make them stop robbin' and beatin' the baby." "Yes," said the girl, "you are right. I see it now. But, Mr. Brashear, they meant well." "The hell they did," retorted the old man. "If they'd had love in their hearts, they'd have seen the truth. Love's one of the greatest teachers in the world. If they'dn't meant well, they'd been goin' round teachin' and preachin' and prayin' at their friends and fathers and brothers, the plutocrats. They'd never come down here pretendin' they was doin' good, killin' one bedbug out of 10 million and offerin' one pair of good pants where 100,000 pairs is needed. They'd better go read about themselves in their Bible what Jesus says. He knew 'em, he belonged to us, and they crucified him. The horrors of that by no means lowest tenement region, its horrors for a girl bred as Susan had been. Horrors moral, horrors mental, horrors physical above all, the physical horrors. For worse to her than the dull wits and the lack of education, worse than vile speech and gesture, was the hopeless battle against dirt, against the vermin that could crawl everywhere and did. She envied the ignorant and the insensible their lack of consciousness of their own plight, like the disemboweled horse that eats tranquilly on. At first, she had thought her unhappiness came from her having been used to better things, that if she had been born to this life she would have been content, gay at times. Soon she learned that laughter does not always mean mirth, that the ignorant do not lack the power to suffer simply because they lack the power to appreciate, that the diseases, the bent bodies, the harrowed faces, the drunkenness, quarreling, fighting, were safer guides to the real conditions of these people than their occasional guffaws and fits of horseplay. A woman from the hilltop came in a carriage to see about a servant on her way. Through the hall she cried out, "Gracious! Why don't these lazy creatures clean up, when soap costs so little and water nothing at all?" Susan heard, was moved to face her fiercely, but restrained herself. Of what use? How could the woman understand if she heard, "But you fool, where are we to get the time to clean up, and where the courage? And would soap enough to clean up and keep clean cost so little when every penny means a drop of blood?" "If they only couldn't drink so much," said Susan to Tom. "What then?" retorted he. "Why, pretty soon wages be cut faster than they was when streetcar fares went down from 10 cents to 5. Whenever the workin' people arrange to live cheaper and to try to save something, down goes wages. No, they might as well drink. It helps 'em bear it and winds 'em up sooner. I tell ye, it ain't the workin' people's fault is the bosses now. It's the system, a new form of slavery, this here wage system, and it's got to go like the slaveholder that looked so copper-riveted and Bible-backed in its day. That idea of the system was beyond Susan, but not what her eyes saw, and her ears heard, and her nose smelled, and her sense of touch shrank from. No ambition, and no reason for ambition. No real knowledge, and no chance to get any, neither the leisure, nor the money, nor the teachers. No hope, and no reason for hope. No God, and no reason for a God. Ideas beyond her years, beyond her comprehension, were stirring in her brain, were making her grave and thoughtful. She was accumulating a store of knowledge about life. She was groping for the clue to its mystery, for the missing fact or facts which would enable her to solve the puzzle, to see what its lessons were for her. Sometimes her heavy heart told her that the mystery was plain and the lesson easy, hopelessness. For of all the sadness about her, of all the tragedies, so sordid and unromantic, the most tragic was the hopelessness. It would be impossible to conceive people worse off. It would be impossible to conceive these people better off. They were such a multitude that only they could save themselves, and they had no intelligence to appreciate, no desire to impel. If their miseries, miseries to which they had fallen heir at birth, had made them what they were, it was also true that they were what they were, hopeless, down to the babies playing in the filth. An unscalable cliff. At the top, in pleasant lands, lived the comfortable classes. At the bottom lived the masses, and while many came whirling down from the top, how few found their way up! On the Saturday night, Ashbel came home with the news that his wages had been cut to $7, and the restaurant had been paying steadily less, as the hard times grew harder, and the cost of unadulterated and wholesome food mounted higher and higher. As the family sat silent and stupefied, old Tom looked up from his paper, fixed his keen, mocking eyes on Susan. "I see, here," said he. that we are so rich that they want to raise the president's salary so as he can entertain decently and to build palaces at foreign courts so as our representatives live worthy of us. Chapter 20. On Monday at the lunch hour, or rather half hour, Susan ventured in to see the boss. Matson had too recently sprung from the working class and was too ignorant of everything outside his business to have made radical changes in his habits. He smoked 5-cent cigars instead of twofers. He ate larger quantities of food, did not stint himself in beer or in treating his friends in the evenings down at Wheelard's beer garden. Also, he wore a somewhat better quality of clothing, but he looked precisely what he was. Like all the working class above the pauper line, he made a Sunday toilet, the chief features of which were the weekly bath and the weekly clean white shirt. Thus, it being only Monday morning, he was looking notably clean when Susan entered and was morally wound up to a higher key than he would be as the week wore on. At sight of her, his feet on the leaf of the desk wavered, then became inert. It would not do to put on manners with any of the hands. Thanks to the bath, he was not exuding his usual odor that comes from bolting much strong, cheap food. "Well, Lorny, what's the kick?" inquired he with his amiable grin. His rise in the world never for an instant ceased to be a source of delight to him. It and a perfect digestion kept him in a good humor all the time. "I want to know," stammered Susan, "if you can't give me a little more money." He laughed, eyeing her approvingly. Her clothing was that of the working girl, but in her face was the look never found in those born to the modern form of slavery wage servitude. If he had been cultured, he might have compared her to an enslaved princess, though in fact that expression of her courageous violet gray eyes and sensitive mouth could never have been in the face of princess bred to the enslaving routine of the most conventional of conventional lives. It could come only from sheer erectness of spirit, the exclusive birthright of the sons and daughters of democracy. "More money," he chuckled. "You have got a nerve when factories are shutting down everywhere and working people are tramping the streets in droves." "I do about 1/4 more than the best hands you've got," replied Susan, made audacious by necessity. "And I'll agree to throw in my lunchtime. Let me see, how much do you get?" $3. "And you aren't living at home. You must have a hard time. Not much over for diamonds, eh?" "You want to hustle round and get married, Lorny. Looks don't last long when a gal works, but you're holding out better'n them that gats and dances all night. I help at the restaurant in the evening to piece out my board. I'm pretty tired. When I get a chance to go to bed, I'll bet. So, you want more money. I've been watching you. I watch all my gals, I have to keep weeding out the fast ones. I won't have no bad examples in my place. As soon as I catch a gal living beyond her wages, I give her the bounce." Susan lowered her eyes and her cheeks burned, not because Matson was frankly discussing the frivolous subject of sex. Another girl might have affected the air of distressed modesty, but it would have been affectation, pure and simple, as in those regions all were used to hearing the frankest, vilest things, and we do not blush at what we are used to hearing. Still, the tenement female sex is as full of affectation as is the sex elsewhere. But Susan, the curiously self-unconscious, was incapable of affectation. Her indignation arose from her sense of the hideous injustice of Matson's discharging girls for doing what his meager wages all but compelled. "Yes, I've been watching you," he went on, "with a kind of a sort of a notion of making you a forelady. That means $6 a week. But you ain't fit. You've got the brains, plenty of 'em, but you wouldn't be of no use to me as forelady." "Why not?" asked Susan. $6 a week. Affluence. Wealth." Matson took his feet down, relit his cigar, and swung himself into an oracular attitude. "I'll show you. What's manufacturing? Right down at the bottom, I mean." He looked hard at the girl. She looked receptively at him. "Why, it's getting work out of the hands. New ideas is nothing. You can steal 'em the minute the other fellow uses 'em. No, it's all in getting work out of the hands." Susan's expression suggested one who sees light and wishes to see more of it. He proceeded, "You work for me, for instance, now. If every day you make stuff there's a profit of $5 on, I get $5 out of you. If I can push you to make stuff there's a profit of $6 on, I get $6 a dollar more. Clear extra gain, isn't it? Now multiply a dollar by the number of hands, and you'll see what it amounts to." "I see," said Susan, nodding thoughtfully. "Well, how did I get up? Because as a foreman, I knew how to work the hands. I knew how to get those extra dollars. And how do I keep up? Because I hire 4 people that get work out of the hands." Susan understood, but her expression was a comment that was not missed by the shrewd Matson. "Now, listen to me, Lorny. I want to give you a plain, straight talk, because I'd like to see you climb. Ever since you've been here, I've been laughing to myself over the way your forelady, she's a fox, she is, makes you the pacemaker for the other girls. She squeezes at least 25 cents a day over what she used to out of each hand in your room because you're above the rest of them dirty, shiftless mutton heads." Susan flushed at this fling at her fellow workers. "Dirty, shiftless mutton heads," repeated Matson. "Ain't I right? Ain't they dirty? Ain't they shiftless, so no account that if they wasn't watched every minute they'd lay down and let me and the factory that supports 'em go to rack and ruin? And ain't they mutton heads? Do you ever find any of 'em saying or doing a sensible thing?" Susan could not deny. She could think of excuses, perfect excuses. But the facts were about as he brutally put it. "Oh, I know 'em. I've dealt with 'em all my life," pursued the box manufacturer. "Now, Lorny, you ought to be a forelady. You got to toughen up and stop being so polite and helpful and all that. You'll never get on if you don't toughen up. Business is business. Be as sentimental as you like away from business and after you've clumb to the top, but not in business or while you're kicking and scratching and clawing your way up." Susan shook her head slowly. She felt painfully young and inexperienced and unfit for the ferocious struggle called life. She felt deathly sick. "Of course it's a hard world," said Matson with a wave of his cigar. "But did I make it?" "No," admitted Susan, as his eyes demanded a reply. "Sure not," said he. "And how's anybody to get up in it? Is there any other way but by kicking and stamping, eh?" "None that I see," conceded Susan reluctantly. "None that is," declared he. "Them that says there's other ways either lies or don't know nothing about the practical game." "Well then," Matson puffed triumphantly at the cigar, "such being the case, and as long as the crowd down below's got to be kicked in the face by them that's on the way up, why shouldn't I do the kicking which is going to be done, anyhow, instead of getting kicked? Ain't that sense?" "Yes," admitted Susan. She sighed. "Yes," she repeated. "Well, toughen up. Meanwhile, I'll raise you to spur the others on. I'll give you for a week." And he cut short her thanks with an, "Oh, don't mention it. I'm only doing what's square, what helps me as well as you. I want to encourage you. You don't belong down among them cattle. Toughen up, Lorny. A girl with a bank account gets the pick of the bows." And he nodded a dismissal. Matson and his hands, bosses and workers, brutalizing each other more and more as they acted and reacted upon each other. Where would it end? She was in dire need of underclothes. Her undershirts were full of holes from the rubbing of her cheap, rough corset. Her drawers and stockings were patched in several places. In fact, she could not have worn the stockings had not her skirt now been well below her shoe tops. Also, her shoes, in spite of the money she had spent upon them, were about to burst round the edges of the soles. But she would not longer accept from the Brashears what she regarded as charity. "You more than pay your share, what with the work you do," protested Mrs. Brashear. "I'll not refuse the extra dollar because I've simply got to take it, but I don't want to pretend. The restaurant receipts began to fall with the increasing hardness of the times among the working people. Soon it was down to practically no profit at all, that is, nothing toward the rent. Tom Brazier was forced to abandon his policy of honesty, to do as all the other purveyors were doing, to buy cheap stuff and to cheapen it still further. He broke abruptly with his tradition and his past. It aged him horribly all in a few weeks, but, at least, ruin was put off. Mrs. Brashear had to draw $20 of the $63 which were in the savings bank against sickness. Funerals would be taken care of by the burial insurance. Each member of the family, including Susan, had a policy, but sickness had to have its special fund, and it was frequently drawn upon, as the Brashears knew no more than their neighbors about hygiene and were constantly catching the colds of foolish exposure or indigestion and letting them develop into fevers, bad attacks of rheumatism, stomach trouble, backache, all regarded by them as by their neighbors as a necessary part of the routine of life. Those tenement people had no more notion of self-restraint than had the better classes whose self-indulgences maintained the vast army of doctors and druggists. The only thing that saved Susan from all but an occasional cold or sore throat from wet feet was eating little through being unable to accustom herself to the fare that was the best the Brashears could now afford: cheap food and cheap lard, coarse and poisonous sugar, vilely adulterated coffee, doctored meat and vegetables, the food which the poor in their ignorance buy and for which they in their helplessness pay actually higher prices than do intelligent well-to-do people for the better qualities. And not only were the times hard, but the winter also. Snow, sleet, rain, thaw, slush, noisome, disease-laden vapor, and, of course, sickness everywhere, with occasional relief in death. Relief for the one who died, relief for the living, freed from just so much of the burden. The sickness on every hand appalled Susan. Surely, she said to old Brazier, the like had never been before. On the contrary, said he, the amount of illness and death was, if anything, less than usual, because the hard times gave people less for eating and drinking. These ghastly creatures crawling toward the hospital or borne out on stretchers to the ambulance, these yet ghastlier creatures tottering feebly homeward, discharged as cured these corpses of men, of women, of boys and girls, of babies. Oh, hey, mum has of babe, these corpses borne away for burial, usually to the public burying ground, all these stricken ones in the battle ever waging, with curses, with hoarse loud laughter, with shrieks and moans, with dull, drawn faces and jaws, set all these stricken ones were but the ordinary losses of the battle. And in the churches, said old Tom Brazier, they preach the goodness and mercy of God, and in the papers they talk about how rich and prosperous we are. I don't care to live? It is too horrible, cried the girl. Oh, you mustn't take things so to heart, counseled he. Us that live this life can't afford to take it to heart. Leave that to them who come down here from the good houses and look on us for a minute and enjoy themselves with a little weepin' and sighin' as if it was in the theater. It seems worse every day, she said. I try to fool myself because I've got to stay in— Oh, no, you haven't, interrupted he. Susan looked at him with a startled expression. It seemed to her that the old man had seen into her secret heart, where was daily raging the struggle against taking the only way out, open to a girl in her circumstances. It seemed to her he was hinting that she ought to take that way. If any such idea was in his mind, he did not dare put it into words. He simply repeated, "You won't stay. You'll pull out." "How?" she asked. "Somehow. When the way opens, you'll see it and take it." There had long since sprung up between these two a sympathy, a mutual understanding beyond any necessity of expression in words or looks. She had never had this feeling for anyone, not even for Burlingham. This feeling for each other had been like that of a father and daughter who love each other without either understanding the other very well or feeling the need of a sympathetic understanding. There was a strong resemblance between Burlingham and old Tom. Both belonged to the familiar philosopher type. But unlike the actor, manager, the old cabinet maker had lived his philosophy, and a very gentle and tolerant philosophy it was. After she had looked her request for light upon what way she was to take, they sat silent, neither looking at the other, yet each seeing the other with the eye of the mind. She said, "I may not dare take it." "You won't have no choice," replied he. "You'll have to take it, and you'll get away from here, and you mustn't ever come back or look back. Forget all this misery, remember, and won't do us no good. It'd only weaken you." "I shan't ever forget," cried the girl. "You must," said the old man firmly. He added, "And you will. You'll have too much else to think about, too much that has to be attended to." As the first of the year approached, and the small shopkeepers of the tenements, like the big ones elsewhere, were casting up the year's balances and learning how far toward or beyond the verge of ruin the hard times had brought them, the sound of the fire engines and of the ambulances became a familiar part of the daily and nightly noises of the district. Desperate shopkeepers, careless of their neighbors' lives and property, in fiercely striving for themselves and their families, workingmen out of a job and deep in debt, landlords with too heavy interest falling, all these were trying to save themselves or to lengthen the time the fact of ruin could be kept secret by setting fire to their shops or their flats. The Brashears had been burned out twice in their wandering tenement house life. So old Tom was sleeping little, was constantly prowling about the halls of all the tenements in that row and into the cellars. He told Susan the open secret of the meaning of most of these fires, and after he had cursed the fire fiends, he apologized for them. "It's the curse of the system," explained he. "It's all the curse of the system. These here storekeepers and the farmers the same way they think they're independent, but really they're nothing but fooled slaves of the big bloodsuckers for the upper class. But these here little storekeepers, they're trying to escape. How does a man escape? Why, by getting some hands together to work for him so that he can take it out of their wages. When you get together enough to hire help, that's when you pass out of slavery into the master class master of slaves." Susan nodded understandingly. "Now how can these little storekeepers like me get together enough to begin to hire slaves? By 100 tricks, every one of them wicked and mean. By skimping and slaving themselves and their families, by selling shortweight, by selling rotten food, by selling poison, by burning to get the insurance. And at last, if they don't die or get caught and jailed, they get together the money to branch out and hire help, and begin to get prosperous out of the blood of their help. These here arson fellows, they're on the first rung of the ladder of success. You heard about that beautiful ladder in Sunday school, didn't you?" "Yes," said Susan, "that and a great many other lies about God and man." Susan had all along had great difficulty in getting sleep because of the incessant and discordant noises of the district. The unhappy people added to their own misery by disturbing each other's rest, and no small part of the bad health everywhere prevailing was due to this inability of anybody to get proper sleep, because somebody was always singing or quarreling, shouting or stamping about. But Susan, being young and as yet untroubled by the indigestion that openly or secretly preyed upon everyone else, did at last grow somewhat used to noise, did contrive to get 5 or 6 hours of broken sleep. With the epidemic of fires, she was once more restless and wakeful. Every day came news of fires somewhere in the tenement districts of the city, with one or more, perhaps a dozen, roasted to death, or horribly burned. A few weeks, however, and even that peril became so familiar that she slept like the rest. There were too many actualities of discomfort, of misery, to harass her all day long every time her mind wandered from her work. One night she was awakened by a scream. She leaped from bed to find the room filling with smoke and the street bright as day, but with a flickering evil light. Etta was screaming. Ashbel was bawling and roaring like a tortured bull. Susan, completely dazed by the uproar, seized Etta and dragged her into the hall. There were Mr. and Mrs. Brashear, he in his nightdress of drawers and undershirt, she in the short flannel petticoat and sackcloth in which she always slept. Ashbel burst out of his room, kicking the door down instead of turning the knob. "Lorny," cried old Tom, "you take Mother and Etta to the escape." And he rushed at his powerful, stupid son and began to strike him in the face with his one good fist, shrieking, "Shut up, you damn fool! Shut up!" Dragging Etta and pushing Mrs. Brashear, Susan moved toward the end of the hall where the fire escape passed their windows. All the way down, the landings were littered with bedding, pots, pans, drying clothes, firewood, boxes, all manner of rubbish, the overflow of the crowded little flats. Over these obstructions and down the ladders were falling and stumbling men, women, children, babies, in all degrees of nudity from many of the big families that slept in one room, with windows tight shut so that the stove heat would not escape and be wasted when fuel was so dear, slept stark naked. Susan contrived to get Etta and the old woman to the street. Not far behind them came Tom and Ashbel, the son's face bleeding from the blows his father had struck to quiet him. It was a penetrating cold night, with an icy drizzle falling. The street was filled with engines, hose, all manner of ruined household effects, firemen shouting, the tenement people huddling this way and that, barefooted nearly, or quite naked, silent, stupefied. Nobody had saved anything worthwhile. The entire block was ablaze, was burning as if it had been saturated with coal oil. "The owner's done this," said old Tom. "I heard he was in trouble, but though he's a church member and what they call a philanthropist, I hardly thought he'd stoop to hiring this done. If anybody's caught, it'll be some fellow that don't know who he did it for." About 100 families were homeless in the street. Half a dozen patrol wagons and 5 ambulances were taking the people away to shelter, women and babies first. It was an hour of standing in the street, with bare feet on the ice, under the ankle-deep slush before old Tom and his wife got their turn to be taken. Then Susan and Etta and Ashbel, escorted by a policeman, set out for the station house. As they walked along, someone called out to the policeman, "Anybody killed at the fire, officer?" "6 jumped and was smashed," replied the policeman. "I seen 3 dead babies, but they won't know for several days how many it'll total." And all her life long, whenever Susan Lenox heard the clang of a fire engine, there arose before her the memory picture of that fire, in all the horror of detail. A fire bell to her meant wretched families flung into the night, shrieks of mangled and dying, moans of babies with life oozing from their blue lips, columns of smoke ascending through icy, soaking air, and a vast glare of wicked light with flame, leaping for joy in the measureless woe over which they were presiding. As the little party was passing the fire lines, Ashbel's foot slipped on a freezing ooze of blood and slush, and he fell sprawling upon a human body, battered and trampled, until it was like an overturned basket of butcher's odds. And ends. The station house was 11 long squares away. But before they started for it, they were already at the lowest depth of physical wretchedness which human nerves can register. Thus they arrived simply a little more numb. The big room, heated by a huge red-hot stove to the point where the sweat starts, was crowded with abject and pitiful human specimens. Even Susan, the most sensitive person there, gazed about with stolid eyes. The nakedness of unsightly bodies, gross with fat or wasted to emaciation, the dirtiness of limbs and torsos long unwashed, the foul steam from it all and from the water-soaked rags, the groans of some, the silent, staring misery of others, and, most horrible of all, the laughter of those who yielded like animals to the momentary sense of physical well-being as the heat thawed them out. These sights and sounds together made up a truly infernal picture. And, like all the tragedies of abject poverty, it was wholly devoid of that dignity which is necessary to excite the deep pity of. Respect was sordid and squalid, moved the sensitive to turn away in loathing rather than to advance with brotherly sympathy and love. Ashbel, His animal instinct, roused by the sight of the stove, thrust the throng aside rudely as he pushed straight for the radiating center. Etta and Susan followed in his wake. The fierce heat soon roused them to the sense of their plight. Ashbel began to curse, Etta to weep. Susan's mind was staring, without hope but also without despair, at the walls of the trap in which they were all caught, was seeking the spot where they could begin to burrow through and escape. Beds and covers were gathered in by the police from everywhere in that district, were ranged upon the floor of the 4 rooms. The men were put in the cells downstairs. The women and the children got the cots. Susan and Etta lay upon the same mattress, a horse blanket over them. Etta slept. Susan, wide awake, lived. In brain and nerves, the heart-breaking scenes through which she had passed, numb and stolid. About 6 o'clock a breakfast of coffee, milk, and bread was served. It was evident that the police did not know what to do with these outcasts who had nothing and no place to go, for practically all were out of work when the blow came. Ashbel demanded shoes, pants, and a coat. "I've got to get to my job," shouted he, "or else I'll lose it. Then where in the hell do we be?" His blustering angered the sergeant, who finally told him if he did not quiet down, he would be locked in a cell. Susan interrupted, explained the situation, got Ashbel the necessary clothes, and freed Etta and herself of his worse than useless presence. At Susan's suggestion, such other men as had jobs were also fitted out after a fashion and sent away. You can take the addresses of their families if you send them anywhere during the day, and these men can come back here and find out where they've gone. This was the plan she proposed to the captain, and he adopted it. As soon as the morning papers were about the city, aid of every kind began to pour in, with the result that before noon many of the families were better established than they had been before the fire. Susan and Ed got some clothing, enough to keep them warm, on their way through the streets to the hospital to which Brazier and his wife had been taken. Mrs. Brazier had died in the ambulance of heart disease, the doctor said, but Susan felt it was really of the sense that to go on living was impossible, and fond of her though she was, she could not but be relieved that there was one less factor in the unsolvable problem. "She's better off," she said to Etta in the effort to console, but Etta needed no consolation. "Ever so much better off," she promptly assented. "Mother hasn't cared about living since we had to give up our little home and become tenement house people, and she was right." As to Brazier, they learned that he was ill, but they did not learn until evening that he was dying of pneumonia. The 2 girls and Ashbel were admitted to the ward, where he lay one of a long line of sufferers in bare, clean little beds. Screens were drawn round his bed because he was dying. He had been suffering torments from the savage assaults of the pneumonia, but the pain had passed away now, so he said, though the dreadful sound of his breathing made Susan's heart flutter and her whole body quiver. "Do you want a preacher or a priest?" asked the nurse. "Neither," replied the old man in gasps and whispers. "If there is a God, he'll never let anybody from this hell of a world into his presence. They might tell him the truth about himself." "Oh, Father, Father," pleaded Etta, and Ashbel burst into a fit of hysterical and terrified crying. The old man turned his dying eyes on Susan. He rested a few minutes, fixing her gaze upon his with a hypnotic stare. Then he began again. "You've got something more'n a turnip on your shoulders. Listen to me. There was a man named Jesus once. Gasp, gasp, you've heard about him, but you don't know about him. Gasp, gasp, I'll tell you, listen. He was a low fellow, a working man, same trade as mine, born without a father, born in a horse trough in a stable." "Gasp, gasp." Susan leaned forward. "Born without a father," she murmured, her eyes suddenly bright. "That's him. Listen, gasp, gasp, gasp. He was a big feller, big brain, big brain. Heart, the biggest man that ever lived. Gasp, gasp, gasp." And he looked at this here hell of a world from the outside. he being an outcast and a low-down common working man. And he saw he did, yes, he saw, gasp, 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 and he said all men were brothers and that they'd find it out some day. He saw that this world was put together for the strong and the cruel, that they could win out and make the rest of us work for 'em, for what they chose to give, like they work a poor ignorant horse for his feed, and stall in a dirty stable. Gasp, 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 for the strong and the cruel, said Susan. And this feller Jesus, he set round the saloons and such places, publicans they called 'em, gasp, 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 and he says to all the poor ignorant slaves and such cattle, he says, you're all brothers. Love one another. Gasp, gasp. Love one another, he says, and learn to help each other and stand up for each other, he says, and hate war and fightin' and money grabbin', gasp. Gasp, gasp, gasp. Peace on earth, he says. Know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. And he saw there'd be a time, the old man raised himself on one elbow. Yes, by God there will be. A time when men'll learn not to be beasts, and'll be men, little gal. Men, echoed Susan, her eyes shining, her bosom heaving. It ain't sense and it ain't right that everything should be for the few, for them with brains, and that the rest the millions should be tramped down just because they ain't so cruel or so cute. They and their children tramped down in the dirt. And that feller Jesus saw it. Yes, yes, cried Susan, he saw it. I'll tell you what he was, said old Tom in a hoarse whisper. He wasn't no God. He was bigger'n that little gal. He was the first man that ever lived. He said, give the weak a chance so as they can git strong. He says, the dying man fell back exhausted. His eyes rolled wildly, closed, his mouth twitched, fell wide open. There came from his throat a sound Susan had never heard before, but she knew what it was, what it meant. Etta and Ashbel were overwhelmed afresh by the disgrace of having their parents buried in Potter's Field, for the insurance money went for debts. They did not understand when Susan said, I think your father'd have liked to feel that he was going to be buried there, because then he'll be with his friend. You know, he was buried in Potter's Field. However, their grief was short-lived. There is no time in the lives of working people for such luxuries as grief. No more time than there is at sea, when all are toiling to keep afloat the storm-racked sinking ship, and one sailor is swept overboard. In comfortable lies, A. Bereavement is a contrast. In the lives of the wretched, it is but one more in the assailing army of woes. Etta took a job at the box factory at $3 a week. She and Susan and Ashbel moved into 2 small rooms in a flat in a tenement opposite the factory, a cheaper and therefore lower house than the one that had burned. They bought on the installment plan $9 worth of furniture, the scant minimum of necessities. They calculated that, by careful saving, they could pay off the debt in a year or so unless one or the other fell ill or lost work. That means, said Etta, eyeing their flimsy and all but downright worthless purchases, that means we'll still be paying when this furniture'll be gone to pieces and fit only for kindling. It's the best we can do, replied Susan. Maybe one of us'll get a better job. You could, I'm sure, if you had the clothes, said Etta. But not in those rags. If I had the clothes, where? At Shalito's or one of the other department stores. They'd give us both places in one of the men's departments. They like pretty girls for those places if they're not giddy, and don't waste time flirting, but use flirtation to sell goods. But what's the sense in talking about it? You haven't got the clothes. A saleslady's got to be counter-dressed. She can look as bad as she pleases round the skirt and the feet, but from the waist up she has to look natty if she wants wages. Susan had seen these girls. She understood now why they looked as if they were the put-together upper and lower halves of 2 different persons. She recalled that even though they went into other business, they still retained the habit, wore toilets that were counter-built. She revolved the problem of getting one of these toilets and of securing a store job, but she soon saw it was hopeless for the time. Every cent the three had was needed to keep from starving and freezing. Also, though she did not realize it, her young enthusiasm was steadily being sapped by the life she was leading. It may have been this rather than natural gentleness, or perhaps it was as much the one as the other, that kept Susan from taking Matson's advice and hardening herself into a forelady. The ruddy glow under her skin had given place to, the roundness of her form had gone, and its pallor. Beauty remained only because she had a figure which not even emaciation could have deprived of lines of alluring grace. But she was no longer quite so straight, and her hair, which it was a sheer impossibility to care for, was losing its soft vitality. She was still pretty, but not the beauty she had been when she was ejected from the class in which she was bred. However, she gave the change in herself little thought. It was the rapid decline of Etta's prettiness and freshness that worried her most. Not many weeks after the fire and the deeper plunge, she began to be annoyed by Ashbel. In his clumsy, clownish way, he was making advances to her. Several times he tried to kiss her. Once, when Etta was out, he opened the door of the room where she was taking a bath in a washtub she had borrowed of the janitress, leered in at her, and very reluctantly obeyed her sharp order to close the door. She had long known that he was in reality very different from the silent, restrained person fear of his father made him seem to be. But she thought even the reality was far above the rest of the young men growing up among those degrading influences. The intrusion into her room was on a Sunday. On the following Sunday he came back as soon as Etta went out. "Look here, Lorny," said he with blustering tone and gesture, "I want to have a plain talk with you. I'm sick and tired of this. There's got to be a change." "Sick of what?" asked Susan. "Of the way you stand me off." He plumped himself sullenly down on the edge of hers and Etta's bed. "I can't afford to get married. I've got to stick by you too. It strikes me, Ashbel, we all need each other. Who'd marry you on 7 a week?" She laughed good-humoredly. "Anyhow, you wouldn't support a wife. It takes the hardest kind of work to get your share of the expenses out of you. You always try to beat us down to letting you off with $250 a week. That's about all Etta pays. It's about all she gets. And I pay $350, and she and I do all the work and give you 2 meals and a lunch to take with you, and you've got a room alone and your mending done. I guess you know when you're well off." "But I ain't well off," he cried. "I'm a grown-up man and I've got to have a woman." Susan had become used to tenement conditions. She said, practically, "Well, there's your leftover $4 a week." "Huh," retorted he. "Think I'm going to run any risks? I'm no fool. I take care of my health." "Well, don't bother me with your troubles, at least, troubles of that sort." "Yes, but I will," shouted he in one of those sudden furies that seize upon the stupid ignorant. "You needn't act so nifty with me. I'm as good as you are. I'm willing to marry you." "No thanks," said Susan. "I'm not free to marry even if I would." "Oh, you ain't." For an instant, his curiosity, as she thus laid a hand upon the curtain over her past, distracted his uncertain attention. But her expression, reserved, cold, maddeningly reminding him of a class distinction of which he was as sensitively conscious as she was unconscious, her expression brought him back with a jerk. "Then you'll have to live with me anyhow. I can't stand it, and I'm not going to. If you want me to stay on here and help out, you've got to treat me right. Other fellows that do as I'm doing get treated right, and I've got to be too, or I'll clear out." And he squirmed and waggled his head and slapped and rubbed his heavy, powerful legs. "Why, Ashbel," said Susan, patting him on the shoulder, "you and I are like brother and sister. You might as well talk this way to Etta." He gave her a brazen look, uttered a laugh that was like the flinging out of a bucket of filth. "Why not?" other fellows that have to support the family and can't afford to marry gets took care of." Susan shrank away. But Ashbel did not notice it. "It ain't a question of Etta," he went on. "There's you and I don't need to look nowhere else." Susan had long since lost power to be shocked by any revelation of the doings of people lashed out of all civilized feelings by the incessant brutal whips of poverty and driven back to the state of nature. She had never happened to hear definitely of this habit, even custom of incestuous relations. Now that she heard, she instantly accepted it as something of which she had really known for some time. At any rate, she had no sense of shock. She felt no horror, no deep disgust, simply the distaste into which her original sense of horror had been thinned down by constant contact with poverty's conditions, just as filth no longer made her shudder, so long as it did not touch her own person. "You'd better go and chase yourself round the square a few times," said she, turning away and taking up some mending. "You see, there ain't no way out of it," pursued he with an insinuating grin. Susan gave him a steady, straight look. "Don't ever speak of it again," said she quietly. "You ought to be ashamed, and you will be when you think it over." He laughed loudly. "I thought it over. I mean what I say. If you don't do the square thing by me, you drive me out." He came hulking up to her, tried to catch her in his big, powerful arms. She put the table between him and her. He kicked it aside and came on. She saw that her move had given him a false impression, a notion that she was afraid of him, was coquetting with him. She opened the door leading into the front part of the flat where the Quinlan family lived. "If you don't behave yourself, I'll call Mr. Quinlan," said she, not the least bluster or fear or nervousness in her tone. What be the use? He'd only laugh. Why, the same thing's going on in their family. Still, he'd lynch you if I told him what you were trying to do. Even Ashbel saw this familiar truth of human nature. The fact that Quinlan was guilty himself, far from staying him from meting out savage justice to another, would make him the more relentless and eager. "All right," said he. "Then you want me to get out. I want you to behave yourself and stay on. Go take a walk, Ashbel." And Ashbel went. But his expression was not reassuring. Susan feared he had no intention of accepting his defeat. However, she reasoned that numbskull though he was, he yet had wit enough to realize how greatly to his disadvantage any change he could make would be. She did not speak of the matter to Etta, who was therefore taken completely by surprise when Ashbel, after a silent supper that evening, burst out with his grievance. "I'm going to pack up," said he. "I've found a place where I'll be treated right." He looked haughtily at Susan. "And the daughter's a good looker, too. She's got some weight on her. She ain't like a washed-out string." Etta understood at once. "What a low-down thing you are," she cried. "Just like the rest of these filthy tenement house animals. I thought you had some pride." "Oh, shut up," bawled Ashbel. "You're not such a much. What we're we, anyhow, to put on airs? We're as common as dirt. Yes, and that sniffy lady friend of yours, too. Where'd she come from, anyhow? Some dung pile, I'll bet." He went into his room, reappeared with his few belongings done into a bundle. "So long," said he, stalking toward the hall door. Etta burst into tears, caught him by the arm. "You ain't going, are you, Ashy?" cried she. "Bet your life. Let me loose," and he shook her off. "I'm not going to be saddled with two women that ain't got no gratitude." "My God, Lorna!" wailed Etta. "Talk to him. Make him stay." Susan shook her head, went to the window, and gazed into the snowy, dreary prospect of tenement house yards. Ashbel, who had been hesitating through hope, vented a jeering laugh. "Ain't she the insultin'est, airiest lady?" sneered he. "Well, so long." "But, Ashy, you haven't paid for last week yet," pleaded Etta, clinging to his arm. "You can have my share of the furniture for that." "The furniture? Oh, my God!" shrieked Etta, releasing him to throw out her arms in despair. How will we pay for the furniture if you go? Ask your high and mighty lady friend, said her brother, and he opened the door, passed into the hall, slammed it behind him. Susan waited a moment for Etta to speak, then turned to see what she was doing. She had dropped into one of the flimsy chairs, was staring into vacancy. We'll have to give up these rooms right away, said Susan. Etta roused herself, looked at her friend, and Susan saw what Etta had not the courage to express, that she blamed her for not having made the best of it and kept Ashbel. And Susan was by no means sure that the reproach in Etta's eyes and heart were not justified. I couldn't do it, Etta, she said with a faint suggestion of apology. Men are that way, said Etta sullenly. Oh, I don't blame him, protested Susan. I understand, but I can't do it, Etta. I simply can't. No, said Etta, you couldn't. I could, but you couldn't. I'm not as far down as Ashbel. I'm betwixt and between, so I can understand you both. You go and make up with him and let me look after myself. I'll get along. Etta shook her head. No, said she without any show of sentiment, but like one stating an unalterable fact. I've got to stay on with you. I can't live without you. I don't want to go down. I want to go up. Up, Susan smiled bitterly. Silence fell between them, and Susan planned for the new conditions. She did not speak until Etta said, "Whatever will we do? We've got to give up the furniture. Thank goodness we've paid only $250 on it. Yes, it's got to go," said Etta. And we've got to pay Mrs. Quinlan the $6 we owe her and get out tonight. We'll go up to the top floor, up to Mrs. Cassatt. She takes sleepers. Then we'll see. An hour later they had moved, for Mrs. Quinlan was able to find 2 lodgers to take the rooms at once. They were established with Mrs. Cassatt, had a foul-smelling bed, and one half of her back room, the other half barely contained 2 even dirtier and more malodorous cots, in one of which slept Mrs. Cassatt's 16-year-old daughter Kate, in the other her 14-year-old son Dan. 4. These new quarters and the right to cook their food on the Cassatt stove. The girls agreed to pay $3.50 a week, which left them $3.50 a week for food and clothing, and for recreation and for the exercise of the virtue of thrift, which the comfortable so assiduously urge upon the poor. Chapter 21. E.H. Kilmattercrack with a Montiter Burman skirt, a cheap dark blue plies splits a 10 stars of Sims adorned with a blue ribbon, Etta's ridders with a bunch of faded roses, a blue cotton blouse patched under the arms with a stuff of a different shade, a roll stained stone, a set of it a shade of work, shade as foot of tedalpal its ended some micello a fucket of had a syllable etha. Yet they often laughed and joked with each other, with their fellow workers. You might have said their hearts were light, for so eager are we to believe our fellow beings comfortable. A smile of poverty's face convinces us straightway that it is as happy as we, if not happier. There would have been to their mirth a little more than mere surface and youthful ability to find some jest in the most crushing tragedy, if only they could have kept themselves clean. The lack of sufficient food was a severe trial, for both had voracious appetites. Etta was tormented by visions of quantity, Susan by visions of quality as well as of quantity. But only at meal times, or when they had to omit a meal entirely, were they keenly distressed by the food question. The cold was a still severer trial, but it was warm in the factory, and it was warm in Mrs. Cassatt's flat, whose windows were never opened from closing in of winter until spring came round. The inability to keep clean was the trial of trials. From her beginning at the box factory, the physical uncleanness of the other girls had made Susan suffer keenly, and her suffering can be understood only by a clean person who has been through the same ordeal. She knew that her fellow workers were not to blame. She even envied them the ignorance and insensibility that enabled them to bear what, she was convinced, could never be changed. She wondered sometimes at the strength and grip of the religious belief among the girls even, or rather, especially, among those who had strayed from virtue into the path their priests and preachers and rabbis told them was the most sinful of all strayings. But she also saw many signs that religion was fast losing its hold. One day a Lutheran girl, Emma Schmeltz, said during a Monday morning lunch talk, "Well, anyhow, I believe it's all a probation, and everything'll be made right hereafter. I believe my religion, I do. Yes, we'll be rewarded in the hereafter." Becky Rebecca Lichtenspiel laughed, as did most of the girls. Said Becky, "And there ain't no hereafter. Did you ever see a corpse? Ain't they the dead ones? Don't talk to me about no hereafter." Everybody laughed, but this was a Monday morning conversation high above the average of the girls' talk and intelligence and liveliness. Their minds had been stimulated by the Sunday rest from the dreary and degenerating drudgery of honest toil. It was the physical contacts that most preyed upon Susan. She was too gentle, too considerate to show her feelings. In her determined and successful effort to conceal them, she at times went to the opposite extreme, and not only endured but even courted contacts that were little short of loathsome. Tongue could not tell what she suffered through the persistent affectionateness of Letty Southard, a sweet and pretty young girl of wretchedly poor family who developed an enormous liking for her. Letty, dirty and clad in noisome undergarments beneath soiled rags and patches, was always hugging and kissing her, and not to have submitted would have been to stab poor Letty to the heart and humiliate all the other girls. So no one, not even Etta, suspected what she was going through. From her coming to the factory in the morning to hang her hat and jacket in the only possible place, along with the soiled and smelling and often vermin-infected wraps of the others, from early morning until she left at night, she was forced into contacts to which custom never in the least blunted her. However, so long as she had a home with the Brushiers, there was the nightly respite. But now, there was little water and only a cracked and filthy basin to wash in. There was no chance to do laundry work, for their underclothes must be used as night clothes also. To wash their hair was impossible. "Does my hair smell as bad as yours?" said Etta. "You needn't think yours is clean because it doesn't show the dirt like mine." "Does my hair smell as bad as the rest of the girls?" said Susan. "Not quite," was Etta's consoling reply. By making desperate efforts, they contrived partially to wash their bodies once a week, not without interruptions of privacy, to which, however, they soon grew accustomed. In spite of efforts which were literally heroic, they could not always keep free from parasites, for the whole tenement and all persons and things in it were infected. And how could it be otherwise where no one had time or money or any effective means whatsoever to combat nature's inflexible determination to breed wherever there is a breeding spot? The last traces of civilization were slipping from the two girls. They were sinking to a state of nature. Even personal pride, powerful in Susan and strong in Etta through Susan's example, was deserting them. They no longer minded Dan sleeping in their room. They saw him, his father, the other members of the family in all stages of nudity and at the most private acts, and they were seen by the Cassets in the same way. To avoid this was impossible as to avoid the parasites swarming in the bed, in the woodwork, in cracks of ceiling, walls, floor. The Cassets were an example of how much the people who live in the sheltered and more or less sunny nooks owe to their shelter, and how little to their own boasted superiority of mind and soul. They had been a high-class artisan family until a few months before. The hard times struck them a series of quick, savage blows, such as are commonplace enough under a social system, intricate because a crude jumble of makeshifts, and easily disordered because intricate. They were swept without a breathing pause down to the bottom. Those who have always been accustomed to prosperity have no reserve of experience or courage to enable them to recuperate from sudden and extreme adversity. In an amazingly short time, the Cassettes had become demoralized, a familiar illustration of how civilization is merely a wafer-thin veneer over most human beings as yet. Over how many is it more? They fought after a fashion. Fought valiantly. But how would it have been possible not steadily to yield ground against such a pitiless, powerful foe as poverty? The man had taken to drink to blunt outraged self-respect and to numb his despair before the spectacle of his family's downfall. Mrs. Cassette was as poor a manager as the average woman in whatever walk of life, thanks to the habit of educating woman in the most slipshod fashion, if at all, in any other part of the business but sex trickery. Thus she was helpless before the tenement conditions. She gave up, went soddenly about in rags with an incredibly greasy and usually dangling tail of hair. "Why don't you tie up that tail, Ma?" said the son Dan, who had ideas about neatness. "What's the use?" said Mrs. Cassett. "What's the use of anything? Ma don't want to look stylish and stuck up," said the daughter. Mrs. Cassette's haunting terror was lest someone who had known them in the days of their prosperity with a decently furnished little house of their own should run into one of the family now. Kate, the 16-year-old, had a place as saleslady in a big shop in 5th Street. Her $6 a week was the family's entire steady income. She had formerly possessed a good deal of finery for a girl in her position, though really not much more than the daughter of the average prosperous artisan or small shopkeeper expects, and is expected, to have, being at the shop where finery was all the talk and sight and thought from opening until closing had developed in her a greedy taste for luxury. She pilfered from the stocks of goods within her reach and exchanged her stealings for the stealings of girls who happened to be able to get things more to her liking or need. But now that the family savings bank account was exhausted, all these pilferings had to go at once to the pawn shop. Kate grew more and more ill-tempered as the family sank. Formerly she had been noted for her amiability, for her vanity easily pleased with a careless compliment from no matter whom, a jocose, half-drunken ashman, half-jeering, half-admiring from his cart seat, quite as satisfactory as anybody. But poverty was bringing out in her all those meanest and most selfish and most brutish instincts, those primal instincts of human nature that civilization has slowly been subjecting to the process of atrophy, which has lost us such other primal attributes as, for example, prehensile toes and a covering of hair. "Well, I for one don't have to stay in the slop barrel," Kate was always saying. "Some fine morning I'll turn up missing and you'll see me in my own turnout." She was torturing her mother and father with the dread that she would leave the family in the lurch and enter a house of prostitution. She recounted with the utmost detail how the madam of a house in Longworth Street came from time to time to her counter in the perfumery and soap department and urged her to stop making a fool of yourself and come get good money for your looks before you lose 'em drudging behind a counter. The idea grew less abhorrent, took on allurement as the degradation of tenement life ate out respect for conventional restraints, for modesty, for virtue, for cleanness of speech, and the rest. More and more boldly Kate was announcing that she wasn't going to be a fool much longer. Dan, the 14-year-old boy, had attracted the attention of what Cassette called a fancy lady who lived 2 floors below them. She made sometimes as much as $9 or $10 a week and slept all day or lounged comfortably about in showy, tawdry stuff that in those surroundings seemed elegant luxury. She was caught by the boy's young beauty and strength and was rapidly training him in every vice and was fitting him to become a professional seducer and lover, said Mrs. Cassette in one of her noisy wailing appeals to Dan. "You better keep away from that there soiled dove. They tell me she's a thief, has done time, has robbed drunken men in dark hallways." Dan laughed impudently. "She's a cute one. What diff does it make? How she gets the goods as long as she gets it." Mrs. Cassette confided to everybody that she was afraid the woman would make a thief of her boy, and there was no disputing the justice of her forebodings. foul smells and sights everywhere, and foul language, no privacy, no possibility of modesty where all must do all in the same room, vermin, parasites, bad food vilely cooked in the midst of these and a multitude of similar ills. How was it possible to maintain a human standard, even if one had by chance acquired a knowledge of what constituted a human standard? The Cassats were sinking into the slime in which their neighbors were already wallowing. But there was this difference. For the Casset was a descent, for many of their neighbors it was an ascent for the immigrants notably, who had been worse off in their European homes. In this land not yet completely in the grip of the capitalist or wage system, they were now getting the first notions of decency and development, the first views and hope of rising in the world. The Cassets, though they had always lived too near the slime to be nauseated by it, still found it disagreeable and in spots disgusting. Their neighbors. One of the chief reasons why these people were rising so slowly where they were rising at all was that the slime seemed to them natural, and to try to get clean of it seemed rather a foolish, finicky waste of time and effort. People who have come up by accident, or by their own force, or by the force of some at once shrewd and brutal member of the family, have to be far and long from the slums before they lose the sense that in conforming to the decencies of life they are making absurd effeminate concessions. When they go to buy a toothbrush, they blush and stammer. "Look at Lorna and Etta," Mrs. Cassat was always saying to Kate. "Well, I see 'em," Kate would reply. "And I don't see much." "Ain't you ashamed of yourself?" cried the mother. "Them two lives straight and decent, and you're better off than they are." "Don't preach to me, Ma," sneered Kate. "When I get ready I'll stop making a damn fool of myself." But the example of the two girls was not without its effect. They, struggling on in chastity against appalling odds, became the models not only to Mrs. Cassett, but all the mothers of that row held up to their daughters. The mothers, all of them by observation, not a few by experience, knew what the fancy lady's life really meant, and they strove mightily to keep their daughters from it. Not through religion or moral feeling, though many pretended perhaps fancied that this was their reason, but through the plainest kind of practical sense, the kind that in the broad determines the actions of human beings, of whatever class, however lofty the idealistic pretenses may be. These mothers knew that the profession of the pariah meant a short life, and a wretched one meant disease, lower and ever lower wages, the scale swiftly descending meant all the miseries of respectability, plus a heavy burden of miseries of its own. There were many other girls besides Susan and Etta holding up their heads, girls with prospects of matrimony, girls with fairly good wages, girls with fathers and brothers at work and able to provide a home. But Susan and Etta were peculiarly valuable as examples because they were making the fight alone and unaided. Thus, they were watched closely. In those neighborhoods, everyone knows everyone's else business down to how the last cent is got and spent. If either girl had appeared in a new pair of shoes, a new hat, a new garment of any kind, at once the report would have sped that the wearer had taken a turn in the streets, and the scandal would have been justified. For where could either have respectably got the money for the smallest and cheapest addition to her toilet? Matson, too, proudly pointed them out as giving the lie to the talk about working girls not getting living wages, to the muttering against him and his fellow employers as practically procurers for the pavement and the dive, for the charity hospital's most dreadful wards, for the morgue's most piteous boxes and slabs. As their strength declined, as their miseries ate in and in, the two girls ceased talking together. They used to chatter much of the time like two birds on a leafy sunny bough. Now they walked, ate their scanty, repulsive meals, dressed, worked, all in silence. When their eyes met, both glanced guiltily away, each fearing the other would discover the thought she was revolving, the thought of the streets. They slept badly, Etta sometimes, Susan every night. For a long time after she came to the tenements, she had not slept well, despite her youth and the dull toil that wore her out each day. But after many months, she had grown somewhat used to the noisiness, to fretting babies, to wailing children, the mixed ale parties, the quarrelings of the ill and the drunk, the incessant restlessness wherever people are huddled so close together that repose is impossible. And she had gradually acquired the habit of sleeping well. That is, well for the tenement region where no one ever gets the rest without which health is impossible. Now sleeplessness came again, hours on hours of listening to the hateful and maddening discords of densely crowded humanity, hours on hours of thinking in the hopeless circles like those of a caged animal, treading with soft, swift step round and round, nose to the iron wall, eyes gleaming with despairing pain. One Saturday evening, after a supper of scorched cornmeal, which had been none too fresh when they got it at the swindling grocer's on the street floor, Etta put on the tattered, patched old skirt at which she had been toiling. "I can't make it fit to wear," said she. "It's too far gone, I think, her." Eyelids fluttered. "I'll go see some of the girls." Susan, who was darning seated on the one chair, yes, it had once been a chair, did not look up or speak. Etta put on her hat slowly. Then, with a stealthy glance at Susan, she moved slidingly toward the door. As she reached it, Susan's hands dropped to her lap. So tense were Etta's nerves that the gesture made her startle. "Etta," said Susan in an appealing voice. Etta's hand dropped from the knob. "Well, what is it, Lorna?" she asked in a low, nervous tone. "Look at me, dear." Etta tried to obey, could not. "Don't do it yet," said Susan. "Wait a few more days." "Wait for what? I don't know." "But wait. You get 4, I get only 3, and there's no chance of a raise. I work slower instead of faster. I'm going to be discharged soon. I'm in rags underneath. I've got to go before I get sick and won't have anything to sell." Susan did not reply. She stared at the remains of a cheap stocking in her lap. Yes, there was no doubt about it, Etta's health was going. Etta was strong, but she had no such store of strength to draw upon as had accumulated for Susan during the 17 years of simple, regular life in healthful surroundings. A little while and Etta would be ill, would, perhaps probably almost certainly die. Dan Cassatt came in at the other door, sat on the edge of his bed and changed his trousers for what he was pleased to imagine a less disreputable pair. Midway, the boy stopped and eyed Susan's bare leg and foot, a grin of pleasure and amusement on his precociously and viciously mature face. "My, but you keep clean," he cried. "And you've got a mighty pretty foot. Minnie's as ugly as hell." Minnie was the fancy lady on the floor below my skirt, he called her. Susan evidently did not hear his compliment. Dan completed his sporting toilet with a sleeking down of his long, greasy hair, took himself away to his girl. Susan was watching a bug crawl down the wall toward their bed with its stained and malodorous covers of rag. Etta was still standing by the door motionless. She sighed, once more put her hand on the knob. Susan's voice came again. "You've never been out, have you?" "No," replied Etta. Susan began to put on her stocking. "I'll go," said she. "I'll go instead." "No," cried Etta, sobbing. "It don't matter about me. I'm bound to be sucked under." "You've got a chance to pull through." "Not a ghost of a chance," answered Susan. "I'll go. You've never been." "I know, but—" "You've never been," continued Susan, fastening her shoe with its ragged string. "You've never been." "Well, I have." "You!" exclaimed Etta, horrified though unbelieving. "Oh, no, you haven't." "Yes," said Susan, "and worse." "And worse, and worse," repeated Etta. "Is that what the look I sometimes see in your eyes when you don't know anyone seeing, is that what it means?" "I suppose so. I'll go. You stay here, and you out there. It doesn't mean much to me." Etta looked at her with eyes as devoted as a dog's. "Then we'll go together," she said. Susan, pinning on her weather-stained hat, reflected. "Very well," she said finally. "There's nothing lower than this." They said no more. They went out into the clear, cold winter night, out under the brilliant stars. Several handsome theater buses were passing on their way from the fashionable suburb to the theater. Etta looked at them, at the splendid horses, at the men in top hats and fur coats, clean-looking, fine-looking, amiable-looking men, at the beautiful fur wraps of the delicate women. What complexions! What lovely hair! What jewels! Etta, her heart bursting, her throat choking, glanced at Susan to see whether she too was observing. But Susan's eyes were on the tenement they had just left. "What are you looking at so queer?" asked Etta. "I was thinking that we'll not come back here." Etta started. "Not come back home." Susan gave a strange short laugh. "Home? No, we'll not come back home. There's no use doing things halfway. We've made the plunge. We'll go the limit." Etta shivered. She admired the courage, but it terrified her. "There's something awful about you, Lorna," she said. "You've changed till you're like a different person from what you were when you came to." Restaurant. "Sometimes that look in your eyes, well, it takes my breath away." "It takes my breath away too." "Come on." At the foot of the hill, they took the shortest route for Vine Street, the highway of the city's nightlife. Though they were so young and walked briskly, their impoverished blood was not vigorous enough to produce a reaction against the sharp wind of the zero night which nosed through their few thin garments and bit into their bodies as if they were naked. They came to a vast department store. Each of its great show windows, flooded with light, was a fascinating display of clothing for women upon wax models, costly jackets and cloaks of wonderful furs, white, brown, gray, rich and glossy black, underclothes fine and soft, with ribbons and flounces and laces, silk stockings and graceful shoes and slippers, dresses for street, for ball, for afternoon, dresses with form, with lines, dresses elegantly plain, dresses richly embroidered. Despite the cold, the two girls lingered, going from window to window, their freezing faces pinched and purple, their eyes gazing hungrily. "Now that we've tried 'em all on," said Susan with a short and bitter laugh, "let's dress in our dirty rags again and go." "Oh, I couldn't imagine myself in any of those things, could you?" cried Etta. "Yes," answered Susan, "and better. You were brought up to have those things, I know." Susan shook her head. "But I'm going to have them." "When?" said Etta, scenting romance. "Soon?" "As soon as I learn," was Susan's absent, unsatisfactory reply. Etta had gone back to her own misery and the contrasts to it. "I get mad through and through," she cried, "when I think how all those things go to some women that never did work and never could. And they get them because they happen to belong to rich fathers and husbands or whoever protects them. It isn't fair. It makes me crazy." Susan gave a disdainful shrug. "What's the use of that kind of talk?" said she. "No use at all. The thing is, we haven't got what we want, and we've got to get it, and so we've got to learn how." "I can't think of anything but the cold," said Etta. "My God, how cold I am! There isn't anything I wouldn't do to get warm." "There isn't anything anybody wouldn't do to get warm, if they were as cold as this. It's all very well for warm people to talk. Oh, I'm sick of all the lying and faking anyhow. Do you believe in hell?" "Lorna, not in a hot one," said Susan. Soon they struck into Vine Street, bright as day almost, and lined with beer halls, concert gardens, restaurants. Through the glass fronts, crowds of men and women were visible, contented faces, well-fed bodies, food on the tables or inviting-looking drink. Along the sidewalk poured an eager throng, all the conspicuous faces in it notable for the expectancy of pleasure in the eyes. "Isn't this different?" exclaimed Etta. "My God, how cold I am, and how warm everybody else is, but us!" The sights, the sounds of laughter, of gay music, acted upon her like an intoxicant. She tossed her head in a reckless gesture. I don't care what becomes of me, said she. I'm ready for anything except dirt and starvation. Nevertheless, they hurried down Vine Street, avoiding the glances of the men and behaving as if they were two working girls in a rush to get home. As they walked, Susan, to delude herself into believing that she was not hesitating, with fainting courage, talked incessantly to Etta, told her the things Mabel Connemara had explained to her about how a woman could and must take care of her health if she were not to be swept under like the great mass of the ignorant, careless women of the pariah class. Susan was astonished that she remembered all the actress had told her, remembered it easily, as if she had often thought of it, had used the knowledge habitually. They arrived at Fountain Square, tired from the long walk. They were both relieved and depressed that nothing had happened. We might go round the fountain and then back, suggested Susan. They made the tour less rapidly, but still keeping their heads and their glances timidly down. They were numb with the cold now. To the sharp agony had succeeded an ache like the steady grinding pain of rheumatism. Etta broke the silence with, "Maybe we ought to go into a house." "A house? Oh, you mean a sporting house." At that time professional prostitution had not become widespread among the working class. Stationary or falling wages, advancing cost of food, and developing demand for comfort and luxury had as yet only begun to produce their inevitable results. Thus, prostitution as an industry was in the main segregated in certain streets and certain houses, and the prostitutes were a distinct class. "You haven't been?" inquired Etta. "No," said Susan. "Dan Cassett and Kate told me about those places," Etta went on. "Kate says they're fine, and the girls make $50 and sometimes $100 a week, and have everything servants to wait on them, good food, bathrooms, lovely clothes, and can drive out. But I think I'd stay in the house. I want to be my own boss," said Susan. "There's another side than what Kate says," continued Etta as consecutively as her chattering teeth would permit. "She heard from a madam that wants her to come. But Dan heard from Minnie, she used to be in one, and she says the girls are slaves, that they're treated like dogs and have to take anything. She says it's something dreadful the way men act, even the gentlemen. She says the madam fixes things so that every girl always owes her money and don't own a stitch to her back, and so couldn't leave if she wanted to." "That sounds more like the truth," said Susan. "But we may have to go," pleaded Etta. "It's awful cold, and if we went at least we'd have a warm place. If we wanted to leave, why, we couldn't be any worse off for clothes than we are." Susan had no answer for this argument. They went several squares up Vine Street in silence. Then Etta burst out again. "I'm frozen through and through, Alorna, and I'm dead tired and hungry. The wind's cutting the flesh off my bones. What in the hell does it matter what becomes of us? Let's get warm, for God's sake. Let's go to a house. They're in Longworth Street, the best ones." And she came to a halt, forcing Susan to halt also. It happened to be the corner of 8th Street. Susan saw the iron fence, the leafless trees of Garfield Place. "Let's go down this way," said she. "I had luck here once." "Luck," said Etta, her curiosity triumphant over all. Susan's answer was a strange laugh. Ahead of them a woman warmly and showily dressed was sauntering along. "That's one of them," said Etta. "Let's see how she does it. We've got to learn quick. I can't stand this cold much longer." The two girls, their rags fluttering about their miserable bodies, kept a few feet behind the woman, watched her with hollow eyes of envy and fear. Tears of anguish from the cold were streaming down their cheeks. Soon a man, alone, a youngish man with a lurching step, came along. They heard the woman say, "Hello, dear. Don't be in a hurry." He tried to lurch past her, but she seized him by the lapel of his overcoat. "Let me go," said he. "You're old enough to be a grandmother, you old hag." Susan and Etta halted and, watching so interestedly that they forgot themselves, heard her laugh at his insult, heard her say wheedlingly, "Come along, dearie, I'll treat you right. You're the kind of a lively, jokey fellow I like." "Go to hell, grandmamma," said the man, roughly shaking her off and lurching on toward the two girls. He stalked before them, eyed them by the light of the big electric lamp, grinned good-naturedly. "What we got here?" said he. "This looks better." The woman rushed toward the girls, pouring out a stream of vileness. "You get out of here," she shrilled. "You chippies get off my beat. I'll have you pinched, I will." "Shut up!" cried the drunken man, lifting his fist. "I'll have you pinched. Let these ladies alone. They're friends of mine. Do you want me to call the cop?" The woman glanced toward the corner where a policeman was standing. Twirling his club, she turned away, cursing horribly. The man laughed. "Dirty old hag, isn't she?" said he. "Don't look so scared, birdies." He caught them each by an arm, stared woozily at Etta. "You're a good little looker, you are. Come along with me. There's 3 in it." I can't leave my lady friend," Etta succeeded in chattering. "Please, really, I can't. Your lady friend." He turned his drunken head in Susan's direction, squinted at her. He was rather good-looking. "Oh, she means you. Fact is, I'm so soused I thought I was seeing double. Why, you're a peach. I'll take you." And he released his hold on Etta to seize her. "Come right along, my lovey-dovey dear." Susan drew away. She was looking at him with terror and repulsion. The icy blast swept down the street, sawed into her flesh savagely. "I'll give you 5, said the drunken man. "Come along." He grabbed her arm, waved his other hand at Etta. "So long, Blondie. 'Nother time. Good luck." Susan heard Etta's gasp of horror. She wrenched herself free again. "I guess I'd better go with him," said she to Etta. Etta began to sob. "Oh, Lorna," she moaned, "it's awful." "You go into the restaurant on the corner and get something to eat and wait for me. We can afford to spend the money, and you'll be warm there." "Here, here!" cried the tipsy man. "What are you two whispering about? Come along, Skinny. No offense. I like 'em slim." And he made coarse and pointed remarks about the sluggishness of fat women, laughing loudly at his own wit. The two girls did not hear. The wind straight from the Arctic was plying its hideous lash upon their defenseless bodies. "Come on, lovey," cried the man. "Let's go in out of the cold." "Oh, Lorna, you can't go with a drunken man." I'll take him. I can stand it better'n you." "You can go when there's a gentleman. You don't know," said Susan. "Didn't I tell you I'd been through the worst?" "Are you coming?" broke in the man, shaking his head to scatter the clouds over his sight. The cold was lashing Susan's body, and she was seeing the tenement she had left the vermin crawling, the filth everywhere, the meal bugs in the rotting cornmeal, and Jeb Ferguson. "Wait in the restaurant," said she to Etta. "Didn't I tell you I'm a nobody? This is what's expected of me." The wind clawed and tore at her quivering flesh. "It's cold, Etta." "Go get warm. Goodbye." She yielded to the tipsy man's tugging at her arm. Etta stood as if paralyzed, watching the two move slowly westward, but cold soon triumphed over horror. She retraced her steps toward Vine Street. At the corner stood an elderly man with an iron-gray beard. She merely glanced at him in passing, and so was startled when he said in a low voice, "Go back the way you came. I'll join you." She glanced at him again, saw a gleam in his eyes that assured her she had not imagined the request. Trembling and all at once hot, she kept on across the street. But instead of going into the restaurant, she walked past it and east through dark 8th Street. A few yards, and she heard a quiet step behind her. A few yards more, and the lights of Vine Street threw a man's shadow upon the sidewalk beside her. From sheer fright, she halted. The man faced her. A man old enough to be her father, a most respectable, clean-looking man with a certain churchly, though hardly clerical air about him. "Good evening, miss," said he. Good evening, she faltered. I'm a stranger in town to buy goods and have a little fun, stammered he with a grotesque attempt to be easy and familiar. I thought maybe you could help me. A little fun. Etta's lips opened, but no words came. The cold was digging its needle knives into flesh, into bone, into nerve. Through the man's thick beard and mustache came the gleam of large teeth, the twisting of thick raw lips. A little fun. Would it? Continued the man nervously. Would it be very dear? I don't know, faltered Etta. I could afford, say, he looked at her dress, say $2. I. And again Etta could get no further. The room be $1, pleaded the man. That'd make it 3. I can't, burst out Etta, hysterical. Oh, please let me alone. I'm a good girl, but I do need money. But I can't. Oh, for God's sake, I'm so cold, so cold. The man was much embarrassed. Oh, I'm sorry, he said feelingly. That's right. Keep your virtue. Go home to your parents. He was at ease now. His voice was greasy and his words sleek with the unction of an elder. I thought you were a soiled dove. I'm glad you spoke out. Glad for my sake as well as your own. I've got a daughter about your age. Go home, my dear, and stay a good girl. I know it's hard sometimes, but never give up your purity, never. And he lifted his square-topped hard hat and turned away. Suddenly Etta felt again the fury of the winter night and icy wind. As that wind flapped her thin skirt and tortured her flesh, she cried, "Wait, please, I was just fooling." The man had halted, but he was looking at her uncertainly. Etta put her hand on his arm and smiled pertly up at him, smiled as she had seen other street girls smile in the days when she despised them. "I'll go if you'll give me 3. I don't think I care to go now. You sort of put me out of the humor." "Well, 2 then." She gave a reckless laugh. "God, how cold it is. Anybody go to hell to get warm a night like this." "You are a very pretty girl," said the man. He was warmly dressed. His was not the thin blood of poverty. He could not have appreciated what she was feeling. "You're sure you want to go? You're sure it's your business?" "Yes, I'm strange in this part of town. Do you know a place?" An hour later Etta went into the appointed restaurant. Her eyes searched anxiously for Susan, but did not find her. She inquired at the counter. No one had asked there for a young lady. This both relieved her and increased her nervousness. Susan had not come and gone. But would she come? Etta was so hungry that she could hold out no longer. She sat at a table near the door and took up the large sheet on which was printed the bill of fare. She was almost alone in the place, as it was between dinner and supper. She read the bill thoroughly, then ordered black bean soup, a sirloin steak, and German fried potatoes. This, she had calculated, would cost altogether $1. Undoubtedly an extravagance, but everything at that restaurant seemed dear in comparison with the prices to which she had been used, and she felt horribly empty. She ordered the soup to stay her while the steak was broiling. As soon as the waiter set down bread and butter, she began upon it greedily. As the soup came, in walked Susan, calm and self-possessed, Etta saw at first glance. "I've been so frightened. You'll have a plate of soup?" asked Etta, trying to look and speak in unconcerned fashion. "No, thank you," replied Susan, seating herself opposite. "There's a steak coming, a good-sized one. The waiter said it'd be." "Very well." Susan spoke indifferently. "Aren't you hungry?" "I don't know. I'll see." Susan was gazing straight ahead. Her eyes were distinctly gray, and as hard as Susan Lennox's eyes could be. "What you thinking about?" "I don't know." She laughed queerly. "Was it dreadful?" A pause, then. "Nothing is going to be dreadful to me any more. It's all in the game, as Mr. Burlingham used to say." Burlingham? Who's he? It was Etta's first faint clue toward that mysterious past of Susan's into which she longed to peer. "Oh, a man I knew. He's dead. A long pause, Etta watching Susan's unreadable face. At last she said, "You don't seem a bit excited." Susan came back to the present. "Don't I? Your soup's getting cold." Etta ate several spoonfuls, then said with an embarrassed attempt at a laugh, "I went too." Susan slowly turned upon Etta, her gaze the gaze of eyes softening, becoming violet. Etta's eyes dropped, and the color flooded into her fair skin. "He was an old man, 40 or maybe 50, she explained nervously. "He gave me $2. I nearly didn't get him. I lost my nerve and told him I was good and was only starting because I needed money." "Never whine," said Susan. "It's no use. Take what comes and wait for a winning hand." Etta looked at her in a puzzled way. "How queer you talk. Not a bit like yourself. You sound so much older. And your eyes, they don't look natural at all." Indeed, they looked supernatural. The last trace of gray was gone. They were of the purest, deepest violet, luminous, mysterious, with that awe-inspiring expression of utter aloneness. But as Etta spoke, the expression changed. The gray came back, and with it a glance of irony. Said she, "Oh, nonsense. I'm all right. I didn't mind nearly as much as I thought I would. Yes, I'll get used to it." "You mustn't," said Susan. "But I've got to. We've got to do it, but we haven't got to get used to it," replied Susan. Etta was still puzzling at this, when the dinner now came a fine, thick broiled steak, the best steak Susan had ever seen, and the best food Etta had ever seen. They had happened upon one of those famous Cincinnati chop houses where in plain surroundings the highest quality of plain food is served. "You are hungry, aren't you, Lorna?" said Etta. "Yes, I'm hungry," declared Susan. "Cut it quick." "Draft beer or bottled?" asked the waiter. "Bring us draft beer," said Etta. "I haven't tasted beer since our restaurant burned." "I never tasted it," said Susan, "but I'll try it tonight." Etta cut 2 thick slices from the steak, put them on Susan's plate with some of the beautifully browned fried potatoes. "Gracious, they have good things to eat here," she exclaimed. Then she cut 2 thick slices for herself and filled her mouth. Her eyes glistened, the color came into her pale cheeks. "Isn't it grand?" she cried, when there was room for words to pass out. "Grand," agreed Susan, a marvelous change of expression in her face also. The beer came. Etta drank a quarter of the tall glass at once. Susan tasted, rather liked the fresh bitter-sweet odor and flavor. "Is it very intoxicating?" she inquired. "If you drink enough," said Etta, "but not 1 glass." Susan took quite a drink. "I feel a lot less tired already," declared she. "Me too," said Etta. "My, what a meal! I never had anything like this in my life. When I think what we've been through, Lorna, will it last?" "We mustn't think about that," said Susan. "Tell me what happened to you." "Nothing. He gave me the money, that was all." "Then we've got $7.20 with what we brought away from home with us." $7.20, repeated Susan thoughtfully. Then a queer smile played around the corners of her mouth. $7, that's a week's wages for both of us at Matson's. But I'd go back to honest work tomorrow if I could find a good job," Etta said eagerly, too eagerly. "Wouldn't you, Lorna?" "I don't know," replied Susan. She had the inability to make pretenses, either to others or to herself, which characterizes stupid people and also the large, simple natures. "Oh, you can't mean that," protested Etta. Instead of replying, Susan began to talk of what to do next. "We must find a place to sleep, and we must buy a few things to make a better appearance." "I don't dare spend anything yet," said Etta. "I've got only my $2, not that when this meal's paid for." "We're going to share even," said Susan. "As long as either has anything, it belongs to both." The tears welled from Etta's eyes. "You are too good, Lorna. You mustn't be. It isn't the way to get on. Anyhow, I can't accept anything from you." You wouldn't take anything from me. We've got to help each other up, insisted Susan. We share even, and let's not talk any more about it. Now, what shall we get? How much ought we to lay out? The waiter here interrupted. Beg pardon, young ladies, said he. Over yonder, at the table 4 down, there's a couple of gents that'd like to join you. I seen one of 'em flash quite a roll, and they acts too like easy spenders. As Susan was facing that way, she examined them. They were young men, rather blond, with smooth faces, good-natured eyes and mouths. They were well-dressed one, the handsomer, notably so. Susan merely glanced. Both men at once smiled at her with an unimpertinent audacity that probably came out of the champagne bottle and a silver bucket of ice on their table. "Shall I tell him to come over?" said the waiter. "Yes," replied Susan. She was calm, but Etta twitched with nervousness, saying, "I wish I'd had your experience. I wish we didn't look so dreadful, me especially. I'm not pretty enough to stand out against these awful clothes." The 2 men were pushing eagerly toward them, the taller and less handsome slightly in advance. He said, his eyes upon Susan, "We were lonesome, and you looked a little that way too. We're much obliged." He glanced at the waiter. "Another bottle of the same." "I don't want anything to drink," said Susan. "Nor I," chimed in Etta. "No, thank you." The young man waved the waiter away with, "Get it for my friend and me, then." He smiled agreeably at Susan. "You won't mind my friend and me drinking?" "Oh, no, and maybe you'll change your mind," said the shorter man to Etta. "You see, if we all drink, we'll get acquainted faster. Don't you like champagne?" "I never tasted it," Etta confessed. "Neither did I," admitted Susan. "You're sure to like it," said the taller man to Susan. His friend presently addressed him as John. "Nothing equal to it for making friends. I like it for itself, and I like it for the friends it has made me." Champagne was not one of the commonplaces of that modest chop-house, so the waiter opened the bottle with much ceremony. Susan and Etta startled when the cork popped ceilingward in the way that in such places is still regarded as fashionable. They watched with interested eyes the pouring of the beautiful pale amber liquid, were fascinated when they saw how the bubbles surged upward incessantly, imprisoned joys thronging to escape. And after the first glass, the 4 began to have the kindliest feelings for each other. Sorrow and shame, poverty and foreboding took wings into themselves and flew away. The girls felt deliciously warm and contented, and thought the young men charming, a splendid change from the coarse, badly dressed youths of the tenement, with their ignorant speech and rough, misshapen hands. They were ashamed of their own hands, were painfully self-conscious whenever lifting the glass to the lips brought them into view. Etta's hands, in fact, were not so badly spoiled as might have been expected, considering her long years of rough work. The nails were in fairly good condition, and the skin was rougher to the touch than to the sight. Susan's hands had not really been spoiled as yet. She had been proud of them and had taken care of them. Still, they were not the hands of a lady, but of a working girl. The young men had gentlemen's hands strong, evidently exercised only at sports, not at degrading and deforming toil. The shorter and handsomer youth who answered to the name of Fatty, for obvious but not too obvious reasons, addressed himself to Etta. John, who, it came out, was a Chicagoan visiting Fatty, fell to Susan, the champagne maid. Him voluble. He was soon telling all about himself, a senior at Ann Arbor, as was Fatty also. He intended to be a lawyer. He was fond of a good time, was fond of. The girls liked girls who were gay rather than respectable ones, because with the prim girls you have to quit just as the fun ought really to begin. After 2 glasses, Susan, warned by a slight dizziness, stopped drinking. Etta followed her example. But the boys kept on, ordered a second bottle. "This is the 4th we've had tonight," said Fatty proudly when it came. "Don't it make you dizzy?" asked Etta. "Not a bit," Fatty assured her. But she noticed that his tongue now swung trippingly loose. You haven't been at this long, have you? Inquired John of Susan. Not long, replied she. Etta, somewhat giddied, overheard and put in. We began tonight. We got tired of starving and freezing. John looked deepest sympathy into Susan's calm violet-gray eyes. I don't blame you, said he. A woman does have a Hades of a time. We were going out to buy some clothes when you came, proceeded Etta. We're in an awful state. I wondered how two girls with faces like yours, said John, came to be dressed so differently. That was what first attracted us. Then, as Etta and Fatty were absorbed in each other, he went on to Susan. And your eyes, I mustn't forget them. You certainly have got a beautiful face. And your mouth so sweet and sad, but what a lovely, lovely smile. At this Susan smiled still more broadly with pleasure. I'm glad you're pleased, said she. Why, if you were dressed up, you're not a working girl by birth, are you? I wish I had been, said Susan. Oh, I think a girl's got as good a right as a man to have a good time, lied John. Don't say things you don't believe, said Susan. It isn't necessary. I can hand that back to you. You weren't frank yourself when you said you wished you'd been born in the class of your friend and of my friend Fatty too. Susan's laugh was confession. The champagne was dancing in her blood. She said with a reckless toss of the head, I was born nothing, so I'm free to become anything I please, anything except respectable. Here, Fatty broke in. I'll tell you what let's do. Let's all go shopping. We can help you girls select your things, Susan laughed. We're going to buy about $3 worth. There won't be any selecting. We'll simply take the cheapest. Then let's go shopping, said John, and you two girls can help Fatty and me select clothes for you. That's the talk, cried Fatty. And he summoned the waiter. The bill, said he in the manner of a man who likes to enjoy the servility of servants. We hadn't paid for our supper, said Susan. How much was it, Etta? $1.25. We're going to pay for that, said Fatty. What did I take us for? Oh no, we must pay it, said Susan. Don't be foolish. Of course I'll pay. No, said Susan quietly, ignoring Etta's wink. And from her bosom she took a crumpled $5 bill. I should say you were new, laughed John. You don't even know where to carry your money yet. And they all laughed, Susan and Etta, because they felt gay and assumed the joke, whatever it was, must be a good one. Then John laid his hand over hers and said, Put your money away. Susan looked straight at him. I can't allow it, she said. I'm not that. Poor yet. John colored. I beg your pardon, he said, and when the bill came he compelled Fatty to let her pay $1.25 of it out of her crumpled $5. The two girls were fascinated by the large roll of bills, 5s, 10s, 20s which Fatty took from his trousers pocket. They stared open-eyed when he laid a 20 on the waiter's plate along with Susan's 5, and it frightened them when he, after handing Susan her change, had left only a $2 bill, 4 silver quarters and a dime. He gave the silver to the waiter. Was that for a tip? Asked Susan. Yes, said Fatty. I always give about 10% of the bill unless it runs over $10. In that case, a quarter a person as a rule. Of course, if the bill was very large, I'd give more. He was showing his amusement at her inquisitiveness. I wanted to know, explained she. I'm very ignorant, and I've got to learn. That's right, said John admiringly with a touch of condescension. Don't be afraid to confess ignorance. I'm not, replied Susan. I used to be afraid of not being respectable, and that was all. Now I haven't any fear at all. You are a queer one, exclaimed John. You oughtn't to be in this life. Where then? Asked she. I don't know, he confessed. Neither do I. Her expression suddenly was absent. With a quaint, slight smile hovering about her lips, she looked at him merrily. You see, it's got to be something that isn't respectable. What do you mean? Demanded he. Her answer was a laugh. Fatty declared it too cold to chase about afoot. Anyhow, it's late, nearly 11, and unless we're quick all the stores will be closed. The waiter called them a carriage. Its driver promised to take them to a shop that didn't close till midnight on Saturdays, said Fatty as they drove away. Well, I suppose, Etta, you'll say you've never been in a carriage before. Oh yes, I have, cried Etta. Twice at funerals. This made everyone laugh and the champagne and the air, which no longer seemed cruel to the girls, but stimulating, a grateful change from the close warmth of the room. As the boys were smoking cigarettes, they had the windows down. The faces of both girls were flushed and lively, and their cheeks seemed all ready to have filled out. The four made so much noise that the crowds of the sidewalk were looking at them, looking smilingly, delighted by the sight of such gaiety. Susan was even gayer than Etta. She sang. She took a puff at John's cigarette, then laughed loudly when he seized and kissed her, laughed again as she kissed him. And she and John fell into each other's arms and laughed uproariously as they saw Fatty and Etta embracing. The driver kept his promise. 11 o'clock found them bursting into Sternberg's, over the Rhine, a famous department store for Germans of all classes. They had an hour, and they made good use of it. Etta was for yielding to Fatty's generous urgings and buying right and left. But Susan would not have it. She told the men what she and Etta would take, a simple, complete outfit, and no more. Etta wanted furs and finery. Susan kept her to plain, serviceable things. Only once did she yield. When Etta and Fatty begged to be allowed a big showy hat, Susan yielded, but gave John leave to buy her only the simplest of simple hats. You needn't tell me any yarns about your birth and breeding, said he in a low tone, so that Etta should not hear. But that subject did not interest Susan. Let's forget it, said she, almost curtly. I've cut out the past and the future. Today's enough for me. And for me too, protested he. I hope you're having as good fun as I am. This is the first time I've really laughed in nearly a year, said she. You don't know what it means to be poor and hungry and cold. Worst of all, cold. You unhappy child, said John tenderly. But Susan was laughing again and making jokes about a wonderful German party dress, all covered with beads and lace and ruffles and embroidery. When they reached the shoe department, Susan asked John to take Fatty away. He understood that she was ashamed of their patched and holed stockings, and hastened to obey. They were making these their last purchases when the big bell rang for the closing. I'm glad these poor tired shop girls and clerks are set free, said John. It was one of those well-meaning but worthless commonplaces of word kindness that get for their utterance perhaps exaggerated credit for good heart. Susan, conscience-stricken, halted. And I never once thought of them, she exclaimed. It just shows. Shows what? Oh, nothing. Come on. I must forget that, for I can't be happy again till I do. I understand now why the comfortable people can be happy. They keep from knowing, or they make themselves forget. Why not? Said John. What's the use in being miserable about things that can't be helped? No use at all, replied the girl. She laughed. I've forgotten. The carriage was so filled with their bundles that they had some difficulty in making room for themselves, finally accomplished it by each girl sitting on her young man's lap. They drove to a quietly placed, scrupulously clean little hotel overlooking Lincoln Park. We're going to take rooms here and dress, explained Fatty. Then we'll wander out and have some supper. By this time Susan and Etta had lost all sense of strangeness. The spirit of adventure was rampant in them as in a dreaming child, and the life they had been living, what they had seen and heard and grown accustomed to, made it easy for them to strike out at once and briskly in the new road, so different from the dreary and cruel path along which they had been plodding. They stood laughing and joking in the parlor while the boys registered. Then the four went up to two small but comfortable and fascinatingly clean rooms with a large bathroom between. Fatty and I will go down to the bar while you two dress, said John. Not on your life. exclaimed Fatty. "We'll have the bar brought up to us." But John, fortified by Susan's look of gratitude for his tactfulness, whispered to his friend what Susan could easily guess. And Fatty said, "Oh, I never thought of it. Yes, we'll give 'em a chance. Don't be long, girls." "Thank you," said Susan to John. "That's all right. Take your time." Susan locked the hall door behind the two men. She rushed to the bathroom, turned on the hot water. "Oh, Etta," she cried, tears in her eyes, a hysterical sob in her throat. "A bathtub again." Etta too was enthusiastic, but she had not that intense hysterical joy which Susan felt. A joy that can be appreciated only by a person who, clean by instinct and by lifelong habit, has been shut out from thorough cleanliness for long months of dirt and foul odors and cold. It was no easy matter to become clean again after all those months, but there was plenty of soap and brushes and towels, and at last the thing was accomplished. Then they tore open the bundles and arrayed themselves in the fresh new underclothes, in the simple attractive costumes of jacket, blouse, and skirt. Susan had returned to her class and had brought Etta with her. "What shall we do with these?" asked Etta, pointing disdainfully with the toe of her new boot to the scatter of the garments they had cast off. Susan looked down at it in horror. She could not believe that she had been wearing such stuff, that it was the clothing of all her associates of the past 6 months was the kind of attire in which most of her fellow beings went about the beautiful earth. She shuddered. "Isn't life dreadful?" she cried. And she kicked together the tattered, patched, stained trash, kicked it onto a large piece of heavy wrapping paper she had spread out upon the floor. Thus, without touching her discarded self, she got it wrapped up and bound with a strong string. She rang for the maid, gave her a quarter, and pointed to the bundle. "Please take that and throw it away," she said. When the maid was gone, Etta said, "I'm mighty glad to have it out of the room." "Out of the room!" cried Susan. "Out of my heart, out of my life." They put on their hats, admired themselves in the mirror, and descended, Susan remembering halfway that they had left the lights on and going back to turn them off. The doorboy summoned the 2 young men to the parlor. They entered and exclaimed in real amazement, for they were facing 2 extremely pretty young women, one dark, the other fair. The 2 faces were wreathed in pleased and grateful smiles. "Don't we look nice?" demanded Etta. "Nice," cried Fatty. "We sure did draw a pair of first prizes, didn't we, Johnny?" John did not reply. He was gazing at Susan. Etta had young beauty, but it was of the commonplace kind. In Susan's face and carriage there was far more than beauty. "Where did you come from?" said John to her in an undertone. "And where are you going?" "Out to supper, I hope," laughed she. "Your eyes change, don't they? I thought they were violet. Now I see they're gray as can be." Chapter 22. A.T. lunch. Well toward the middle of the following afternoon. Fatty, his proper name, was August Gulick, said, "John and I don't start for Ann Arbor until a week from today. That means 7 clear days. A lot can be done in that time, with a little intelligent hustling. What do you say, girls? Do you stick to us?" "As long as you'll let us," said Etta, who was delighting Gulick with her frank and wondering and grateful appreciation of his munificence. Never before had his own private opinion of himself received such a flatteringly sweeping endorsement from anyone who happened to impress him as worthwhile. In the last phrase lies the explanation of her success through a policy that is always dangerous and usually a failure. So it was settled that with the quiet little hotel as headquarters, the 4 would spend a week in exploring Cincinnati as a pleasure ground. Gulick knew the town thoroughly. His father was a brewer whose name was on many a huge beer wagon drawn about those streets by showy Clydesdales. Also, he had plenty of money, and, while Redmond for his friend was the son of Redmond, well known as a lawyer-politician in Chicago, had nothing like so much as Gulick, still he had enough to make a passable pretense at keeping up his end. For Etta and Susan the city had meant shabby to filthy tenements, toil and weariness and sorrow. There was open to their ravished young eyes, the city, what reveals itself to the pleasure seeker, with pocket well filled what we usually think of when we pronounce its name, forgetting what its reality is for all but a favored few of those within its borders. It was a week of music and of laughter, music, especially music whenever they ate or drank, music to dance by, music in the beer gardens where they spent the early evenings, music at the roadhouses where they arrived in sleighs after the dances to have supper. Unless you choose to call it breakfast. You would have said that Susan had slipped out of the tenement life as she had out of its garments, that she had retained not a trace of it even in memory. But in those days began her habit of never passing a beggar without giving something. Within 3 or 4 days this life brought a truly amazing transformation in the two girls. You would not have recognized in them the pale and wan and ragged outcasts of only the Saturday night before. "Aren't you happy?" said Etta to Susan in one of the few moments they were alone. "But I don't need to ask. I didn't know you could be so gay. I had forgotten how to laugh," replied Susan. "I suppose I ought to be ashamed," pursued Etta. "Why?" inquired Susan. "Oh, you know why. You know how people talk if they knew." "What people?" said Susan. "Anyone who's willing to give you anything?" "No," admitted Etta. But there she halted. Susan went on. "I don't propose to be bothered by the other kind. They wouldn't do anything for me if they could except sneer and condemn. Still, you know it isn't right, what we're doing. I know it isn't cold or hunger or rags and dirt and bugs," replied Susan. Those few words were enough to conjure even to Etta's duller fancy the whole picture to its last detail of loathsome squalor. Into Etta's face came a dazed expression. "Was that really us, Lorna?" "No," said Susan with a certain fierceness. "It was a dream, but we must take care not to have that dream again." "I'd forgotten how cold I was," said Etta. "Hadn't you?" "No," said Susan. "I hadn't forgotten anything. Yes, I suppose it was all worse for you than for me. You used to be a lady." "Don't talk nonsense," said Susan. "I don't regret what I'm doing," Etta now declared. "It was Gus that made me think about it." She looked somewhat sheepish as she went on to explain. "I had a little too much to drink last night, and when Gus and I were alone, I cried for no reason except the drink. He asked me why, and I had to say something, and it popped into my head to say I was ashamed of the life I was leading. As things turned out, I'm glad I said it. He was awfully impressed." "Of course," said Susan. "You never saw anything like it," continued Etta, with an expression suggesting a feeling that she ought to be ashamed, but could not help being amused. "He acted differently right away. Why don't you try it on John?" "What for?" "Oh, it'll make him have more respect for you." "Perhaps," said Susan indifferently. "Don't you want John to respect you?" "I've been too busy having a good time to think much about him or about anything. I'm tired of thinking. I want to rest. Last night was the first time in my life I danced as much as I wanted to. Don't you like John?" "Certainly. He does know a lot, doesn't he? He's like you. He reads and then thinks, and he's away ahead of Fatty, except you don't mind my having the man with the most money." "Not in the least," laughed Susan. "Money's another thing I'm glad to rest from thinking about. But this'll last only a few days longer. And if you manage John Redmond right. Lorna, now you must not try to make me think. Lorna, are you really happy? Can't you see I am?" "Yes, when we're all together. But when you're alone with him." Susan's expression stopped her. It was a laughing expression, and yet, said Susan, "I am happy, dear, very happy. I eat and drink and sleep, and I am, oh, so glad to be alive." "Isn't it good to be alive, if you've got plenty?" exclaimed Etta. "I never knew before. This is the dream, Lorna, and I think I'll kill myself if I have to wake." On Saturday afternoon, the four were in one of the rooms discussing where the farewell dinner should be held and what they would eat and drink. Etta called Susan into the other room and shut the door between. "Fatty wants me to go along with him and live in Detroit," said she, blurting it out as if confessing a crime. "Isn't that splendid?" cried Susan, kissing her. "I thought he would. He fell in love with you at first sight. That's what he says. But Lorna, I don't know what to do." "Do? Why go? What else is there?" "Go, of course." "Oh no, Lorna," protested Etta. "I couldn't leave you. I couldn't get along without you." "But you must go. Don't you love him?" Etta began to weep. "That's the worst of it. I do love him so. And I think he loves me and might marry me and make me a good woman again. You mustn't ever tell John or anybody about that dreadful man I went with, will you, dear?" "What do you take me for?" said Susan. "I've told Fatty I was a good girl until I met him. You haven't told John about yourself?" Susan shook her head. "I suppose not. You're so secretive." "You really think I ought to go? I know it." Etta was offended by Susan's positive, practical tone. "I don't believe you care." "Yes, I care," said Susan. "But you're right to follow the man you love. Besides, there's nothing so good in sight here. What'll you do?" "Oh, I can't go, Lorna." "Now, Etta," said Susan calmly, "don't talk nonsense. I'll get along all right. You come to Detroit, you could find a job there and we could live together." Would Fatty like that? Etta flushed and glanced away. Young Gulick had soon decided that Susan was the stronger, therefore the less womanly of the two girls, and must be the evil influence over her whom he had appeared just in time to save. When he said this to Etta, she protested not very vigorously, because she wished him to think her really almost innocent. She wasn't quite easy in her mind as to whether she had been loyal to Lorna. But, being normally human, she soon almost convinced herself that, but for Lorna, she never would have made the awful venture. Anyhow, since it would help her with Gulick and wouldn't do Lorna the least mite of harm, why not let him think he was right? Said Susan. "Hasn't he been talking to you about getting away from all this?" "But I don't care," cried Etta, moved to an outburst of frankness by her sense of security in Susan's loyalty and generosity. "He doesn't understand. Men are fools about women. He thinks he likes in me what I haven't got at all. As a matter of fact, if I had been what he made me tell him I was, why, we'd never have met or got acquainted in the way that makes us so fond of each other. And I owe it all to you, Lorna. I don't care what he says, Lorna, or does. I want you." "Can't go," said Susan, not conscious yet not unaware either of the curious mixture of heart and art in Etta's outburst of apparent eagerness to risk everything for love of her. "Can't possibly go. I've made other plans. The thing for you is to be straight, get some kind of a job in Detroit, make Fatty marry you quick." "He would, but his father'd throw him out." "Not if you were an honest working girl." But Etta was silent and reflective for a moment. "Men are so queer," she finally said. "If I'd been an honest working girl, he'd never have noticed me. It's because I am what I am that I'd been able to get acquainted with him and fascinate him. And he feels it's a sporty thing to do to marry a fast girl. If I was to settle down to work, be a regular working girl, why, I'm afraid he'd stop loving me. Then, too, he likes to believe he's rescuing me from a life of shame. I've watched him close. I understand him." "No doubt," said Susan dryly. "Oh, I know you think I'm deceitful. But a woman's got to be with a man. And I care a lot about him, aside from the fact that he can make me comfortable and protect me from the streets." "If you cared for a man—" "No, I guess you wouldn't. You oughtn't to be so honest, Lorna. It'll always do you up." Susan laughed, shrugged her shoulders. "I am what I am," said she. "I can't be any different. If I tried, I'd only fail worse. You don't love John, do you? I like him. Then you wouldn't have to do much pretending, urged Etta. And what does a little pretending amount to? That's what I say to myself, replied Susan thoughtfully. It isn't nearly as bad as what we started out to do. Susan laughed at Etta's little hypocrisy for her respectability's comfort. As what we did and are doing, corrected she. Burlingham had taught her that it only makes things worse and more difficult to lie to oneself about them. John's crazy about you, but he hasn't money enough to ask you to come along. And Etta hesitated, eyed Susan doubtfully. You're sure you don't love him? No, I couldn't love him any more than I could hate him. Susan's strange look drifted across her features. It's very queer how I feel toward men. But I don't love him and I shan't pretend. I want to, but somehow I can't. Etta felt that she could give herself the pleasure of unburdening herself of a secret. Then I may as well tell you, he's engaged to a girl he thinks he ought to marry. I suspected so. And you don't mind? Inquired Etta, unable to read Susan's queer expression. Except for him and her a little, replied Susan. I guess that's why I haven't liked him better, haven't trusted him at all. Aren't men dreadful? And he is so nice in many ways. Lorna, Etta was weeping again. I can't go. I can't. I mustn't leave you. Don't be absurd. You've simply got to do it. And I do love him, said Etta, calmed again by Susan's calmness. And if he married me, oh, how grateful I'd be. I should say, exclaimed Susan. She kissed Etta and petted her. And he'll have a mighty good wife. Do you think I can marry him? If you love him and don't worry about catching him. Etta shook her head in rejection of this piece of idealistic advice. But a girl's got to be shrewd. You ought to be more so, Lorna. That depends on what a girl wants, said Susan absently. Upon what she wants, she repeated. What do you want? Inquired Etta curiously. I don't know, Susan answered slowly. I wish I knew what was going on in your head, exclaimed Etta. So do I, said Susan, smiling. Do you really mind my going? Really, honestly? There wasn't a flaw in Susan's look or tone. If you tried to stay with me, I'd run away from you. And if I do get him, I can help you. Once he's mine. Etta rounded out her sentence with an expression of countenance which it was well her adoring rescuer did not see. Not that it lacked womanliness. Womanly is the word that most exactly describes it and always will exactly describe such expressions and the thoughts behind so long as men compel women to be just women, under penalty of refusing them support if they are not so. Redmond came in, and Etta left him alone with Susan. Well, has Etta told you? He asked. Yes, replied the girl. She looked at him simply a look, but the violet-gray eyes had an unusual seeming of seeing into minds and hearts, an expression that was perhaps the more disquieting because it was sympathetic rather than critical. His glance shifted. He was a notably handsome young fellow, too young for any display of character in his face or for any development of it beyond the amiable, free, and easy lover of a jolly good time that is the type repeated over and over again among the youth of the comfortable classes that send their sons to college. Are you going with her? He asked. No, said Susan. Redmond's face fell. I hoped you liked me a little better than that, said he. It isn't a question of you. But it's a question of you with me, he cried. I'm in love with you, Lorna. I'm tempted to say all sorts of crazy things that I think but haven't the courage to act on. He kneeled down beside her, put his arms round her waist. I'm crazy about you, Lorna. Tell me, had you been before we met? Yes, said Susan. Why don't you deny it? He exclaimed. Why don't you fool me as Etta fooled? Gus? Etta's story is different from mine, said Susan. She's had no experience at all compared to me. I don't believe it, declared he. I know she's been stuffing Fatty, has made him think that you led her away. but I can soon knock those silly ideas out of his silly head. It's the truth, interrupted Susan calmly. No matter, you could be a good woman. Impulsively, if you'll settle down and be a good woman, I'll marry you. Susan smiled gently. And ruin your prospects? I don't care for prospects beside you. You are a good woman inside. The better I know you, the less like a fast woman you are. Won't you go to work, Lorna, and wait for me? Her smile had a little mockery in it now, perhaps to hide from him how deeply she was moved. No matter what else I did, I'd not wait for you, Johnny. You'd never come. You're not a Johnny on the spot. You think I'm weak, don't you? He said. Then, as she did not answer, well, I am. But I love you all the same. For the first time he felt that he had touched her heart. The tears sprang to her eyes, which were not at all gray now, but all violet, as was their wont when she was deeply moved. She laid her hands on his shoulders. "Oh, it's so good to be loved," she murmured. He put his arms around her, and for the moment she rested there, content, yes, content, as many a woman who needed love less and craved it less has been content just with being loved, when to make herself content she has had to ignore and forget the personality of the man who was doing the loving and the kind of love it was. Said he, "Don't you love me a little enough to be a good woman and wait till I set up in the law?" She let herself play with the idea to prolong this novel feeling of content. She asked, "How long will that be?" "I'll be admitted in 2 years. I'll soon have a practice. My father's got influence." Susan looked at him sadly, slowly shook her head. 2 years, and then several years more, and I working in a factory or behind a counter from dawn till after. Dark, poor, hungry, half naked, wearing my heart out, wearing my body away. She drew away from him, laughed. "I was fooling John about marrying. I like to hear you say those things. I couldn't marry you if I would. I'm married already." "You?" She nodded. "Tell me about it, won't you?" She looked at him in astonishment. So amazing seemed the idea that she could tell anyone that experience. It would be like voluntarily showing a hideous, repulsive scar or wound, for sometimes it was scar, and sometimes open wound, and always the thing that made whatever befell her endurable by comparison. She did not answer his appeal for her confidence, but went on, "Anyhow, nothing could induce me to go to work again. You don't realize what work means. The only sort of work I can get to do. It's selling both body and soul." I prefer he kissed her to stop her from finishing her sentence. "Don't please," he pleaded. "You don't understand. In this life you'll soon grow hard and coarse and lose your beauty and your health and become a moral and physical wreck." She reflected, the grave expression in her eyes, the expression that gave whoever saw it the feeling of dread as before impending tragedy. "Yes, I suppose so," she said. "But any sooner than as a working girl living in a dirty hole in a tenement. No, not so soon. And in this life, I've got a chance if I'm careful of my health and don't let things touch me. In that other, there's no chance, none. What chance have you got in this life?" "I don't know exactly. I'm very ignorant yet. At worst, it's simply that I've got no chance in either life, and this life is more comfortable." "Comfortable! With men you don't like, frightful men. Were you ever cold?" asked Susan. But it made no impression upon him, who had no conception of the cold, that knows not how it is ever to get warm again. He rushed on. "Lorna, my God!" He caught hold of her and strained her to his breast. "You are lovely and sweet. It's frightful you in this life." Her expression made the sobs choke up into his throat. She said quietly, "Not worse than dirt and vermin and freezing cold and long, dull, oh so dull hours of working among human beings that don't ever wash because they can't." She pushed him gently away. "You don't understand. You haven't been through it." Comfortable people talk like fools about those things. Do you remember my hands that first evening?" He reddened and his eyes shifted. "I'm absurdly sensitive about a woman's hands," he muttered. She laughed at him. "Oh, I saw how you couldn't bear to look at them, how they made you shiver." "Well, the hands were nothing beside what you didn't see. Lorna, do you love someone else?" His eyes demanded an honest answer, and it seemed to her his feeling for her deserved it, but she could not put the answer into words. She lowered her gaze. Then why he began impetuously, but there he halted, for he knew she would not lift the veil over herself, over her past. "I'm very, very fond of you," she said with depressing friendliness. Then with a sweet laugh, "You ought to be glad I'm not able to take you at your word. And you will be glad soon." She sighed. "What a good time we've had. If I only had a decent allowance like Fatty," he groaned. "No use talking about that. It's best for us to separate, best for us both. You've been good to me. You'll never know how good. And I can't play you a mean trick. I wish I could be selfish enough to do it, but I can't. You don't love me. That's the reason. Maybe it is. Yes, I guess that's why I've got the courage to be square with you. Anyhow, John, you can't afford to care for me. And if I cared for you and put off the parting, why, it'd only put off what I've got to go through with before." She did not finish. Her eyes became dreamy. "Before what?" he asked. "I don't know," she said, returning with a sigh. "Something I see yet don't see in the darkness ahead of me." "I can't make you out," cried he. Her expression moved him to the same awe she inspired in Etta, a feeling that gave both of them the sense of having known her better, of having been more intimate with her when they first met her than they ever had been since or ever would be again. When Redmond embraced and kissed her for the last time, he was in another and less sympathetic mood, was busy with his own wounds to vanity and perhaps to heart. He thought her heartless, good and sweet and friendly, but without sentiment. She refused to help him make a scene. She refused to say she would write to him, and asked him not to write to her. "You know we'll probably see each other soon." "Not till the long vacation, not till nearly July. Only 3 months. Oh, if you look at it that way," said he, piqued and sullen. Girls had always been more than kind, more than eager when he had shown interest. Etta, leaving on a later train, was even more depressed about Susan's heart. She wept hysterically, wished Susan to do the same. But Susan stood out firmly against a scene and would not have it that Etta was shamefully deserting her, as Etta tearfully accused herself. "You're going to be happy," she said, "and I'm not so selfish as to be wretched about it, and don't you worry a minute on my account. I'm better off in every way than I've ever been. I'll get on all right. I know you gave up John to help me with August. I know you mean to break off everything. Oh, Lorna, you mustn't, you mustn't." "Don't talk nonsense," was Susan's unsatisfactory reply. When it came down to the last embrace and the last kiss, Etta did feel through Susan's lips and close encircling arms a something that dried up her hysterical tears and filled her heart with an awful aching. It did not last long. No matter how wildly shallow waters are stirred, they soon calm and murmur placidly on again. The three who had left her would have been amazed could they have seen her a few minutes after Etta's train rolled out of the Union Station. The difference between strong natures and weak is not that the strong are free from cowardice and faint-heartedness, from doubt and foreboding, from love and affection, but that they do not stay down when they are crushed down, stagger up and on. Susan hurried to the room they had helped her find the day before, a room in a house where no questions were asked or answered. She locked herself in and gave way to the agonies of her loneliness. And when her grief had exhausted her, she lay upon the bed, staring at the wall, with eyes that looked as though her soul had emptied itself through them of all that makes life endurable, even of hope. For the first time in her life, she thought of suicide, Not suicide the vague possibility, not suicide the remote way of escape, but suicide the close and intimate friend, the healer of all woes, the solace of all griefs, suicide, the speedy, accurate solver of the worst problem destiny can put to man. She saw her pocketbook on the floor, where she had dropped it. "I'll wait till my money's gone," thought she. Then she remembered Etta, how gentle and loving she was, how utterly she gave herself for Susan was still far from the profound knowledge of character that enables us to disregard outward signs in measuring actualities. If I really weren't harder than Etta, her thoughts ran on reproachfully, I'd not wait until the money went. I'd kill myself now and have it over with. The truth was that if the position of the two girls had been reversed and Susan had loved Gulick as intensely as Etta professed and believed she loved him, still Susan would have given him up rather than have left Etta alone. And she would have done it without any sense of sacrifice. And it must be admitted that whether or not there are those who deserve credit for doing right, certainly those who do right simply because they cannot do otherwise, the only trustworthy people deserve no credit for it. She counted her money, $23 in bills, and some change. Redmond had given her $50 each time they had gone shopping, and had made her keep the balance, his indirect way of adjusting the financial side. $23 meant perhaps 2 weeks' living. Well, she would live those 2 weeks decently and comfortably, and then bid life adieu. Unless something turned up for back to the street, she would not go. With Etta gone, with not a friend anywhere on earth, life was not worth the price she had paid for Etta and herself to the drunken man, her streak of good fortune in meeting. Redmond had given her no illusions. From Mabel Connemara, from what she herself had heard and seen and experienced, she knew the street woman's life, and she could not live that life for herself alone. She could talk about it to Redmond tranquilly. She could think about it in the abstract, could see how other women did it, and how those who had intelligence might well survive and lift themselves up in it. But do it she could not. So she resolved upon suicide, firmly believing in her own resolve. And she was not one to deceive herself or to shrink from anything whatsoever. Except the insane, only the young make these resolves and act upon them. For the young have not yet learned to value life, have not yet fallen under life's sinister spell that makes human beings cling more firmly and more cravenly to it as they grow older. The young must have something, some hope, however fanatic and false, to live for. They will not tarry just to live. And in that hour Susan had lost hope. She took off her street dress and opened her trunk to get a wrapper and bedroom slippers. As she lifted the lid, she saw an envelope addressed Lorna. She remembered that Redmond had locked and strapped the trunk. She tore the end from the envelope, looked in, some folded bills, nothing more. She sat on the floor and counted 2 20s, 5 10s, 2 5s, $100. She looked dazedly at the money, gave a cry of delight, sprang to her feet with a change like the startling shift from night to day in the tropics. "I can pay," she cried. "I can pay." Bubbling over with smiles and with little laughs, gay as even champagne and the release from the vile prison of the slums had made her, she with eager hands took from the trunk her best clothes, the jacket and skirt of dark gray check she had bought for $30 at Shalito's and had it altered to her figure and her taste, the blouse of good quality linen with rather a fancy collar, the gray leather belt with a big oxidized silver buckle, her only pair of silk stockings, the pair of high-heeled patent leather shoes, the large black hat with a gray feather curling attractively round and over its brim. The hat had cost only $14 because she had put it together herself. If she had bought it made, she would have paid not less than $30. All these things she carefully unpacked and carefully laid out. Then she thoroughly brushed her hair and did it up in a graceful pompadour that would go well with the hat. She washed away the traces of her outburst of grief, went over her fingernails, now almost recovered from the disastrous incident to the life of manual labor. She went on to complete her toilet, all with the same attention to detail, a sure indication, in one so young, of a desire to please some specific person. When she had the hat set at the satisfactory angle and the veil wound upon it and draped over her fresh young face coquettishly, she took from her slender store of gloves a fresh gray pair and, as she put them on, stood before the glass examining herself. There was now not a trace of the tenement working girl of a week and a day before. Here was beauty in bloom, fresh and alluring from head to narrow, well-booted feet. More than a hint of a fine color sense, that vital quality, if fashion, the conventional, is to be refined and individualized into style, the rare more than a hint of color sense showed in the harmony of the pearl gray in the big feather, the pearl gray in the collar of the blouse, and the pearl white of her skin. Susan had indeed returned to her own class. She had left it a small-town girl with more than a suggestion of the child in eyes and mouth. She had returned to it, a young woman of the city, with that look in her face which only experience can give, experience that has resulted in growth. She locked all her possessions away in her trunk, all but her money, that she put in her stocking, $75 well down in the right leg, the rest of the bills well down in the left leg. The $2 or so in change was all she entrusted to the pocketbook she carried. She cast a coquettish glance down at her charmingly arrayed feet. Harmless glance of coquetry that will be condemned by those whose physical vanity happens to center elsewhere. After this glance, she dropped her skirts and was ready. By this time dusk had fallen, and it was nearly 6 o'clock. As she came out of the house, she glanced toward the west, the instinctive gesture of people who live in rainy climates. Her face brightened. She saw an omen in the long, broad streak of reddened evening sky. Chapter 23. SHE went down to 4th Street, along it to race, to the commercial building. At the entrance to the corridor, at the far side of which were elevator and stairway, she paused and considered. She turned into the business office. "Is Mr. Roderick Spencer here?" she asked of a heavily built, gray-bearded man in the respectable black of the old-fashioned financial employee, showing the sobriety and stolidity of his character in his dress. "He works upstairs," replied the old man, beaming approvingly upon the pretty, stylish young woman. "Is he there now? I'll telephone." He went into the rear office, presently returned with the news that Mr. Spencer had that moment left, was probably on his way down in the elevator, and you'll catch him if you go to the office entrance right away. Susan, the inexperienced in the city ways of men with women, did not appreciate what a tribute to her charms and to her character, as revealed in the honest, grave eyes, was the old man's unhesitating assumption that Spencer would wish to see her. She lost no time in retracing her steps. As she reached the office entrance, she saw at the other end of the long hall 2 young men coming out of the elevator. After the habit of youth, she had rehearsed speech and manner for this meeting, but at sight of him she was straightway trembling so that she feared she would be unable to speak at all. The entrance light was dim, but as he glanced at her in passing, he saw her looking at him, and his hand moved toward his hat. His face had not changed, the same frank, careless expression, the same sympathetic, understanding look out of the eyes. But he was the city man in dress now. Notably, the city man. "Mr. Spencer," said she shyly. He halted. His companion went on. He lifted his hat, looked inquiringly at her, the look of the enthusiast and connoisseur on the subject of pretty women when he finds a new specimen worthy of his attention. "Don't you know me?" His expression of puzzled and flirtatious politeness gradually cleared away. The lighting up of his eyes, the smile round his mouth delighted her, and she grew radiant when he exclaimed eagerly, "Why, it's the little girl of the Rock again! How you've grown in a year, less than a year!" "Yes, I suppose I have," said she, thinking of it for the first time. Then, to show him at once what a good excuse she had for intruding again, she hastened to add, "I've come to pay you that money you loaned me." He burst out laughing, drew her into the corridor where the light was brighter. "And you gone back to your husband," he said. She noted the quick, sharp change in his voice. "Why do you think that?" she said. The way his eyes lingered upon the charming details, toilet that indicated anything but poverty might have given her a simple explanation. He offered another. "I can't explain. It's your different expression, a kind of experienced look." The color flamed and flared in Susan's face. "You are happy?" he asked. "I've not seen him," evaded she. "Ever since I left Carrollton, I've been wandering about." "Wandering about?" he repeated absently, his eyes busy with her appearance. "And now," she went on, nervous and hurried, "I'm here in town for a while. Then I may come to see you. I'd be glad. I'm alone in a furnished room I've taken out near Lincoln Park." "Alone? You don't mean you're still wandering?" "Still wandering." He laughed. "Well, it certainly is doing you no harm. The reverse." An embarrassed pause, then he said with returning politeness, "Maybe you'll dine with me this evening." She beamed. "I've been hoping you'd ask me." "It won't be as good as the one on the rock. There never will be another dinner like that," declared she. "Your leg is well?" Her question took him by surprise. In his interest and wonder as to the new mystery of this mysterious young person, he had not recalled the excuses he made for dropping out of the entanglement in which his impulses had put him. The color poured into his face. "Ages ago," he replied hurriedly. "I'd have forgotten it if it hadn't been for you. I've never been able to get you out of my head." And as a matter of truth she had finally dislodged his cousin Nell without lingering long or vividly herself. Young Mr. Spencer was too busy and too self-absorbed a man to bother long about any one flower in a world that was one vast field abloom with open-petaled flowers. "Nor I you," said she, as pleased as he had expected, and showing it with a candor that made her look almost the child he had last seen. "You see, I owed you that money, and I wanted to pay it." "Oh, that was all," exclaimed he half jokingly. "Wait here a minute." And he went to the door, looked up and down the street, then darted across it and disappeared into the St. Nicholas Hotel. He was not gone more than half a minute. "I had to see Bain and tell him," he explained when he was with her again. "I was to have dined with him and some others over in the cafe. Instead, you and I will dine upstairs. You won't mind my not being dressed?" It seemed to her he was dressed well enough for any occasion. "I'd rather you had on the flannel trousers rolled up to your knees," said she. "But I can imagine them." "What a dinner that was!" cried he. "And the ride afterward," with an effort at ease that escaped her bedazzled eyes. "Why didn't you ever write?" He expected her to say that she did not know his address and was ready with protests and excuses. But she replied, "I didn't have the money to pay what I owed you." They were crossing 4th Street and ascending the steps to the hotel. "Then too afterward when I got to know a little more about life oh, no matter, really the money was the only reason." But he had stopped short. In a tone so correctly sincere that a suspicious person might perhaps have doubted the sincerity of the man using it, he said, "What was in your mind? What did you think? What did you suspect me of? For I see in that honest telltale face of yours that it was a suspicion." "I didn't blame you," protested the girl. "Even if it was so, I thought maybe you got to thinking it over and didn't want to be bothered with anyone so troublesome as I had made myself. How could you suspect me of such a thing?" "Oh, I really didn't," declared she, with all the earnestness of a generous nature, for she read into his heightened color and averted eyes the feeling she herself would have had before an unjust suspicion. "It was merely an idea, and I didn't blame you, not in the least. It would have been the sensible next thing. This child woman, this mysterious mind of mixed precocity and innocence, would be showing that she had guessed a cousin Nell." "You are far too modest," interrupted he with a flirtatious smile. "You didn't realize how strong an impression you made. No, I really broke my leg. Don't you suppose I knew the 25 in the pocketbook wouldn't carry you far? He saw and naturally misunderstood her sudden change of expression as he spoke of the amount. He went on apologetically, I intended to bring more when I came. I was afraid to put money in the note for fear it'd never be delivered if I did. And didn't I tell you to write? And didn't I give you my address here? Would I have done that if I hadn't meant to stand by you? Susan was convinced, was shamed by these smooth, plausible assertions and explanations. Your father's house, it's a big brick, with stone trimmings, standing all alone outside the little town, isn't it? Spencer was again coloring deeply. Yes, admitted he uneasily. But Susan didn't notice. I saw the doctor and your family on the veranda, she said. He was now so nervous that she could not but observe it. They gave out that it was only a sprain, said he, because I told them I didn't want it known. I didn't want the people at the office to know I was going to be laid up so long. I was afraid I'd lose my job. I didn't hear anything about it, said she. I only saw as I was going by on a boat. He looked disconcerted, but not to her eyes. Well, it's far in the past now, said he. Let's forget all but the fun. Yes, all but the fun. Then very sweetly, but I'll never forget what I owe you. Not the money, not that, hardly at all, but what you did for me. It made me able to go on. Don't speak of it, cried he, flushed and shamefaced. I didn't do half what I ought. Like most human beings, he was aware of his more obvious, if less dangerous faults and weaknesses. He liked to be called generous, but always had qualms when so called, because he knew he was in fact of the familiar type classed as generous only because human beings are so artless in their judgments as to human nature that they cannot see that quick impulses quickly die. The only deep truth is that there are no generous natures, but just natures, and they are rarely classed as generous because their slowly formed resolves have the air of prudence and calculation. In the hotel, she went to the dressing room, took $25 from the money in her stocking. As soon as they were seated in the restaurant, she handed it to him. But this makes it you who are having me to dinner and more, he protested. If you knew what a weight it's been on me, you'd not talk that way, said she. Her tone compelled him to accept her view of the matter. He laughed and put the money in his waistcoat pocket, saying, Then I'll still owe you a dinner. During the past week, she had been absorbing as only a young woman with a good mind and a determination to learn the business of living can absorb. The lessons before her had been the life that is lived in cities by those who have money to spend and experience in spending it. She had learned out of all proportion to opportunity. At a glance, she realized that she was now in a place far superior to the bohemian resorts which had seemed to her inexperience the best possible. From earliest childhood, she had shown the delicate sense of good taste and of luxury that always goes with a practical imagination. Practical as distinguished from the idealistic kind of imagination that is vague, erratic, and fond of the dreams which neither could nor should come true. And the reading she had done, the novels, the memoirs, the books of travel, the fashion and home magazines had made deep and distinct impressions upon her, had prepared her as they had prepared thousands of Americans in secluded towns and rural regions where luxury and even comfort are very crude indeed, for the possible rise of fortune that is the universal American dream and hope. She felt these new surroundings exquisitely, the subdued coloring, the softened lights, the thick carpets, the quiet elegance and comfort of the furniture. She noted the good manners of the well-trained waiter. She listened admiringly and memorizingly as Spencer ordered the dinner, a dinner of French good taste, small but fine oysters, a thick soup, a guinea hen and casserole, a fruit salad, fresh strawberry ice cream, dry champagne. She saw that Spencer knew what he was about, and she was delighted with him, and proud to be with him, and glad that he had tastes like her own, that is, tastes such as she proposed to learn to have. of the men she had known or known about, he seemed to her far and away the best. It isn't necessary to explain into what an attitude of mind and heart this feeling of his high superiority immediately put her, certainly not for the enlightenment of any woman. "What are you thinking?" he asked the question that was so often thrust at her because when she thought intensely, there was a curiosity-compelling expression in her eyes. "Oh, about all this," replied she. "I like this sort of thing so much. I never had it in my life, yet now that I see it, I feel as if I were part of it, as if it must belong to me." Her eyes met his sympathetic gaze. "You understand, don't you?" He nodded. "And I was wondering," she laughed, as if she expected even him to laugh at her. "I was wondering how long it would be before I should possess it. Do you think I'm crazy?" He shook his head. "I've got that same feeling," said he. "A poor don't dare do this often, have all I can manage in keeping myself decently. Yet I have a conviction that I shall win. Don't think I'm dreaming of being rich. Not at all. I don't care much about that if I did go into business, but I want all my surroundings to be right." Her eyes gleamed. "And you'll get it, and so shall I. I know it sounds improbable and absurd for me to say that about myself, but I know it. I believe you," said he. "You got the look in your face, in your eyes. I've never seen anyone improve as you have in this less than a year." She smiled as she thought in what surroundings she had apparently spent practically all that time. "If you could have seen me," she said. "Yes, I was learning, and I know it. I led a sort of double life. She hesitated, gave up trying to explain. She had not the words and phrases, the clear-cut ideas to express that inner life led by people who have real imagination. With most human beings, their immediate visible surroundings determine their life. With the imaginative few, their horizon is always the whole wide world." She sighed. "But I'm ignorant. I don't know how or where to take hold." "I can't help you there yet," said he. "When we know each other better, then I'll know. Not that you need me to tell you. You'll find out for yourself. One always does." She glanced round the attractive room again, then looked at him with narrowed eyelids. "Only a few hours ago I was thinking of suicide. How absurd it seems now. I'll never do that again. At least, I've learned how to profit by a lesson. Mr. Burlingham taught me that." "Who's he?" "That's a long story. I don't feel like telling about it now." But the mere suggestion had opened certain doors in her memory, and crowds of sad and bitter thoughts came trooping in. "Are you in some sort of trouble?" said he, instantly leaning toward her across the table, and all aglow with the impulsive sympathy that kindles in impressionable natures as quickly as fire in dry grass. Such natures are as perfect conductors of emotion as platinum is of heat, instantly absorbing it, instantly throwing it off, to return to their normal and metallic chill and capacity for receptiveness. "Anything you can tell me about?" "Oh, no, nothing especial," replied she. "Just loneliness and a feeling of discouragement. Strongly, just a mood. I'm never really discouraged. Something always turns up. Please tell me what happened after I left you at that wretched hotel." "I can't," she said. "At least, not now." "There is." He looked sympathetically at her, as if to assure her that he would understand, no matter what she might confess. "There is someone." "No, I'm all alone. I'm free." It was not in the least degree an instinct for deception that made her then convey an impression of there having been no one. She was simply obeying her innate reticence that was part of her unusual self-unconsciousness. "And you're not worried about money matters?" he asked. "You see, I'm enough older and more experienced to give me excuse for asking. Besides, unless a woman has money, she doesn't find it easy to get on." "I've enough for the present," she assured him, and the stimulus of the champagne made her look and feel much more self-confident than she really was. "More than I've ever had before, so I'm not worried. When anyone has been through what I have, they aren't so scared about the future." He looked the admiration he felt, and there was not a little of the enthusiasm of the champagne, both in the look and in the admiration. I see you've already learned to play the game without losing your nerve. I begin to hope so, said she. Yes, you've got the signs of success in your face. Curious about those signs. Once you learn to know them, you never miss in sizing up people. The dinner had come. Both were hungry, and it was as good a dinner as the discussion about it between Spencer and the waiter had forecast. As they ate the well-cooked, well-served food and drank the delicately flavored champagne, mellow as the gorgeous autumn its color suggested, there diffused through them an extraordinary feeling of quiet, intense happiness of mind and body. Her face took on a new and finer beauty. Into his face came a tenderness that was most becoming to its rather rugged features. And he had not talked with her long before he discovered that he was facing not a child woman, but a woman grown, one who could understand and appreciate the things men and women of experience say and do. I've always been expecting to hear from you every day since we separated, he said, and he was honestly believing it now. I've had a feeling that you hadn't forgotten me. It didn't seem possible I could feel so strongly unless there was real sympathy between us. I came as soon as I could. He reflected in silence a moment. Then in the tone that made her heart leap and her blood tingle, he said, You say you're free? Free as air. Only I couldn't fly far. He hesitated on an instinct of prudence, then ventured, Far as New York? What is the railroad fare? Oh, about $25 with sleeper. Yes, I can fly that far. Do you mean to say you've no ties of any kind? None. Not one. Her eyes opened wide and her nostrils dilated. Free! You love it, don't you? Don't you? Above everything, he exclaimed. Only the free life. She lifted her head higher in a graceful, attractive gesture of confidence and happiness. Well, I am ready to live. I'm afraid you don't realize, he said hesitatingly. People wouldn't understand. You've your reputation to think of, you know. She looked straight at him. No, not even that. I'm even free from reputation. Then, as his face saddened and his eyes glistened with sympathy, you needn't pity me. See where it's brought me. You're a strong swimmer, aren't you? He said tenderly. But then there isn't any safe and easy crossing to the Isles of Freedom. It's no wonder most people don't get further than gazing and longing. Probably I shouldn't, confessed Susan, if I hadn't been thrown into the water. It was a case of swim or drown. But most who try are drowned, nearly all of the women. Oh, I guess there are more survive than is generally supposed. So much lying is done about that sort of thing. What a shrewd young lady it is. At any rate, you have reached the islands. But I'm not queen of them yet, she reminded him. I'm only a poor, naked, out-of-breath castaway lying on the beach. He laughed appreciatively. Very clever, this extremely pretty young woman. Yes, you'll win. You'll be queen. He lifted his champagne glass and watched the little bubbles pushing gaily and swiftly upward. So you've cast over your reputation. I told you I had reached the beach naked. A reckless light in her eyes now. Fact is, I had none to start with. Anybody has a reason for starting or for being started. That was mine, I guess. I've often thought about that matter of reputation in a man or a woman if they're trying to make the bold, strong swim. To care about one's reputation means fear of what the world says. It's important to care about one's character, for without character no one ever got anywhere worth getting to. But it's very, very dangerous to be afraid for one's reputation. And I hate to admit it because I'm hopelessly conventional at bottom, but its true reputation, fear of what the world says, has sunk more swimmers, has wrecked more characters than it ever helped. So the strongest and best swimmers swim naked. Susan was looking thoughtfully at him over the rim of her glass. She took a sip of the champagne and said, If I hadn't been quite naked, I'd have sunk. I'd have been at the bottom with the fishes. Don't, he cried. Thank God you did whatever you've done. Yes, I mean that whatever you've done, since it enabled you to swim on," he added, "and I know it wasn't anything bad, anything unwomanly. I did the best I could. Nothing I'm ashamed of or proud of either. Just what I had to do. But you ought to be proud that you arrived." "No, only glad," said she. So frightfully glad. In any event, their friendship was bound to flourish, aided by that dinner and that wine. It sprang up into an intimacy, a feeling of mutual trust and of sympathy at every point. Like all women, she admired strength in a man above everything else. She delighted in the thick, obstinate growth of his fair hair, in the breadth of the line of his eyebrows, in the aggressive thrust of his large nose and long jawbone. She saw in the way his mouth closed evidence of a will against which opposition would dash about as dangerously as an egg against a stone wall. There was no question of his having those birthmarks of success about which he talked. She saw them, saw nothing of the less obtrusive but not less important marks of weakness which might have enabled an expert in the reading of faces to reach some rather depressing conclusion as to the nature and the degree of that success. Finally, he burst out with, "Yes, I've made up my mind. I'll do it. I'm going to New York. I've been fooling away the last 5 years here learning a lot, but still idling, drinking, amusing myself in all kinds of ways. And about a month ago one night, as I was rolling home toward dawn through a driving sleet storm, do you remember a line in Paradise Lost?" "I never read it," interrupted Susan. "Well, it's where the devils have been kicked out of heaven and are lying in agony flat on the burning lake, and Satan rises up and marches haughtily out among them and calls out, 'Awake, arise, or forevermore be damned.' That's what has happened to me several times in my life, when I was a boy, idling about the farm and wasting myself. That voice came to me, 'Awake, arise, or forevermore be damned.' And I got a move on me and insisted on going to college. Again at college, I became a dawdler, poker, drink, dances, all the rest of it, and suddenly that voice roared in my ears, made me jump like a rabbit when a gun goes off. And last month it came again. I went to work, finished a play I'd been pottering over for 3 years, but somehow I couldn't find the whatever I needed to make me break away. Well, you've given me that. I'll resign from the commercial, and with all I've got in the world, $300, and a trunk full of good clothes, I'll break into Broadway." Susan had listened with bright eyes and quickened breath, as intoxicated and as convinced as was he by his eloquence. "Isn't that splendid?" she exclaimed in a low voice. "And you?" he said meaningly. "I?" she replied, fearing she was misunderstanding. "Will you go? Do you want me?" she asked, low and breathlessly. With a reluctance which suggested, but not to her, that his generosity was winning a hard-fought battle with his vanity, he replied, "I need you. I doubt if I dare without you to back me up. I've got a trunk full of fairly good clothes and about $100, but I haven't got any play, or any art, or any trade even. Of course I'll go." Then she hastily added, "I'll not be a drag on you. I pay my own way. But you mustn't be suspicious in your independence," he warned her. "You mustn't forget that I'm older than you and more experienced, and that it's far easier for a man to get money than for a woman. To get it without lowering himself? Ah!" he exclaimed, looking strangely at her. "You mean without bowing to some boss? Without selling his soul? I had no idea you were so much of a woman when I met you that day." "I wasn't then," replied she, "and I didn't know where I'd got till we began to talk this evening. And you're very young." "Oh, but I've been going to a school where they make you learn fast. Indeed, I do need you." He touched his glass to hers. "On to Broadway," he cried. "Broadway," echoed she, radiant. "Together, eh?" She nodded, but as she drank the toast, a tear splashed into her glass. She was remembering how some mysterious instinct had restrained her from going with John Redmond, though it seemed the only sane thing to do. What if she had disobeyed that instinct? And then through her mind in swift ghostly march past, trailed the persons and events of the days, just gone, yet seeming as far away as a former life in another world. Redmond and Gulick Etta, yes, Etta too, all past and gone forever, gone. What are you thinking about? She shook her head, and the spectral procession vanished into the glooms of memory's vistas. Thinking of yesterday. I don't understand myself, how I shake off and forget what's past. Nothing seems real to me but the future. Not even the present, said he with a smile. Not even the present, she answered with grave candor. Nothing seems to touch me, the real me. It's like looking out of the window of the train at the landscape running by. I'm a traveler passing through. I wonder if it'll always be that way. I wonder if I'll ever arrive where I'll feel that I belong. I think so, and soon. But she did not respond to his confident smile. I hope so, she said with sad, wistful sweetness. Then again, aren't there some people who don't belong anywhere, aren't allowed to settle down and be happy, but have to keep going on and on until they pass out into the dark, he finished for her. Yes. He looked at her in a wondering, uneasy way. You do suggest that kind, said he. But, smilingly, to hide his earnestness, I'll try to detain you. Please do, she said. I don't want to go on alone. He dropped into silence, puzzled and in a way awed by the mystery enveloping her. A mystery of aloofness and stoniness, of complete separation from the contact of the world, the mystery that encloses all whose real life is lived deep within themselves. Chapter 24. Days later, on the Eastern Express, they were not so confident as they had been over the St. Nicholas champagne. As confident about the remoter future, it was that annoying little stretch near at hand which gave them secret uneasiness. There had been nothing but dreaming and sentimentalizing in those 4 days, and that disquietingly suggested the soldier who with an impressive flourish highly resolves to give battle, then sheathes his sword and goes away to a revel. Also, like all idlers, they had spent money, far more money than total net cash resources of less than $500 warranted. We spent an awful lot of money, said Susan. She was quick to see the faint frown, the warning that she was on dangerous ground. Said he, Do you regret? No, indeed no, cried she, eager to have that cloud vanish, but honest too. She no more than he regretted a single moment of the dreaming and love-making, a single penny of the 80 and odd dollars that had enabled them fittingly to embower their romance, to twine myrtle in their hair, and to provide Cupid's torch bowls with fragrant incense. Still, with the battle not begun, there gaped that deep, wide hollow in the war chest. Spencer's newspaper connection got them passes over one of the cheaper lines to New York, and he tried to console himself by setting this down as a saving of $40 against the $80 of the debit item. But he couldn't altogether forget that they would have traveled on passes anyhow. He was not regretting that he had indulged in the extravagance of a stateroom, but he couldn't deny that it was an extravagance. However, he had only to look at her to feel that he had done altogether well in providing for her the best, and to believe that he could face with courage any fate so long as he had her at his side. Yes, I can face anything with you, he said. What I feel for you is the real thing. The real thing at last. She had no disposition to inquire curiously into this. Her reply was a flash of a smile that was like a flash of glorious light upon the crest of a wave surging straight from her happy heart. They were opposite each other at breakfast in the restaurant car. He delighted in her frank delight in the novelty of travel, swift and luxurious travel, swift and luxurious travel. He had never been East before himself, but he had had experience of sleepers and diners. She had not, and every moment she was getting some new sensation. She especially enjoyed this sitting at breakfast with the express train rushing smoothly along through the mountains, the first mountains either had seen. At times they were so intensely happy that they laughed with tears in their eyes and touched hands across the table to get from physical contact the reassurances of reality. "How good to eat everything is," she exclaimed. "You'll think me very greedy, I'm afraid. But if you'd eaten the stuff I have since we dined on the rock." They were always going back to the rock, and neither wearied of recalling and reminding each other of the smallest details. It seemed to them that everything, even the least happening at that sacred spot, must be remembered, must be recorded indelibly in the book of their romance. "I'm glad we were happy together in such circumstances," she went on. "It was a test, wasn't it, Rod? If two people don't love each other enough to be happy anywhere, they could be happy nowhere," declared he. "So, we'll not mind being very, very careful about spending money in New York." She ventured, for she was again bringing up the subject she had been privately revolving ever since they had formed the partnership. In her wanderings with Burlingham and her sojourn in the tenements, she had learned a great deal about the care and spending of money, had developed that instinct for forehandedness which nature has implanted in all normal women, along with the maternal instinct, and as a necessary supplement to it. This instinct is more or less futile in most women because they are more or less ignorant of the realities as to wise and foolish expenditure. But it is found in the most extravagant women, no less than in the most absurdly and meanly stingy. "Of course, we must be careful," assented Rod. "But I can't let you be uncomfortable." "Now, dear," she remonstrated, "you mustn't treat me that way. I'm better fitted for hardship than you. I'd mind it less." He laughed. She looked so fine and delicate, with her transparent skin and her curves of figure, he felt that anything so nearly perfect could not but easily be spoiled. And there he showed how little he appreciated her iron strength, her almost exhaustless endurance. He fancied he was the stronger because he could have crushed her in his muscular arms. But exposures, privations, dissipations that would have done for a muscularly stronger man than he would have left no trace upon her after a few days of rest and sleep. "It's the truth," she insisted. "I could prove it, but I shan't. I don't want to remember vividly. Rod, we must live cheaply in New York until you sell a play and I have a place in some company." "Yes," he conceded. "But, Susie, not too cheap. A cheap way of living makes a cheap man, gives a man a cheap outlook on life. Besides, don't forget, if the worst comes to the worst, I can always get a job on a newspaper." She would not have let him see how uneasy this remark made her. However, she could not permit it to pass without notice. Said she, a little nervously, "But you've made up your mind to devote yourself to plays to stand or fall by that." He remembered how he had thrilled her and himself with brave talk about the necessity of concentrating, of selecting a goal and moving relentlessly for it, letting nothing halt him or turn him aside. For his years, Rod Spencer was as wise in the philosophy of success as Burlingham or Tom Brashear. But he had done that brave and wise talking before he loved her, as he now did before he realized how love can be, in itself, an achievement and a possession so great that other ambitions dwarf beside it. True, away back in his facile, fickle mind, behind the region where self-excuse and somebody else always to blame reigned supreme, a something, the something that had set the marks of success so strongly upon his face was whispering to him the real reason for his now revolving a New York newspaper job. Real reasons, as distinguished from alleged reasons and imagined reasons, from the reasons self-deception invents and vanity gives out. Real reasons are always interesting and worth noting. What was Rod's? Not his love for her, nothing so superior, so superhuman as that. No, it was weak and wobbly misgivings as to his own ability to get on independently, the misgivings that menace every man who has never worked for himself but has always drawn pay, the misgivings that paralyze most men and keep them wage or salary slaves all their lives. Rod was no better pleased at this sly, unwelcome revelation of his real self to himself than the next human being is in similar circumstances. The whispering was hastily suppressed. Love for her, desire that she should be comfortable, those must be the real reasons. But he must be careful lest she, the sensitive, should begin to brood over a fear that she was already weakening him and would become a drag upon him, the fear that he knew would take shape in his own mind if things began to go badly. "You may be sure, dearest," he said, "I'll do nothing that won't help me on." He tapped his forehead with his finger. "This is a machine for making plays. Everything that's put into it will be grist for it." She was impressed, but not convinced. He had made his point about concentration too clear to her intelligence. She persisted, "But you said if you took a place on a newspaper, it would make you fight less hard." "I say a lot of things," he interrupted laughingly. "Don't be frightened about me. What I'm most afraid of is that you'll desert me. That would be a real knockout blow." He said this smilingly, but she could not bear jokes on that one subject. "What do you mean, Rod? Now don't look so funereal, Susie. I simply meant that I hate to think of your going on the stage or at anything else. I want you to help me. Selfish, isn't it? But dear heart, if I could feel that the plays were ours, that we were both concentrated on the one career, darling. To love each other, to work together, not separately, but together, don't you understand?" Her expression showed that she understood, but was not at all in sympathy. "I've got to earn my living, Rod," she objected. "I shan't care anything about what I'll be doing. I'll do it simply to keep from being a burden to you." "A burden, Susie? You! Why, you're my wings that enable me to fly. It's selfish, but I want all of you. Don't you think, dear, that if it were possible, it would be better for you to make us a home and hold the fort while I go out to give battle to managers and bind up my wounds when I come back and send me out the next day well again? Don't you think we ought to concentrate?" The picture appealed to her. All she wanted in life now was his success. "But," she objected, "it's useless to talk of that until we get on our feet, perfectly useless." "It's true," he admitted with a sigh, "and until we do, we must be economical." "What a persistent lady it is," laughed he. "I wish I were like that." In the evening's gathering dusk, the train steamed into Jersey City, and Spencer and Susan Lenox, with the adventurers mingling hope and dread, confidence and doubt, courage and fear, followed the crowd down the long platform under the vast train shed, went through the huge thronged waiting room and aboard the giant ferry boat, which filled both with astonishment because of its size and luxuriousness. "I am a jay," said she. "I can hardly keep my mouth from dropping open." "You haven't any the advantage of me," he assured her. "Are you trembling all over?" "Yes," she admitted, "and my heart's like lead. I suppose there are thousands on thousands like us from all over the country who come here every day feeling as we do. Let's go out on the front deck where we can see it." They went out on the upper front deck, and leaning against the forward gates, with their traveling bags at their feet, they stood dumb before the most astounding and most splendid scene in the civilized world. It was not quite dark yet. The air was almost July hot, as one of those prematurely warm days New York so often has in March. The sky, a soft and delicate blue shading into opal and crimson behind them, displayed a bright crescent moon as it arched over the fairyland in the dusk before them. Straight ahead, across the broad, swift, sparkling river, the broadest water Susan had ever seen, rose the mighty, the majestic city. It rose direct from the water, endless stretches of ethereal-looking structure, reaching higher and higher, in masses like mountain ranges, in peaks, in towers and domes. And millions of lights, like fairy lamps, like resplendent jewels, gave the city a glory beyond that of the stars, thronging the heavens on a clear summer night. They looked toward the north. On and on to the far horizon's edge stretched the broad river and the lovely city that seemed the newborn offspring of the waves. On and on the myriad lights, in masses, in festoons, in great gleaming globes of fire from towers rising higher than Susan's and Rod's native hills. They looked to the south. There too rose city, mile after mile, and then beyond it the expanse of the bay. And everywhere the lights, the beautiful, soft, star-like lights, shedding a radiance as of heaven itself over the whole scene. Majesty and strength and beauty. "I love it," murmured the girl. "Already I love it. I never dreamed it was like this," said Roderick in an odd tone. "The city of the stars," said she in the caressing tone in which a lover speaks the name of the beloved. They moved closer together and clasped hands and gazed as if they feared the whole thing, river and magic city, and their own selves would fade away and vanish forever. Susan clutched Rod in terror as she saw the vision suddenly begin to move, to advance toward her like apparitions in a dream before they vanish. Then she exclaimed, "Why, we are moving!" The big ferry boat, swift, steady as land, noiseless, had got under way. Upon them from the direction of the distant and hidden sea blew a cool, fresh breeze. Never before had either smelled that perfume, strong and keen and clean, which comes straight from the unbreathed air of the ocean to bathe New York, to put life and hope and health into its people. Rod and Susan turned their faces southward toward this breeze, drank in great draughts of it. They saw a colossal statue, vivid as life in the dusk, in the hand at the end of the high-flung arm, a torch which sent a blaze of light streaming out over land and water. "That must be Liberty," said Roderick. Susan slipped her arm through his. She was quivering with excitement and joy. Rod," she murmured, "it's the Isles of Freedom. Kiss me!" And he bent and kissed her, and his cheek felt the tears upon hers. He reached for her hand with an instinct to strengthen her. But when he had it within his, its firm and vital grasp sent a thrill of strength through him. A few minutes, and they paused at the exit from the ferry house. They almost shrank back, so dazed and helpless did they feel before the staggering billows of noise that swept savagely down upon them, roar and crash, shriek and snort. The air was shuddering with it, the ground quaking. The beauty had vanished, the beauty that was not the city, but a glamour to lure them into the city's grasp. Now that city stood revealed as a monster about to seize and devour them. "God," he shouted in her ear, "isn't this frightful?" She was recovering more quickly than he. The faces she saw reassured her. They were human faces, and while they were eager and restless, as if the souls behind them sought that which never could be found, they were sane and kind faces too. Where others of her own race lived, and lived without fear, she too could hope to survive. And already she, who had loved this mighty offspring of the sea, and the sky at first glance, saw and felt another magic, the magic of the peopled solitude. In this vast, this endless solitude, she and he would be free. They could do as they pleased, live as they pleased, without thought of the opinion of others. Here she could forget the bestial horrors of marriage. Here she would fear no scornful pointing at her birth-brand of shame. She and Rod could be poor without shame. They could make their fight in the grateful darkness of obscurity. "Scared?" he asked. "Not a bit," was her prompt answer. "I love it more than ever. Well, it frightens me a little. I feel helpless, lost in the noise and the crowd. How can I do anything here? Others have. Others do. Yes, yes. That's so. We must take hold." And he selected a cabman from the shouting swarm. "We want to go with 2 trunks to the Hotel St. Denis," said he. "All right, sir. Give me the checks, please." Spencer was about to hand them over when Susan said in an undertone, "You haven't asked the price." Spencer hastened to repair this important omission. $10, replied the cabman, as if $10 were some such trifle as 10 cents. Spencer laughed at the first experience of the famous New York habit of talking in a faint, careless way of large sums of money, other people's money. "You did save us a swat," he said to Susan, and beckoned another man. The upshot of a long and arduous discussion, noisy and profane, was that they got the carriage for $6 a price, which the policeman who had been drawn into the discussion vouched for as reasonable. Spencer knew it was too high, knew the policeman would get $1 or so of the profit, but he was weary of the wrangle, and he would not listen to Susan's suggestion that they have the trunk sent by the express company and themselves go in a streetcar for 10 cents. At the hotel, they got a large, comfortable room and a bath for $4 a day. Spencer insisted it was cheap. Susan showed her alarm less than an hour in New York and $10 gone, not to speak of. She did not know how much change. For Roderick had been scattering tips with what is for some mysterious reason called a princely hand, though princes know too well the value of money and have too many extravagant tastes ever to go far in sheer throwing away. They had dinner in the restaurant of the hotel and set out to explore the land they purposed to subdue and to possess. They walked up Broadway to 14th, missed their way in the dazzle and glare of South Union Square, discovered the wandering highway again after some searching. After the long, rather quiet stretch between Union Square and 34th Street, they found themselves at the very heart of the city's nightlife. They gazed in wonder upon the elevated road with its trains thundering by high above them. They crossed Greeley Square and stood entranced before the spectacle, a street bright as day with electric signs of every color, shape, and size. Sidewalks jammed with people, most of them dressed with as much pretense to fashion as the few best in Cincinnati, one theater after another, and at 42nd Street theaters in every direction. Surely there would be small difficulty in placing his play when there were so many theaters, all eager for plays. They debated going to the theater, decided against it as they were tired from the journey and the excitement of crowding new sensations. "I've never been to a real theater in my life," said Susan. "I want to be fresh the first time I go." "Yes," cried Rod, "that's right. Tomorrow night that will be an experience." And they read the illuminated signs, inspected the show windows, and slowly strolled back toward the hotel. As they were recrossing Union Square, Spencer said, "Have you noticed how many street girls there are? We must have passed 1,000. Isn't it frightful?" "Yes," said Susan. Rod made a gesture of disgust, and said with feeling how low a woman must have sunk before she could take to that life. "Yes," said Susan, so low that there couldn't possibly be left any shred of feeling or decency anywhere in her. Susan did not reply. "It's not a question of morals, but of sensibility," pursued he. "Some day I'm going to write a play or a story about it. A woman with anything to her who had to choose between that life and death wouldn't hesitate an instant. She couldn't. A streetwalker." And again he made that gesture of disgust. "Before you write," said Susan in a queer, quiet voice, "you'll find out all about it. Maybe some of these girls, most of them, all of them, are still human beings. It's not fair to judge people unless you know. And it's so easy to say that someone else ought to die rather than do this or that. You can't imagine yourself doing such a thing," urged he. Susan hesitated, then, "Yes," she said. Her tone irritated him. "Oh, nonsense, you don't know what you're talking about." "Yes," said Susan. "Susie," he exclaimed, looking reprovingly at her. She met his eyes without flinching. "Yes," she said, "I have." He stopped short, and his expression set her bosom to heaving. But her gaze was steady upon his. "Why did you tell me?" he cried. "Oh, it isn't so. It can't be. You don't mean exactly that." "Yes, I do," said she. "Don't tell me." "I don't want to know." And he strode on, she keeping beside him. "I can't let you believe me different from what I am," replied she. "Not you. I supposed you guessed. Now I'll always think of it whenever I look at you. I simply can't believe it." You spoke of it as if you weren't ashamed. I'm not ashamed, she said. Not before you. There isn't anything I've done that I wouldn't be willing to have you know. I'd have told you, except that I didn't want to recall it. You know that nobody can live without getting dirty. The thing is to want to be clean, and to try to get clean afterward, isn't it? Yes, he admitted, as if he had not been hearing. I wish you hadn't told me. I'll always see it and feel it when I look at you. I want you to, said she. I couldn't love you as I do if I hadn't gone through a great deal. But it must have left its stains upon you, said he. Again he stopped short in the street, faced her at the curb, with the crowd hurrying by and jostling them. Tell me about it, he commanded. She shook her head. I couldn't. To have told would have been like tearing open closed and healed wounds. Also it would have seemed whining, and she had utter contempt for whining. I'll answer any question, but I can't just go on and tell. You deliberately went and did that? Yes? Haven't you any excuse, any defense? She might have told him about Burlingham dying, and the need of money to save him. She might have told him about Etta, her health going, her mind made up to take to the streets, with no one to look after her. She might have made it all a moving and a true tale of self-sacrifice for the two people who had done most for her. But it was not in her simple, honest nature to try to shift blame. So all she said was, "No, Rod, and you didn't want to kill yourself first. No, I wanted to live. I was dirty and I wanted to be clean. I was hungry and I wanted food. I was cold, that was the worst. I was cold and I wanted to get warm. And I had been married, but I couldn't tell even you about that, except after a woman's been through what I went through then. Nothing in life has any real terror or horror for her." He looked at her long. "I don't understand," he finally said. "Come on, let's go back to the hotel." She walked beside him, making no attempt to break his gloomy silence. They went up to their room, and she sat on the lounge by the window. He lit a cigarette, and half sat, half lay upon the bed. After a long time he said with a bitter laugh, "And I was so sure you were a good woman." "I don't feel bad," she ventured timidly. "Am I?" "Do you mean to tell me," he cried, sitting up, "that you don't think anything of those things? Life can be so hard and cruel, can make one do so many, but don't you realize that what you've done is the very worst thing a woman can do?" "No," said she. I'm sorry you didn't understand. I thought you did not the details, but in a general sort of way. I didn't mean to deceive you. That would have seemed to me much worse than anything I did. I might have known, he cried rather theatrically, though sincerely withal, for Mr. Spencer was a diligent worker with the tools of the play-making trade. I learned who you were as soon as I got home the night I left you in Carrollton. They had been telephoning about you to the village, so I knew about you. "About my mother?" asked she. "Is that what you mean? Oh, you need not look so ashamed," said he graciously, pityingly. "I am not ashamed," said she. But she did not tell him that her look came from an awful fear that he was about to make her ashamed of him. "No, I suppose you aren't," he went on, incensed by this further evidence of her lack of a good woman's instincts. "I really ought not to blame you. You were born wrong, born with the moral sense left out." "Yes, I suppose so," said she wearily. "If only you had lied to me, told me the one lie," cried he, "then you wouldn't have destroyed my illusion. You wouldn't have killed my love." She grew deathly white, that was all. "I don't mean that I don't love you still," he hurried on, "but not in the same way. That's killed forever. Are there different ways of loving?" she asked. "How can I give you the love of respect and trust now? Don't you trust me any more?" "I couldn't. I simply couldn't. It was hard enough before on account of your birth, but now trust a woman who had been I can't speak the word." "Trust you? You don't understand a man." "No, I don't." She looked round drearily. Everything in ruins. Alone again. Outcast. Nowhere to go but the streets, the life that seemed the only one for such as she. I don't understand people at all. Do you want me to go? She had risen as she asked this. He was beside her instantly. Go, he cried. Why, I couldn't get along without you. Then you love me as I love you, said she, putting her arms round him. And that's all I want. I don't want what you call respect. I couldn't ever have hoped to get that, being born as I was, could I? Anyhow, it doesn't seem to me to amount to much. I can't help it, Rod. That's the way I feel. So just love me, do with me whatever you will, so long as it makes you happy. And I don't need to be trusted. I couldn't think of anybody but you. He felt sure of her again, reascended to the peak of the moral mountain. You understand, we can never get married. We can never have any children. I don't mind. I didn't expect that. We can love, can't we? He took her face between his hands. What an exquisite face it is, he said, soft and smooth. And what clear, honest eyes. Where is it? Where is it? It must be there. What, Rod? The dirt. She did not wince, but there came into her young face a deeper pathos and a wan, deprecating, pleading smile. She said, maybe love has washed it away if it was there. It never seemed to touch me any more than the dirt when I had to clean up my room. You mustn't talk that way. Why, you are perfectly calm. You don't cry or feel repentant. You don't seem to care. It's so past and dead. I feel as if it were another person. And it was, Rod. He shook his head, frowning. Let's not talk about it, he said harshly. If only I could stop thinking about it. She effaced herself as far as she could, living in the same room with him. She avoided the least show of the tenderness she felt, of the longing to have her wounds soothed. She lay awake the whole night, suffering, now and then timidly and softly caressing him when she was sure that he slept. In the morning she pretended to be asleep, let him call her twice before she showed that she was awake. A furtive glance at him confirmed the impression his voice had given. Behind her pale, unrevealing face, there was the agonized throb of an aching heart, but she had the confidence of her honest, utter love. He would surely soften, would surely forgive. As for herself, she had, do loving and feeling that she was loved, almost lost the sense of the unreality of past and present that made her feel quite detached and apart from the life she was leading, from the events in which she was taking part, from the persons most intimately associated with her. Now that sense of isolation, of the mere spectator or the traveler gazing from the windows of the hurrying train, that sense returned. But she fought against the feeling it gave her. That evening they went to the theater to see Modjeska in Magra. Susan had never been in a real theater. The only approach to a playhouse in Sutherland was Masonic Hall. It had a sort of stage at one end where from time to time wandering players gave poor performances of poor plays or a minstrel show or a low vaudeville. But none of the best people of Sutherland went, at least none of the women. The notion was strong in Sutherland that the theater was of the devil, not so strong as in the days before they began to tolerate amateur theatricals, but still vigorous enough to give Susan now, as she sat in the big, brilliant auditorium, a pleasing sense that she, an outcast, was at last comfortably at home. Usually the first sight of anything one has dreamed about is pitifully disappointing. Neither nature nor life can build so splendidly as a vivid fancy. But Susan, in some sort prepared for the shortcomings of the stage, was not disappointed. From rise to fall of curtain she was so fascinated, so absolutely absorbed, that she quite forgot her surroundings, even Rod, and between the acts she could not talk for thinking. Rod, deceived by her silence, was chagrined. He had been looking forward to a great happiness for himself in seeing her happy, and much profit from the study of the viewpoint of an absolutely fresh mind. It wasn't until they were leaving the theater that he got inkling of the true state of affairs with her. "Let's go to supper," said he. "If you don't mind," replied she, "I'd rather go home. I'm very tired." "You were sound asleep this morning, so you must have slept well," said he sarcastically. "It's the play," said she. "Why didn't you like it?" he asked, irritated. She looked at him in wonder. "Like what? The play?" She drew a long breath. "I feel as if it had almost killed me." He understood when they were in their room and she could hardly undress before falling into a sleep so relaxed, so profound, that it made him a little uneasy. It seemed to him the exhaustion of a child worn out with the excitement of a spectacle, and her failure to go into ecstasies the next day led him further into the same error. "Modjeska is very good as Magda," said he carelessly, as one talking without expecting to be understood, "but they say there's an Italian woman, Duse, who is the real thing." Modjeska Dusezine seemed indeed not to understand. "I hated her father," she said. "He didn't deserve to have such a wonderful daughter." Spencer had begun to laugh with her first sentence. At the second he frowned, said bitterly, "I might have known. You get it all wrong. I suppose you sympathize with Magda?" "I worshipped her," said Susan, her voice low and tremulous with the intensity of her feeling. Roderick laughed bitterly. "Naturally," he said, "you can't understand." An obvious case, thought he. She was indeed one of those instances of absolute lack of moral sense. Just as some people have the misfortune to be born without arms or without legs, so others are doomed to live bereft of a moral sense. A sweet disposition, a beautiful body but no soul, not a stained soul but no soul at all. And his whole mental attitude toward her changed, or rather, it was changed by the iron compulsion of his prejudice. The only change in his physical attitude, that is, in his treatment of her, was in the direction of bolder passion, of complete casting aside of all the restraint a conventional respecter of conventional womanhood feels toward a woman whom he respects. So naturally Susan, eager to love and to be loved, and easily confusing the not easily distinguished spiritual and physical, was reassured. Once in a while a look or a phrase from him gave her vague uneasiness, but on the whole she felt that, in addition to clear conscience from straightforwardness, she had a further reason for being glad chance had forced upon her the alternative of telling him or lying. She did not inquire into the realities beneath the surface of their life, neither into what he thought of her, nor into what she thought of him thought in the bottom of her heart. She continued to fight against, to ignore, her feeling of aloneness, her feeling of impending departure. She was aided in this by her anxiety about their finances. In his efforts to place his play, he was spending what were for them large sums of money, treating this man and that to dinners, to suppers, inviting men to lunch with him at expensive Broadway restaurants. She assumed that all this was necessary. He said so, and he must know. He was equally open-handed when they were alone, insisting on ordering the more expensive dishes, on having suppers they really did not need, and drink which she knew she would be better off without. And, she suspected, he also. It simply was not in him, she saw, to be careful about money. She liked it, as a trait, for to her, as to all the young and the unthinking, carelessness about money seems a sure, perhaps the surest, sign of generosity, when in fact the two qualities are in no way related. Character is not a collection of ignorant impulses, but a solidly woven fabric of deliberate purposes. Carelessness about anything most often indicates a tendency to carelessness about everything. She admired his open-handed way of scattering. She wouldn't have admired it in herself, would have thought it dishonest and selfish. But Rod was different. He had the artistic temperament, while she was a commonplace nobody, who ought to be and was grateful to him for allowing her to stay on, and for making such use of her as he saw fit. Still, even as she admired, she saw danger, grave danger, a disturbingly short distance ahead. He described to her the difficulties he was having in getting to managers, in having his play read, and the absurdity of the reasons given for turning it down. He made light of all these. The next manager would see, would give him a big advance, would put the play on, and then easy street. But experience had already killed what little optimism there was in her temperament, and there had not been much, because George Warren was a successful man in his line, and successful men do not create or permit optimistic atmosphere even in their houses. Nor had she forgotten Burlingham's lectures on the subject, with illustrations from his own spoiled career. She understood it all now, and everything else he had given her to store up in her memory that retained everything. With that philippic against optimism in mind, she felt what Spencer was rushing toward. She made such inquiries about work for herself as her inexperience and limited opportunities permitted. She asked, she begged him, to let her try to get a place. He angrily ordered her to put any such notion out of her head. After a time she nerved herself again to speak. Then he frankly showed her why he was refusing. "No," said he peremptorily. "I couldn't trust you in those temptations. You must stay where I can guard you." A woman who had deliberately taken to the streets, why, she thought nothing of virtue. She would be having lovers with the utmost indifference, and while she was not a liar yet, at least I think not, how long would that last? With virtue gone, virtue the foundation of woman's character, the rest could no more stand than a house set on sand. "As long as you want me to love you, you've got to stay with me," he declared. "If you persist, I'll know you're simply looking for a chance to go back to your old ways." And though she continued to think and cautiously to inquire about work, she said no more to him. She spent not a penny, discouraged him from throwing money away as much as she could without irritating him, and waited for the cataclysm. Waited not in gloom and tears, but as normal, healthy youth awaits any adversity not definitely scheduled for an hour close at hand. It would be far, indeed, from the truth to picture Susan as ever for long, a melancholy figure to the eye, or even wholly melancholy within. Her intelligence and her too sympathetic heart were together a strong force for sadness in her life, as they cannot but be in any life. In this world, to understand and to sympathize is to be saddened. But there was in her a force stronger than either or both. She had superb health. It made her beautiful, strong body happy, and that physical happiness brought her up quickly out of any depths, made her gay in spite of herself, caused her to enjoy even when she felt that it was almost like hard-heartedness to be happy. She loved the sun, and in this city where the sun shone almost all the days, sparkling gloriously upon the tiny salt particles filling the air and making it delicious to breathe, and upon the skin in this city of the sun, as she called it, she was gay, even when she was heavy-hearted. Thus, she was no repellent, aggravating companion to Rod as she awaited the cataclysm. It came in the third week. He spent the entire day away from her. Toward midnight he returned, flushed with liquor. She had gone to bed. "Get up and dress," said he with an irritability toward her which she had no difficulty in seeing was really directed at himself. "I'm hungry and thirsty." "We're going out for some supper. Come kiss me first," said she, stretching out her arms. Several times this device had shifted his purpose from spending money on the needless and expensive suppers. He laughed. "Not a kiss. We're going to have one final blowout. I start to work tomorrow. I've taken a place on the Herald on space. Guarantee of 25 a week. Good chance to average 50 or 60. He said this hurriedly, carelessly, gaily, guiltily. She showed then and there what a surpassing wise young woman she was, for she did not exclaim or remind him of his high resolve to do or die as a playwright. "I'll be ready in a minute," was all she said. She dressed swiftly, he lounging on the sofa and watching her. He loved to watch her dress. She did it so gracefully, and the motions brought out latent charms of her supple figure. "You're not so sure-fingered tonight as usual," said he. "I never saw you make so many blunders, and you've got one stocking on wrong side out." She smiled into the glass at him. "The skirt'll cover that. I guess I was sleepy. Never saw your eyes more wide awake. What you're thinking about? About supper, declared she. I'm hungry. I didn't feel like eating alone. I can't be here always, said he crossly, and she knew he was suspecting what she really must be thinking. I wasn't complaining, replied she sweetly. You know I understand about business. Yes, I know, said he, with his air of generosity that always made her feel grateful. I always feel perfectly free about you. I should say, laughed she. You know I don't care what happens so long as you succeed. Since their talk in Broadway that first evening in New York, she had instinctively never said we. When they were at the table at Rector's, and he had taken a few more drinks, he became voluble and plausible on the subject of the trifling importance of his setback as a playwright. It was the worst possible time of year. The managers were stocked up. His play would have to be rewritten to suit some particular star. A place on a newspaper, especially such an influential paper as the Herald, would be of use to him in interesting managers. She listened and looked convinced, and strove to convince herself that she believed, but there was no gray in her eyes, only the deepest hue of violets. Next day they took a suite of 2 rooms and a bath in a pretentious old house in West 44th Street near Long Acre Square. She insisted that she preferred another much sunnier and quieter suite with no bath but only a stationary washstand. It was to be had for $10 a week, but he laughed at her as too economical in her ideas and decided for the $18 rooms. Also, he went with her to buy clothes, made her spend nearly $100 where she would have spent less than $25. I prefer to make most of my things, declared she, and I've all the time in the world. He would not have it. In her leisure time she must read and amuse herself and keep herself up to the mark, especially physically. I'm proud of your looks, said he. They belong to me, don't they? Well, take care of my property, miss. She looked at him vaguely, a look of distance, of parting, of pain. Then she flung herself into his arms with a hysterical cry and shut her eyes tight against the beckoning figure calling her away. No, no, she murmured. I belong here. What are you saying? He asked. Nothing, nothing, she replied. Chapter 25. The hotel they had been, Mr. and Mrs. Spencer. When they moved, he tried to devise some way round this, but it was necessary that they have his address at the office, and Mrs. Purcell, with the glistening old-fashioned false teeth, who kept the furnished room house, was not one in whose withered bosom it would be wise to raise a suspicion as to respectability. Only in a strenuously respectable house would he live. In the other sort, what might not untrustworthy Susan be up to? So Mr. and Mrs. Spencer they remained, and the truth was suspected by only a few of their acquaintances, was known by 2 or 3 of his intimates whom he told in those bursts of confidence to which voluble, careless men are given and for which they in resolute self-excuse unjustly blame strong drink. One of his favorite remarks to her, sometimes made laughingly, again ironically, again angrily, again insultingly, was in this strain: "Your face is demure enough, but you look too damned attractive about those beautiful feet of yours to be respectable at heart and trustable." That matter of her untrustworthiness had become a fixed ideal with him. The more he concentrated upon her physical loveliness, the more he revolved the dangers, the possibilities of unfaithfulness, for a physical infatuation is always jealous. His work on the Herald made close guarding out of the question. The best he could do was to pop in unexpectedly upon her from time to time, to rummage through her belongings, to check up her statements as to her goings and comings by questioning the servants and, most important of all, each day to put her through searching and skillfully planned cross-examination. She had to tell him everything she did, every little thing, and he calculated the time, to make sure she had not found half an hour or so in which to deceive him. If she had sewed, he must look at the sewing. If she had read, He must know how many pages and must hear a summary of what those pages contained. As she would not and could not deceive him in any matter, however small, she was compelled to give over a plan quietly, to look for work, and to fit herself for some occupation that would pay a living wage if there were such for a beginning woman worker. At first he was covert in this detective work, being ashamed of his own suspicions. But as he drank, as he associated again with the same sort of people who had wasted his time in Cincinnati, he rapidly became franker and more inquisitorial, and she dreaded to see the look she knew would come into his eyes, the cruel tightening of his mouth, if in her confusion and eagerness she should happen not instantly to satisfy the doubt behind each question. He tormented her, he tormented himself. She suffered from humiliation, but she suffered more because she saw how his suspicions were torturing him. And in her humility and helplessness and inexperience, she felt no sense of right to resist, no impulse to resist, and she forced herself to look on his spasms of jealousy as the occasional storms, which occur even in the best climates. She reminded herself that she was secure of his love, secure in his love, and in her sad mood she reproached herself for not being content when at bottom everything was all right. After what she had been through, to be sad because the man she loved her too well. It was absurd, ungrateful. He pried into every nook and corner of her being with that ingenious and tireless persistence human beings reserve for searches for what they do not wish to find. At last he contrived to find, or to imagine he had found, something that justified his labors and vindicated his disbelief in her. They were walking in Fifth Avenue one afternoon at the hour when there is the greatest press of equipages, whose expensively and showily dressed occupants are industriously engaged in the occupation of imagining they are doing something, when in fact they are doing nothing. What a world! What a grotesque, confusing of motion and progress! What fantastic delusions that one is busy when one is merely occupied! They were between 46th Street and 47th on the west side when a small victoria drew up at the curb and the woman descended and crossed the sidewalk before them to look at the display in a milliner's window. Susan gave her the swift, seeing glance which one woman always gives another, the glance of competitors at each other's offerings. Instead of glancing away, Susan stopped short and gazed. Forgetting Rod, she herself went up to the millinery display that she might have a fuller view of the woman who had fascinated her. "What's the matter?" cried Spencer. "Come on. You don't want any of those hats." But Susan insisted that she must see, made him linger until the woman returned to her carriage and drove away. She said to Rod, "Did you see her?" "Yes, rather pretty, nothing to scream about." "But her style," cried Susan. "Oh, she was nicely dressed in a quiet way. You'll see thousands a lot more exciting after you've been about in this town a while. I've seen scores of beautifully dressed women here and in Cincinnati too," replied Susan. "But that woman, she was perfect, and that's a thing I've never seen before. I'm glad you have such quiet taste, quiet and inexpensive." "Inexpensive!" exclaimed Susan. "I don't dare think how much that woman's clothes cost. You only glanced at her, Rod. You didn't look. If you had, you'd have seen. Everything she wore was just right." Susan's eyes were brilliant. Oh, it was wonderful. The colors, the fit, the style, the making, every big and little thing. She was a work of art, Rod. That's the first woman I've seen in my life that I through and through envied. Rod's look was interested now. "You like that sort of thing a lot?" he inquired with affected carelessness. "Every woman does," replied she, unsuspicious. "But I care well, not for merely fine clothes, but for the kind that show what sort of person is in them." She sighed. "I wonder if I'll ever learn and have money enough to carry out. It'll take so much, so much." She laughed. "I've got terribly extravagant ideas. But don't be alarmed, I keep them chained up." He was eyeing her unpleasantly. Suddenly she became confused. He thought it was because she was seeing and understanding his look and was frightened at his having caught her at last. In fact, it was because it all at once struck her that what she had innocently and carelessly said sounded like a hint or a reproach to him. He sneered. "So you're crazy about finery, eh?" "Oh, Rod," she cried. "You know I didn't mean it that way. I long for and dream about a whole lot of beautiful things, but nothing else in the world's in the same class with what we've got." "You needn't try to excuse yourself," said he in a tone that silenced her. She wished she had not seen the woman who had thus put a cloud over their afternoon's happiness. But long after she had forgotten his queerness about what she said, she continued to remember that perfect woman, to see every detail of her exquisite toilet, so rare in a world where expensive-looking finery is regarded as the chief factor in the art of dress. How much she would have to learn before she could hope to dress like that. Learn not merely about dress, but about the whole artistic side of life. For that woman had happened to cross Susan's vision at just the right moment in development and in mood to reveal to her clearly a world into which she had never penetrated, a world of which she had vaguely dreamed as she read novels of life in the lands beyond the seas, the life of palaces and pictures and statuary, of opera and theater, of equipages and servants and clothing of rare quality. She had rather thought such a life did not exist outside of novels and dreams. What she had seen of New York, the profuse, the gigantic, but also the undiscriminating, had tended to strengthen the suspicion, but this woman proved her mistaken. Our great forward strides are made unconsciously, are the results of apparently trivial, often unnoted impulses. Susan, like all our race, had always had vague, secret dreams of ambition, so vague thus far that she never thought of them as impelling purposes in her life. Her first long forward stride toward changing these dreams from the vague to the definite was when Rod, before her on the horse on the way to Brooksburg, talked over his shoulder to her of the stage and made her feel that it was the life for her, the only life open to her where a woman could hope to be judged as human being instead of as mere instrument of sex. Her second long forward movement toward sharply defined ambition dated from the sight of the woman of the milliner's window, the woman who epitomized to Susan the whole art side of life that always gives its highest expression in some personal achievement, the perfect novel or played, the offensive novelist. But Rod saw in her enthusiasm only evidence of a concealed longing for the money to indulge extravagant whims. With his narrowing interest in women narrowed now almost to sex, his contempt for them, as to their minds and their hearts, was so far advancing that he hardly took the trouble to veil it with remnants of courtesy. If Susan had clearly understood, even if she had let herself understand what her increasing knowledge might have enabled her to understand, she would have hated him in spite of the hold gratitude and habit had given him upon her loyal nature, and despite the fact that she had, as far as she could see, no alternative to living with him but the tenements or the streets. One day in midsummer she chanced to go into the Hotel Astor to buy a magazine. As she had not been there before, she made a wrong turning and was forced to cross one of the restaurants. In a far corner, half hidden by a group of palms, she saw Rod at a small table with a strikingly pretty woman whose expression and dress and manner most energetically proclaimed the actress. The woman was leaning toward him, was touching his hand and looking into his eyes with that show of enthusiasm which raises doubts of sincerity in an experienced man and sets him to keeping an eye or a hand or both upon his money. Real emotion, even a professional expert at display of emotion, is rarely so adept at exhibiting itself. It may have been jealousy that guided her to this swift judgment upon the character of the emotion correctly and charmingly expressing itself. If so, jealousy was for once a trustworthy guide. She turned swiftly and escaped unseen. The idea of trapping him, of confronting him, never occurred to her. She felt ashamed and self-reproachful that she had seen. Instead of the anger that fires a vain woman, whether she cares about a man or not, there came a profound humiliation. She had in some way fallen short. She had not given him all he needed. It must be that she hadn't it to give, since she had given him all she had. He must not know, he must not. For if he knew, he might dislike her, might leave her, and she dared not think what life would be without him, her only source of companionship and affection, her only means of support. She was puzzled that her discovery, not of his treachery, he had so broken her spirit, with his suspicions and his insulting questions, that she did not regard herself as of the rank and dignity that has the right to exact fidelity, but of his no longer caring. Enough to be content with her alone had not stunned her with amazement. She did not realize how completely the instinct that he was estranged from her had prepared her for the thing that always accompanies estrangement. Between the perfect accord, that is, the never realized ideal for a man and a woman living together, and the intolerable discord that means complete repulse, there is a vast range of states of feeling, imperceptibly shading into each other. Most couples constantly move along this range, now toward the one extreme, now toward the other. As human kings are not given to self-analysis and usually wander into grotesque error whenever they attempt it, no couple knows precisely where it is upon the range until something crucial happens to compel them to know. Susan and Rod had begun as all couples begin, with an imaginary ideal accord based upon their ignorance of each other and their misunderstanding of what qualities they thought they understood in each other. The delusion of accord vanished that first evening in New York. What remained? What came in the place? They knew no more about that than does the next couple. They were simply living along. A crisis, drawing them close together or flinging them forever apart or forcing them to live together, he frankly as keeper and she frankly as kept, might come any day, any hour. Again it might never come. After a few weeks the matter that had been out of her mind accidentally and indirectly came to the surface in a chance remark. She said, "Sometimes I half believe a man could be untrue to a woman even though he loved her." She did not appreciate the bearings of her remark until it was spoken. With a sensation of terror lest the dreaded crisis might be about to burst, she felt his quick, nervous glance. She breathed freely again when she felt his reassurance and relief as she successfully withstood. "Certainly," he said with elaborate carelessness. "Men are a rotten, promiscuous lot. That's why it's necessary for a woman to be good and straight." All this time his cross-examination had grown in severity. Evidently he was fearing that she might be having a recurrence of the moral disease which was fatal in womankind, the only mild indiscretion in a man, if not positively a virtue, an evidence of possessing a normal masculine nature. Her mind began curiously sadly to revolve the occasional presents of money, of books, of things to wear which he gave, always quite unexpectedly. At first unconsciously, but soon consciously, she began to associate these gifts, given always in an embarrassed, shamefaced way, with certain small but significant indications of his having strayed. And it was not long before she understood. She was receiving his expiations for his indiscretions. Like an honest man and a loyal, masculinely loyal, masculinely loyal, masculinely loyal, he was squaring accounts. She never read the book she owed to these twinges. It was thus that she got her aversion to Thackeray, one of his expiations was a set of Thackeray. The things to wear she contrived never to use. The conscious money she either spent upon him or put back into his pocket a little at a time, sure that he, the most careless of men about money, would never detect her. His work forced him to keep irregular hours. Thus she could pretend to herself that his absences were certainly because of office duty. Still, whenever he was gone overnight, she became unhappy, not the crying kind of unhappiness. To that she was little given, but the kind that lies awake and aches, and with morbid vivid fancy paints the scenes suspicion suggests, and stares at them not in anger, but in despair. She was always urging herself to content herself with what she was getting. She recalled and lived again the things she had forgotten while Roderick was wholly hers, the penalties of the birth brand of shame, her wedding night, the miseries of the last period of her wanderings with Burlingham, her tenement days, the dirt, the nakedness, the brutal degradation, the vermin, the savage cold. And the instant he returned, no matter how low-spirited she had been, she was at once gay, often deliriously gay, until soon his awakened suspicion as to what she had been up to in his absence quieted her. There was little forcing or pretense in this gaiety. It bubbled and sparkled from the strong, swift current of her healthy, passionate young life which, suspended in the icy clutch of fear when he was away from her, flowed as freely as the brooks in spring as soon as she realized that she still had him. Did she really love him? She believed she did. Was she right? Love is of many degrees and kinds, and strange and confused beyond untangling is the mixture of motives and ideas in the mind of any human being as to any other being with whom his or her relations are many-sided. Anyone who had not been roughly seized by destiny and forced to fight desperately weaponless might have found it difficult to understand how this intelligent, high-spirited girl could be so reasonable, coarsely practical, many people would have said. A brave soul, truly brave, with the unconscious courage that lives heroically without any taint of heroics, such a soul learns to accept the facts of life, to make the best of things, to be grateful for whatever sunshine may be, and not to shriek and gesticulate at storm. Suffering had given this sapling of a girl the strong fiber that enables a tree to push majestically up toward the open sky. Because she did not cry out was no sign that she was not hurt, and because she did not wither and die of her wounds was only proof of her strength of soul. The weak wail and the weak succumb. The strong persist, and a world of wailers and weaklings calls them hard, insensible, coarse. Spencer was fond of exhibiting to his men friends, to some of them, this treasure to which he always returned, the more enamored for his vagary and its opportunity of comparison. Women he would not permit. In general, he held that all women, the respectable no less than the other kind, put mischief in each other's heads and egged each other on to carry out the mischief already there in embryo. In particular, he would have felt that he was committing a gross breach of the proprieties, not to say the decencies, had he introduced a woman of Susan's origin, history, and present status to the wives and sisters of his friends, and, for reasons which it was not necessary even to pretend to conceal from her, he forbade her having anything to do with the kinds of woman who would not have minded, had they known all about her. Thus, her only acquaintances, her only associates, were certain carefully selected men. He asked to dinner, or to the theater, or to supper at Jack's or Rector's. Only such men as he could trust, and trustworthy meant physically unattractive. Having small and dwindling belief in the mentality of women, and no belief whatever in mentality as a force in the relations of the sexes, he was satisfied to have about her any man, however clever, provided he was absolutely devoid of physical charm. The friend who came oftenest was Drumley, an editorial writer who had been his chum at college and had got him the place on the Herald. Drumley he would have trusted alone with her on a desert island, for several reasons, all of his personal convenience. It pleased him that Susan liked Drumley, and was glad of his company, no matter how often he came or how long he stayed. Drumley was an emaciated Kentucky giant with grotesquely sloping shoulders, which not all the ingenious padding of his tailor could appreciably mitigate. His spare legs were bowed in the calves. His skin looked rough and tough, like sandpaper and emery board. The thought of touching his face gave one the same sensation as a too deeply cut nail. His neck was thin and long, and he wore a low collar through that interesting passion of the vain foreseeing a defect in themselves as a charm and calling attention to it. The lower part of his sallow face suggested weakness, the weakness so often seen in the faces of professional men, and explaining why they chose passive instead of active careers. His forehead was really fine, but the development of the rest of the cranium above The protuberant little ears was not altogether satisfying to a claim of mental powers. Drumley was a good sort, not so much through positive virtue as through the timidity which too often accounts for goodness, that is, for the meek conformity which passes as goodness. He was an insatiable reader, had incredible stores of knowledge, and as he had a large vocabulary and a ready speech, he could dole out of those reservoirs an agreeable treacle of commonplace philosophy or comment. Thus he had an ideal equipment for editorial writing. He was absolutely without physical magnetism. The most he could ever expect from any woman was respect, and that woman would have had to be foolish enough not to realize that there is as abysmal a difference between knowledge and mentality as there is between reputation and character. Susan liked him because he knew so much. She had developed still further her innate passion for educating herself. She now wanted to know all about everything. He told her what to read, set her in the way to discovering and acquiring the art of reading, an art he was himself capable of acquiring only in its rudiments, an art the existence of which is entirely unsuspected by most persons who regard themselves and are regarded as readers. He knew the histories and biographies that are most amusing and least shallow and mendacious. He instructed her in the great playwrights and novelists and poets, and gave as his own the reasons for their greatness assigned by the world's foremost critical writers. He showed her what scientific books to read, those that do not bore and do not hide the simple fascinating facts about the universe under pretentious college professor phraseology. He was a pedant, but his pedantry was disguised, therefore mitigated, by his having associated with men of the world instead of with the pale and pompous capons of the student's closet. His favorite topic was beauty and ugliness, and his abhorrence for anyone who was not good to look at. As he talked this subject, his hearers were nervous and embarrassed. He was a drastic cure for physical vanity. If this man could so far deceive himself that he thought himself handsome, who in all the world could be sure he or she was not the victim of the same incredible delusion? It was this hallucination of physical beauty that caused Rod to regard him as the safest of the safe, for it made him pitiful and ridiculous. At first he came only with Spencer. Afterward, Spencer used to send him to dine with Susan, and to spend the evenings with her when he himself had to be or wished to be elsewhere. When she was with Drumley, he knew she was not up to any of her old tricks. Drumley fell in love with her, but, as in his experience, the female sex was coldly chaste. He never developed even the slight hope necessary to start in a man's mind the idea of treachery to his friend about a woman. Whenever Drumley heard that a woman other than the brazenly out-and-out disreputables was loose, or was inclined that way, he indignantly denied it as a libel upon the impedestaled sex. If proofs beyond dispute were furnished, he raved against the man with all the venom of the unsuccessful hating the successful for their success. He had been sought of women, of course, for he had a comfortable and secure position and money put by. But the serious women who had set snares for him for the sake of a home had not attracted him. As for the better-looking and livelier women who had come a-courting with alimony in view, they had unwisely chosen the method of approach that caused him to set them down as nothing but professional loose characters. Thus his high ideal of feminine beauty and his lofty notion of his own deserts, on the one hand, and his reverence for womanly propriety, on the other hand, had kept his charms and his income unshared. Toward the end of Spencer's first year on the Herald, it was early summer, he fell into a melancholy so profound and so prolonged that Susan became alarmed. She was used to his having those fits of the blues that are a part of the nervous, morbidly sensitive nature, and in the unhealthfulness of an irregular and dissipated life recur at brief intervals. He spent more and more time with her, became as ardent as in their first days together, with an added desperation of passionate clinging that touched her to the depths. She had early learned to ignore his moods, to avoid sympathy which aggravates, and to meet his blues with the vigorous counter-irritant of liveliness. After watching the course of this acute attack for more than a month, she decided that at the first opportunity she would try to find out from Drumley what the cause was. Perhaps she could cure him if she were not working in the dark. One June evening, Drumley came to take her to dinner at the casino in Central Park. She hesitated. She still liked Drumley's mind, but latterly he had fallen into the way of gazing furtively, with the repulsive tremulousness of his loose eyelids, at her form and at her ankles, especially at her ankles. This furtive debauch gave her a shivery sense of intrusion. She distinctly liked the candid, even the not too coarse glances of the usual man, but not this shy peeping. However, as there were books she particularly wished to talk about with him, she accepted. It was an excursion of which she was fond. They strolled along 7th Avenue to the park, entered and followed the lovely walk, quiet and green and odorous, to the mall. They sauntered in the fading light up the broad mall, with its roof of boughs of majestic trees, with its pale blue vistas of well-kept lawns. At the steps leading to the casino, they paused to delight in the profusely blooming wisteria and to gaze away northward into and over what seemed an endless forest, with towers and cupolas of castle and fortress and cathedral rising serene and graceful, here and there above the sea of green. There was the sound of tinkling fountains, the musical chink-chink of harness chains of elegant equipages. On the mall, hundreds of children were playing furiously to enjoy to the uttermost the last few moments before being snatched away to bed, and the birds were in the same hysterical state as they got ready for their evening song. The air was saturated with the fresh odors of spring and early summer flowers. Susan, walking beside the homely Drumley, was a charming and stylish figure of girlish womanhood. The year and 3 months in New York had wrought the same transformations in her that are so noticeable whenever an intelligent and observant woman with taste for the luxuries is dipped in the magic of city life. She had grown, was now perhaps a shade above the medium height for women, looked even taller because of the slenderness of her arms, of her neck, of the lines of her figure. There was a deeper melancholy in her violet-gray eyes. Experience had increased the allure of her wide, beautifully curved mouth. They took a table under the trees, with beds of blooming flowers on either hand. Drumley ordered the sort of dinner she liked, and a bottle of champagne and a bottle of fine Burgundy, to make his favorite drink champagne and Burgundy, half and half. He was running to poetry that evening, Keats and Swinburne. Finally, after some hesitation, he produced a poem by Dowson. I ran across it today. It's the only thing of his worth while, I believe, and it's so fine that Swinburne must have been sore when he read it, because he hadn't thought to write it himself. Its moral tone is not high, but it's so beautiful, Mrs. Susan, that I'll venture to show it to you. It comes nearer to expressing what men mean by the man's sort of constancy than anything I ever read. Listen to this. I cry for madder music and for stronger wine, but when the feast is finished and the lamps expire, then falls thy shadow, Sonara. The night is thine, and I am desolate and sick of an old passion. Yea, hungry for the lips of my desire. I have been faithful to thee, Sonara, in my fashion. Susan took the paper, read the 4 stanzas several times, handed it back to him without a word. Don't you think it fine? Asked he, a little uneasily. He was always uneasy with a woman when the conversation touched the relations of the sexes, uneasy lest he might say or might have said something to send a shiver through her delicate modesty. Fine, Susan echoed absently. And true, I suppose it is the best a woman can expect to be the one he returns to. And isn't that enough? You are very different from any woman I ever met, said Drumley. Very different from what you were last fall. Wonderfully different. But you were different then, too. I'd have been a strange sort of person if it weren't so. I've led a different life. I've learned because I've had to learn. You've been through a great deal, suffered a great deal for one of your age. Susan shrugged her shoulders slightly. She had her impulses to confide, but she had yet to meet the person who seriously tempted her to yield to them. Not even Rod. No, least of all Rod. You are happy? Happy and more, I'm content. The reply was the truth, as she saw the truth. Perhaps it was also the absolute truth, for when a woman has the best she has ever actually possessed, and when she knows there's nowhere else on earth for her, she is likely to be content. Their destiny of subordination has made philosophers of women. Drumley seemed to be debating how to disclose something he had in mind. But after several glances at the sweet, delicate face of the girl, he gave it over. In the subdued light from the shaded candles on their table, she looked more childlike than he had ever seen. Perhaps her big pale blue hat and graceful pale blue summer dress had something to do with it also. "How old are you?" he asked abruptly. "Nearly 19. I feel like saying so much, and also so little. How long have you been married?" "Why all these questions?" demanded she, smiling. He colored with embarrassment. "I didn't mean to be impertinent," said he. "It isn't impertinence, is it, to ask a woman how long she's been married?" But she did not go on to tell him. Instead, she pretended to have her attention distracted by a very old man and a very young girl behaving in most lover-like fashion, the girl outdoing the man in enthusiastic determination to convince. She was elegantly and bably dressed in new clothes, and she seemed as new to that kind of clothes as those particular clothes were new to her. After dinner, they walked down through the park by the way they had come. It did not look like the same scene now, with the moonlight upon it, with soft shadows everywhere, and in every shadow a pair of lovers. They had nearly reached the entrance when Drumley said, "Let's sit on this bench here. I want to have a serious talk with you." Susan seated herself and waited. He lit a cigar with the deliberation of one who is striving to gain time. The bench happened to be one of those that are divided by iron arms into individual seats. He sat with a compartment between them. The moonbeams struck across his profile as he turned it toward her. They shone full upon her face. He looked, hastily glanced away. With a gruffness as if the evening mists had got into his throat, he said, "Let's take another bench." "Why?" objected she. "I like this beautiful light." He rose. "Please let me have my way." And he led her to a bench across which a tree threw a deep shadow. As they sat there, neither could see the other's face, except in dimmest outline. After a brief silence, he began, "You love Rod, don't you?" She laughed happily. "Above everything on earth or in heaven? You'd do anything to have him succeed? No one could prevent his succeeding. He's got it in him. It's bound to come out. So I'd have said until a year ago, that is. About a year ago." As her face turned quickly toward him, he turned profile to her. "What do you mean?" said she quickly, almost imperiously. "Yes, I mean you," replied he. "You mean you think I'm hindering him?" When Drumley's voice finally came, it was funereally solemn. "You are dragging him down. You are killing his ambition." "You don't understand," she protested with painful expression. "If you did, you wouldn't say that. You mean because he is not true to you, isn't he?" said she, loyally trying to pretend surprise. "If that's so, you've no right to tell me you, his friend. If it isn't, you. In either case, I'd be beneath contempt unless I knew that you knew already. Oh, I've known a long time that you knew, ever since the night you looked away when he absent-mindedly pulled a woman's veil and gloves out of his pocket. I've watched you since then, and I know. You are a very dear friend, Mr. Drumley," said she, "but you must not talk of him to me." "I must," he replied, and he hastened to make the self-fooled hypocrite's familiar move to the safety of duty's skirts. It would be a crime to keep silent. She rose. I can't listen. It may be your duty to speak. It's my duty to refuse to hear. He is overwhelmed with debt. He is about to lose his position. It is all because he is degraded, because he feels he is entangled in an intrigue with a woman he is. Ashamed to love a woman he has struggled in vain to put out of his heart. Susan, suddenly weak, had seated herself again. From his first words she had been prey to an internal struggle, her heart fighting against understanding things about her relations with Rod, about his feeling toward her, which she had long been contriving to hide from herself. When Drumley began, she knew that the end of self-deception was at hand if she let him speak. But the instant he had spoken, the struggle ended. If he had tried to stop, she would have compelled him to go on. That woman is you, he continued in the same solemn, measured way. Rod will not marry you, he cannot leave you. And you are dragging him down. You are young. You don't know that passionate love is a man's worst enemy. It satisfies his ambition. Why struggle when one already has attained the climax of desire? It saps his strength, takes from him the energy without which achievement is impossible. Passion dies poisoned of its own sweets. But passionate love kills at least. It kills the man. If you did not love him, I'd not be talking to you now. But you do love him. So I say, you are killing him. Don't think he has told me. I know he didn't, she interrupted curtly. He does not whine. She hadn't a doubt of the truth of her loyal defense, and Drumley could not have raised a doubt even if she had been seeing the expression of his face. His long practice of the modern editorial art of clearness and brevity and compact statement had enabled him to put into those few sentences more than another might have been unable to express in hours of explanation and appeal. And the ideas were not new to her. Rod had often taught them in a general way, and she had thought much about them. Until now, she had never seen how they applied to Rod and herself. But she was seeing and feeling it now so acutely that if she had tried to speak or to move, she could not have done so. After a long pause, Drumley said, "Do you comprehend what I mean?" She was silent, so it was certain that she comprehended. "But you don't believe?" He began to borrow money almost immediately on his arrival here last summer. He has been borrowing ever since from everybody and anybody. He owes now, as nearly as I can find out, upwards of $3,000. Susan made a slight but sharp movement. "You don't believe me? Yes. Go on. He has it in him, I'm confident, to write strong plays. Does he ever write except ephemeral space stuff for the paper?" "No. And he never will so long as he has you to go home to. He lives beyond his means because he will have you in comfortable surroundings and dressed to stimulate his passion. If he would marry you, it might be a little better, though. Still, he would never amount to anything as long as his love lasted, the kind of love you inspire. But he will never marry you. I learned that from what I know of his ideas and from what I've observed as to your relations, not from anything he ever said about you. If Susan had been of the suspicious temperament, or if she had been a few years older, the manner of this second protest might have set her to thinking how unlike Drumley, the inexpert in matters of love and passion, it was to analyze thus and to form such judgments. And thence she might have gone on to consider that Drumley's speeches sounded strangely like paraphrases of Spenser's eloquent outbursts when he got going. But she had not the suspicion. Besides, her whole being was concentrated upon the idea Drumley was trying to put into words. She asked, "Why are you telling me?" "Because I love him," replied Drumley with feeling. "We're about the same age. But he's been like my son ever since we struck up a friendship in the first term of freshman year." "Is that your only reason?" "On my honor." And so firmly did he believe it, he bore her scrutiny as she peered into his face through the dimness. She drew back. "Yes," she said in a low voice, half to herself. "Yes, I believe it is." There was silence for a long time. Then she asked quietly, What do you think I ought to do?" "Leave him if you love him," replied Drumly. "What else can you do? Stay on and complete his ruin. And if I go what?" "Oh, you can do any one of many things. You can— I mean, what about him? He will be like a crazy man for a while. He'll make that a fresh excuse for keeping on as he's going now. Then he'll brace up, and I'll be watching over him, and I'll put him to work in the right direction. He can't be saved. He can't even be kept afloat as long as you are with him or within reach. With you gone out of his life, his strength will return, his self-respect can be roused. I've seen the same thing in other cases again and again. I could tell you any number of stories of, he does not care for me, in one way, a great deal. But you're like drink, like a drug to him. It is strange that a woman such as you, devoted, single-hearted, utterly loving, should be an influence for bad. But it's true of wives also. The best wives are often the worst. The philosophers are right. A man needs tranquility at home. "I understand," said she. "I understand perfectly." And her voice was unemotional, as always when she was so deeply moved that she dared not release anything lest all should be released. She was like a seated statue. The moon had moved so that it shone upon her face. He was astonished by its placid calm. He had expected her to rave and weep, to protest and plead before denouncing him and bidding him mind his own business. Instead, she was making it clear that after all she did not care about Roderick. Probably she was wondering what would become of her now that her love was ruined. Well, wasn't it natural? Wasn't it altogether to her credit? Wasn't it additional proof that she was a fine, pure woman? How could she have continued deeply to care for a man scandalously untrue and drunk much of the time? Certainly it was in no way her fault that Rod made her the object and the victim of the only kind of so-called love of which he was capable. No doubt one reason he was untrue to her was that she was too pure for his debauched fancy. Thus reasoned Drumly with that mingling of truth and error characteristic of those who speculate about matters of which they have small and unfixed experience. "About yourself," he proceeded. "I have a choice of professions for you, one with a company on the road on the Southern Circuit, with good prospects of advancement. I know, from what I have seen of you, and from talks we have had, that you would do well on the stage, but the life might offend your sensibilities. I should hesitate to recommend it to a delicate, fine-fibered woman like you. The other position is a clerkship in a business office in Philadelphia, with an increase as soon as you learn stenography and typewriting. It is respectable. It is sheltered. It doesn't offer anything brilliant, but except the stage and literature, nothing brilliant offers for a woman. Literature is out of the question, I think, certainly for the present. The stage isn't really a place for a woman of ladylike instincts, so I should recommend the office position." She remained silent. "While my main purpose in talking to you," he continued, "was to try to save him, I can honestly say that it was hardly less my intention to save you. But for that, I'd not have had the courage to speak. He is on the way down. He's dragging you with him. What future have you with him? You would go on down, and down, as low as he should sink and lower. You've completely merged yourself in him, which might do very well if you were his wife, and a good influence in his life, or a mere negation like most wives. But in the circumstances it means ruin to you. Don't you see that? What did you say? I was talking about you, your future. Your, oh, I shall do well enough." She rose. "I must be going." Her short, indifferent dismissal of what was his real object in speaking, though he did not permit himself to know it, cut him to the quick. He felt a sickening and to him inexplicable sense of defeat and disgrace. Because he must talk to distract his mind from himself, he began afresh by saying, "You'll think it over." "I am thinking it over." I wonder that with the fingers of one hand she smoothed her glove on the fingers of the other. I wonder that I didn't think of it long ago. I ought to have thought of it. I ought to have seen. I can't tell you how I hate to have been the please don't say any more, she requested in a tone that made it impossible for a man so timid as he to disobey. Neither spoke until they were on 59th Street. Then he, unable to stand the strain of a silent walk of 15 blocks, suggested that they take the car down. She assented. In the car, the stronger light enabled him to see that she was pale in a way quite different from her usual clear, healthy pallor, that there was an unfamiliar look about her mouth and her eyes, a look of strain, of repression, of resolve. These signs and the contrast of her mute motionlessness with her usual vivacity of speech and expression and gesture made him uneasy. I'd advise, said he, that you reflect on it all carefully and consult with me before you do anything if you think you ought to do anything. She made no reply. At the door of the house he had to reach for her hand, and her answer to his good night was a vague absent echo of the word. I've only done what I saw was my duty, said he appealingly. Yes, I suppose so. I must go in. And you'll talk with me before you. The door had closed behind her. She had not known he was speaking. When Spencer came, about 2 hours later, and turned on the light in their bedroom, she was in the bed, apparently asleep. He stood staring with theatric self-consciousness at himself in the glass for several minutes, then sat down before the bureau and pulled out the third drawer where he kept collars, ties, handkerchiefs, gloves, and a pistol concealed under the handkerchiefs. With the awful solemnity of the youth who takes himself and the theater seriously, he lifted the pistol, eyed it critically, turning it this way and that as if interested in the reflections of light from the bright cylinder and barrel at different angles. He laid it noiselessly back, covered it over with the handkerchiefs, sat with his fingers resting on the edge of the drawer. Presently he moved uneasily, as a man on the stage or in its amusing imitation called civilized life among the self-conscious classes moves when he feels that someone is behind him in a crucial moment. He slowly turned round. She had shifted her position so that her face was now toward him, but her eyes were closed and her face was tranquil. Still, he hoped. She had seen the little episode of the pistol, which he thought fine and impressive. With his arm on the back of the chair and supporting that resolute-looking chin of his, he stared at her face from under his thick eyebrows, so thick that although they were almost as fair as his hair, they seemed dark. After a while her eyelids fluttered and lifted to disclose eyes that startled him, so intense, so sleepless were they. "Kiss me," she said in her usual sweet, tender way, a little shyness, much of passion's sparkle and allure. "Kiss me." "I've often thought," said he, "what would I do if I should go smash, reach the end of my string? Would I kill you before taking myself off, or would that be cowardly?" She had not a doubt that he meant this melodramatic twaddle. It did not seem twaddle or melodramatic to her, or, for that matter, to him. She clasped him more closely. "What's the matter, dear?" she asked, her head on his breast. "Oh, I've had a row at the Herald and have quit, but I'll get another place tomorrow. Of course, I wish you'd fix up that play the way Drumley suggested." "Maybe I shall. We'll see. Anything else wrong?" "Only the same old trouble. I love you too much." "Too damn much," he added in a tone not intended for her ears. "Weak fool, that's what I am. Weak fool. I've got you anyhow, haven't I?" "Yes," she said. "I'd do anything for you, anything." "As long as I keep my eyes on you," said he, half mockingly. "I'm weak, but—" "You're weaker, aren't you? I guess so. I don't know." And she drew a long breath, nestled into his arms, and upon his breast with her perfumed hair, drowsing his senses. He soon slept. When he awoke, toward noon, he did not disturb her. He shaved and bathed and dressed, and was about to go out when she called him. "Oh, I thought you were asleep," said he. "I can't wait for you to get breakfast. I must get a move on." Still blue? No, indeed. but his face was not convincing. "So long, pet. Aren't you going to kiss me good-bye?" He laughed tenderly, yet in bitter self-mockery too. "And waste an hour or so?" "Not much. What a siren you are!" She put her hand over her face quickly. "Now perhaps I can risk one kiss." He bent over her. His lips touched her hair. She stretched out her hand, laid it against his cheek. "Dearest," she murmured, "I must go." "Just a minute. No, don't look at me. Turn your face so that I can see your profile. So." She had turned his head with a hand that gently caressed as it pushed. "I like that view best. Yes, you are strong and brave. You will succeed. No, I'll not keep you a minute." She kissed his hand, rested her head for an instant on his lap, as he sat on the edge of the bed, suddenly flung herself to the far side of the bed with her face toward the wall. "Go to sleep again lazy," cried he. "I'll try to be home about dinner time. See that you behave today. Good Lord, how hard it is to leave you. Having you makes nothing else seem worthwhile. Goodbye." And he was off. She started to a sitting posture, listened to the faint sound of his descending footsteps. She darted to the window, leaned out, watched him until he rounded the corner into Broadway. Then she dropped down with elbows on the windowsill and hands pressing her cheeks. She stared unseeingly at the opposite house, at a gilt cage with a canary hopping and chirping within. And once more she thought all the thoughts that had filled her mind in the sleepless hours of that night and morning. Her eyes shifted in color from pure gray to pure violet back and forth as emotion or thought dominated her mind. She made herself coffee in the French machine, heated the milk she brought every day from the dairy, drank her café au lait slowly, reading the newspaper advertisements for Help Wanted Female, a habit she had formed when she first came to New York and had never altogether dropped. When she finished her coffee, she took the scissors and cut out several of the demands for help. She bathed and dressed. She moved to the routine of life precisely as we all do, whatever may be in our minds and hearts. She went out, crossed Long Acre, and entered the shop of a dealer in women's cast-off clothes. She reappeared in the street presently with a fat, sloppy-looking woman in black. She took her to the rooms, offered for sale her entire wardrobe except the dress she had on, and one other, the simply trimmed sailor upon her head, the ties on her feet, and one pair of boots, and a few small articles. After long haggling, the woman made a final price, $95 for things, most of them almost new, which had cost upwards of $700. Susan accepted the offer. She knew she could do no better. The woman departed, returned with a porter and several huge suites of wrapping paper. The two made 3 bundles of the purchases. The money was paid over. They and Susan's wardrobe departed. Next, Susan packed in the traveling bag she had brought from Cincinnati, the between-seasons dress of brown sarge she had withheld, and some such collection of bare necessities as she had taken with her when she left George Warham's. Into the bag she put the pistol from under Spencer's handkerchiefs in the 3rd bureau drawer. When all was ready, she sent for the maid to straighten the rooms. While the maid was at work, she wrote this note: "Dearest Mr. Drumley will tell you why I have gone. You will find some money under your handkerchiefs in the bureau. When you are on your feet again, I may come if you want me. It won't be any use for you to look for me. I ought to have gone before, but I was selfish and blind. Goodbye, dear love. I wasn't so bad as you always suspected. I was true to you, and for the sake of what you have been to me and done for me, I couldn't be so ungrateful as not to go. Don't worry about me. I shall get on, and so will you. It's best for us both. Goodbye, dear heart. I was true to you. Goodbye." She sealed this note, addressed it, fastened it over the mantel in the sitting room where they always put notes for each other. And after she had looked in each drawer and in the closet at all his clothing, and had kissed the pillow on which his head had lain, she took her bag and went. She had left for him the $95 and also $11 of the money she had in her purse. She took with her two $5 bills and $1.40 in change. The violet waned in her eyes, and in its stead came the gray of thought and action. The E in volume. Susan Lenox. Her Fall and Rise by David Graham Phillips, Volume 2. White the poor right of the Aphora D. A Pliton and Company, New York, London, 1917. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.